Well, unfortunately, I've been talking to myself for the past 5 or 10 minutes. I think I gave a pretty good synopsis of the election, so I don't think I'll be able to repeat that, nor am I going to bother going to attempt. But we are reacting to the South Australian election tonight. I wanted to go react to the state of the play by Casey Briggs as to the South Australian election, but I don't know if we'll have time for that. Briefly, I want to go over the why this election is important, why I'm covering it. It's considered the first real litmus test for One Nation. Pardon me. Since the One Nation really began their meteoric rise following the March for Australia, which brought mass migration to the forefront of political discourse for the first time in a decade, ever since Islamophobia, for lack of a better word, was all the rage in 2015, 2016, because Muslims kept committing terrorist attacks in Europe, and there were genuine fears that a mass casualty event could occur in Australia. The Mass March for Australia and the Bondi Massacre really vindicated Pauline Hanson, as Pauline Hanson made her career the second time around, criticising Islamic immigration, warning of its dangers, warning of its threats, warning of what Australia could look like under if a large section of Australia's population was Islamic. And because Pauline Hanson was the only person who really warned about Islamic immigration for 10 years, and wasn't afraid to lose votes among Islamic communities, Pauline Hanson and her party has really been seen as vindicated, and Pauline Hanson and her party are the only people to enjoy the spoils of a rising hostility among the Australian electorate towards mass migration. And this election is also important because it's the death knell of the Liberals. It's the first total Liberal death election ever since the Liberals really collapsed in the polls. They've been collapsing in the polls really ever since Morrison lost in 2022. Ever since Morrison fucked up the pandemic response in 2021. But the fall really began after Peter Dutton lost, and there was no real leadership left in the Liberal Party. So they had to go with Susan Ley, who was a terrible opposition leader. But yeah, so this is the first total Liberal death election. I predicted in my video about the meteoric rise of One Nation that the Labor's election win could possibly eclipse Campbell Newman's win in Queensland in 2012, where the LNP under Campbell Newman won 78 seats compared to Labor's 7 and Katter's 2. And Mark McGowan's win in Western Australia in 2021, where Mark McGowan won 53 seats. The Liberals were left with 2 seats, and the Nationals had 4 seats, meaning it was the Nationals, not the Liberals, who were the official opposition party, and the Liberals barely scraped the official opposition status from the Nationals at their last year's election, led by Basil Zemplis, who's very famous in Perth. So, the current record, last election, the Western Australian election, it only took Anthony Green 42 minutes for him to call the election for the Labor. So it's the election. The polls just closed at 5:30 in Brisbane. So 6:12. If ABC calls the election before 6:12, then we'll know. Then we'll know if it'll be a bigger landslide. It could be a bigger landslide than 2021 in Western Australia. Now I wanted to react to the state of the play, but
Steph, what are you
polls have just closed
for tonight?
Well, Rory, election night's usually about seeing who's going to
Is it just on my end the audio's fucking up, or on your end as well?
form government, but tonight
it's
the
good
key
on my end
question
now.
is shaping up to be who will form opposition. And we know that off the back of their landslide 2022 win, Labor is...
Just pulling, I guess, out of my ass, Labor was going to win all the metropolitan seats in Adelaide and most of the provincial seats. And One Nation and Independents will win the rest of the seats. Most likely One Nation will be the official opposition party. The Greens might win a seat. I doubt the Liberals will win any seats. I think... I just don't see the Liberals winning any seats. I could be wrong, though.
Because that could, if this swing is significant enough, it could put into question some of those seats in deep blue Liberal territory like Bragg and Adelaide's East, even Schubert, which is held by the Liberal leader Ashton Hearn. Then, of course, there's a question of One Nation. We know there's been a lot of talk about One Nation leading into this election. If the polling is to be believed, they are the second most populous party in South Australia. So we'll be looking to see, will they be able to pick up any seats in the lower house? A question mark there. More likely they'll have some success in the upper house tonight.
Is it just my end that the audio is fucking up?
Okay, Steph, thank you. Well, as you can
hopefully
see,
that's
we've
better.
got live pictures. Counting is underway. They're pictures from the counting centre at the West Adelaide Football Club in the electorate of West Torrens. And Tom Coots and Tonus just did a little fist pump there. He's got his binoculars out, having a look. Now, these
West
are the
Torrens.
first of more than 1 million votes that will be sorted and then counted tonight across the state.
And of course, we have reporters right across South Australia monitoring the count. Catherine Birmingham is at Labor headquarters.
Fuck, looks like a total Liberal death's been going on for a while. The Liberals, the South Australian Liberals, have won just 4 of the last 16 state elections since 1970.
Catherine, to you first. The night is only just getting underway, but Labor must be feeling pretty good.
They absolutely are, Rory. I'm here at the Drive in the middle of Adelaide, the tennis centre, and this will be the site for Labor's headquarters tonight on election night. But as you can see behind me, there's not very much happening here just at the minute. That's because polling booths have only just closed, so supporters are still making their way in here to watch the count. We're expecting that they'll do that over the next hour or hour and a half. And of course, Premier Peter Malinauskas will also be here later on to make what we're widely expecting will be a victory speech. Now, I've been speaking to people from within the Labor Party throughout the day, and they're saying that they're feeling confident about the results heading into tonight, that there's been a lot of optimism on polling booths and that there's been positivity from voters. They haven't had a lot of anger at the government, which is a good sign for an incumbent. On that big question, though, of how
God knows why there's no
tonight,
hostility to the Malinauskas government.
Results across the state.
Although I suppose
but they are noticing
state
it
and
more
federal
in
are different
outer
issues.
Suburban and regional areas, as we expected, and they're even thinking that their primary vote might drop in a couple of those seats. I've been told that the primary vote in Mawson and also in Elizabeth could drop tonight. However, they're still comfortable and confident that they'll be hanging on to those seats. They're safe Labor seats. And then another little bit of intel for you from inside the Labor camp is that they're feeling confident about the seat of Bragg, which is traditionally a very safe Liberal seat. It would be disastrous for the Liberals if they were to lose the seat of Bragg.
Whatever happens is going to be disastrous.
Much longer to find out, with counting just about underway right now.
Okay, let's go to reporter Angelique Donnellan now, who's monitoring the Liberal camp for us tonight. And what are Liberal insiders telling you about what's an acceptable result for Ashton Hearn?
So one
Winning a seat,
Liberal
that's
I spoke to said
acceptable
remaining
for
in
her at
double
this point.
digits would be optimistic. Holding on to 8 or 9 seats would be seen as a very good result, but there are fears the party could be left with just a few. The party is hoping in seats such as Hartley, the value of incumbency will pay off and they'll be able to hold on. But in other seats where MPs are retiring, such as Unley, I'm told the situation is looking very tight. Apparently pre-polls have been strong in Morford, but there's been a little bit more red today. Summing up today, one Liberal said things appear better than the polls suggest, but not as good as hoped. There is quite a lot of frustration from the Liberals that people are backing Pauline Hanson without knowing who her candidates are. As for Ashton Hearn's performance, party sources
I've got to talk about this hit job the media performed on the candidate for the Adelaide CBD later in the night.
That mountain has been Everest. Tonight, it's clear that it's going to be very unpleasant for the Liberals, but they're going to not want to fall too far behind because come the next election in 2030, it'll just make it that much more difficult for them to try to win government.
Okay, thank you, Ange and Catherine.
Okay, so we just heard there from the major parties. Can you take us through the key battlegrounds tonight?
Yeah, in a traditional two-party election, we're often talking about a set of key seats that are sort of around the margin of zero, the marginal seats on either side of the pendulum. I'll take you through those seats, but there are a vast number of seats that could potentially be in play in this election. So this graphic's going to help us through this evening to explain it. I've laid out all of the seats along the pendulum on the left-hand side, all the Labor-held seats from the most marginal, and we'll get
Oh, sorry, this
as
is
we
our
move to the left. So
replacement for Anthony Green. Not complaining, just making note of that fact.
In that by-election a couple of years ago. We move along. Some of these seats that we're used to talking about as battleground, you know, the seats that determine a government, often the key seats in a South Australian election have been pushed further up the pendulum after.
Man, I don't think much people are paying attention to South Australian politics. I don't think most people are knowing what seats are marginal in South Australia,
the
mate.
Labor
Sorry.
hold on very safe margins, 20% or more, all the way up to Croydon, the safest Labor seat in the state and the seat of the Premier, Peter Malinauskas. Let's head back, though, to the other side. As we've been saying, the expectations are not a lot of action on that side of the pendulum. We're really looking more on the blue Liberal side, where there are, as you can see, a lot of marginal seats, and many of them are in Adelaide. So will Labor be picking up seats like Morialta, one of the most marginal Liberal seats where John Gardner is retiring, the former Education Minister? Could they pick up Unley, where David Pisoni is retiring? What about the seat of Hartley, the former opposition leader Vincent Tarzia? Now, he fought off a challenge from Nick Xenophon 8 years ago. Will he be able to hold his seat tonight?
What happened to him?
We've got beachside suburbs like Morphett, held by Stephen Patterson, Colton, held by
He was supposed to... Nick Xenophon was supposed to make a splash in Australian politics, and he barely did. He won 3 seats in the South Australian Senate in 2016 as a double dissolution. But he just fucked off after that. What happened?
Opposition leader seat of Schubert in the Barossa Valley. You've got the seat of Mount Gambier, which again we're saying is notionally Liberal based on the results of the last election. Troy Bell was the member. This is a vacant seat because he's now in prison. Lamorna Alexander is the Liberal candidate. Travis Fatchen, a former staffer of Troy Bell, trying to win that seat and keep it.
Bell Troy or Troy Bell? Because it said Bell Troy.
In the Riverland, could Tim Whetstone, this is a safe Liberal seat on paper. Could One Nation pose a threat in the Riverland to Tim Whetstone? Let's go a little bit even further up to the safest notional Liberal seat on the pendulum, the seat of MacKillop, which the Liberal Party is trying to win back from Nick McBride, who of course quite famously now is running a campaign while under a home detention order, while being charged and facing aggravated assault charges. Rebecca Rosser, the Liberal candidate, trying to win that seat. So you can see we don't normally go all the way up to the end of a pendulum and talk about some of these being key seats. It tells you something about the battlegrounds in this election and the stakes, especially on this side of the pendulum.
Casey, thank you. Reporter Evelyn Manfield joins us now from One Nation headquarters tonight. Evelyn, we know One Nation are flying high in the opinion polls, but can they convert it into seats?
That is the big question here tonight, Rory. The will they, won't they moment for One Nation. As you said, they have been riding high in opinion polls, not just here in South Australia, but right across the country.
Okay, is this just happening on my end? I'll take a listen into the stream, see if it's happening also. Oh, okay, it's just happening on my end. It keeps happening. The audio keeps fucking up. Oh, 4 concurrent viewers. Say hi.
Is the first electoral test for the party since those high polling numbers. Can they convert that into seats? Look, the expectation certainly is that the party's lead candidate, Cory Bernardi, will be able to win an upper house seat tonight. There could possibly be a second or more on the cards for the party as well. But look, there will be a real focus on the lower house. Will they be able to win seats there? When we've been hearing from Cory Bernardi throughout their campaign, he's been quite hesitant to put a number on just how many seats the party could pick up. But as also spoke to earlier in the week, we said they were eyeing off about 5 all throughout regional South Australia. So that'll be one thing to keep your eye on. Also, the primary vote for the party, which of course is, we've been seeing that big number in the polls. So One Nation is saying if they do get a high primary vote tonight, it'll send a message to the major parties, Labor and Liberal, or as they call the
Whatever happens tonight, they'll be talking about it on the Sunday program, talking about it on Weekend Today, Weekend Sunrise, talking about it on the ABC. They'll be talking about it all throughout next week as well.
Actually inside the function here, so I'm your eyes and ears outside the pub here in Adelaide's East. The party has told the ABC that we are banned from entering their function. They're unhappy with some of the ABC's coverage yesterday. An investigation published into their candidate for Adelaide, AOE Baxter. He has been charged with allegedly sexually touching a woman, and there is a warrant out for his arrest in the United Kingdom.
But it's not confirmed that it's the same Mr. Baxter, because apparently his name used to be Trent. It could be another Mr. Trent Baxter.
Conservative politics more broadly in South Australia.
Evelyn, thank you.
Okay, let's head back to Casey now. Casey, how does One Nation win seats in the lower house?
It's a complicated question to answer, Emma.
We're getting our preferences their way. That's how they win.
I mean, question number 1, does One Nation match the statewide primary vote that the opinion polls are suggesting? If they are, then there are seats going to be there. Mathematically must be seats that they would be outpolling the Liberal Party on a primary vote basis. what seats would they pick up is a much harder question to answer. Now, One Nation traditionally has always done better in regional parts of Australia than in the cities. The difficulty for One Nation is almost all of these regional seats have a complicating factor: an incumbent independent, a retiring independent, someone who's been running a prominent independent campaign for quite some time. It makes, life difficult. There's just more, credible candidates in the field, and so, it isn't always completely obvious which ones. We mentioned Chaffey in the Riverland. That's Nadgerry. Let's go to Chaffey in the Riverland. Is that one where there isn't this sort of independent that's sort of complicating the race? Is that one where One Nation could perform better? We have a lot of regional seats with a lot of candidates, so that's complicating the picture somewhat. Then let's go into Adelaide. Where are the parts of Adelaide that you would expect One Nation might do well? Again, we'll get some data soon to actually answer this question, but traditionally, and the results of the last federal election suggest, southern Adelaide, areas around Port Noarlunga, that sort of area, seats like Ghana and Brunel, you might expect One Nation to poll well. And in the north, Elizabeth, Gawler, Salisbury, those sorts of areas. The problem for One Nation there is they're safe Labor seats. It would take a very big result and a very good flow of preferences for them to gain those seats, and I don't think we're expecting to see that. So the One Nation party could win a lot of votes, could see a lot of those votes in areas that they don't have a hope of winning a seat, and so it's possible we might see One Nation winning more seats than the Liberal Party. That's what polls have suggested this week. But they might end up with fewer seats, perhaps even no seats, compared to the Liberal Party.
Okay.
Casey,
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Can we ask and talk about the prospect of how the two-candidate preferred system works on a night like this to determine who the two candidates that are being counted are?
Yeah, it's true. So we talk a lot about the two-party preferred vote in elections, and obviously in this election, if there is a third major force, it starts to become a bit of an academic concept because the results will be determined on the seat-by-seat level. Now, tonight, the Electoral Commission will be counting preferences between two candidates. They have already decided the two candidates that they'll be counting those preferences between. It is just an indicative count. And if it turns out that the final two candidates are not the people that are being counted for tonight, well, those preferences will be recounted starting from Monday next week. There is every likelihood that we'll see a large number of those if the result is as unpredictable and patchy as the expectation broadly seems to be. We are getting some preference counts between...
That's what happened in 1998 at the Queensland state election. There were four main players in Queensland: Labor, the Nationals, the Liberals and One Nation. Now, before 2008, when the Liberals and Nationals merged because they kept losing, Queensland was the only state where the Nationals outperformed the Liberals. And coming into the 1998 Queensland state election, it was the first state election the first ever election that One Nation would contest, and it was Pauline Hanson's it's Pauline Hanson's home state as well. And halfway through the term, the government actually switched from a minority Labor government led by Peter Beattie, I believe, or Wayne Swan. No, Wayne Swan didn't serve in state parliament. I might be not. I can't remember who. It may have been Peter Beattie. Peter Beattie was the premier afterwards, but Rob Borbidge of the National Party took over. Because the by-election, the Nationals won, and they were able to secure confidence and supply from the crossbench. And by the 1998 election, One Nation had won 11 seats, the Nationals won 23, the Liberals won 9, and Labor won 44. They were one seat short of a majority. And because One Nation threw the state election into disarray, the Queensland Electoral Commission didn't even bother calculating a statewide two-party preferred.
Between the Liberal Party,
so we could be seeing that tonight. Although Labor is going to win so much, so it's going to have such a meteoric win that they might actually count the two-party preferred, the statewide two-party preferred.
In some cases, Labor and One Nation in a handful of seats, but are they the ones that will matter? We don't yet know, and so that will be something to watch as the figures start to come through.
Okay, Casey, thank you. Tom, do you think One Nation can win seats in the lower house?
I do, yes.
They can. They're leading the polling in regional South Australia, almost 40%. And they're winning the two-party preferred of regional South Australia. So they absolutely can win seats. My fear is that the vote is concentrated entirely within the outer suburbs of Adelaide and the outer seats, the rural, regional, remote seats. They will perform very well in. and they only end up with like 2 or 3 seats, or in the regions.
That's a lot in South Australia.
But are there any particular seats you think it could happen?
I would be looking at traditional Liberal seats. I'd be looking at regional seats, and I'd be looking at seats
Agreed.
where potentially there's been a lot of misfortune or, quite frankly, cost of living pressures that are hitting people hard.
Yeah.
And Rustin, do you
I
agree with
agree.
that analysis? Is that where your party's most vulnerable?
Look, I think the thing that Tom made the point around, there are so many candidates in these seats, and so it's going to really come down to where the preference is when they split. And so, I've seen, just about every how to vote card so far I've seen have actually got 8, 9, 10, sometimes even more candidates on it. So I think that really complicates what is likely to happen.
That's another threat to One Nation. Did I mention? Yeah, I mentioned vote concentration. The other threat to One Nation is unfavourable preference flow. So we don't know how preferences are going to flow on election night.
But preferences are going
Early voting centres open in Hong Kong, London and Wellington. I didn't know you could vote in state elections internationally. I knew you could vote at the consulate internationally, but I didn't know you could vote at state elections
it appears
internationally.
As if the One Nation presence has been much stronger the further you get away from the metropolitan area. Certainly the polling booths that I've been working on over the last week, the ones in the city don't seem to have a lot of One Nation people, but the further you get out and once you get out into the regions, they do have a much greater presence. So I think it's fair to say that One Nation are targeting Liberal held seats. There is no question about that. But it will be really interesting. But it is just so complicated the way the preferences work to actually predict, whether One Nation are going to take any seats or whether they're not. I'm not prepared to say they will or they won't.
Chat's coming in.
It's an interesting
That's
night
good.
to see as it unfolds.
And you mentioned the regions. In which Liberal-held seats do you feel you're most at risk to One Nation?
Look, I think there's probably a risk in any seat because as we know that there are a lot of people in rural and regional South Australia at the moment, across the whole of the country for that matter, that are doing it really tough, and that has been exacerbated by what's happening in the Middle East at the moment. And I think people they're feeling the pressure of the cost of living crisis and inflation and.
There's something interesting I once noted about South Australian politics is that there is a direct Australian politics, but it concerns South Australia as well. Is that there is a direct correlation between the popularity of the National Party and the popularity of rugby league in that state. The Nationals historically best performing state, Queensland. Rugby league's the state where rugby league is the most popular, Queensland. Second most popular for Nationals in rugby league, New South Wales. After that, Victoria. Rugby league's not that popular in Victoria, but they have a team. And when the AFL's not on, I believe that Melburnians tend to get behind the Melbourne Storm. After that, Western Australia, the Nationals have a presence there. The NRL has a presence there. They play a couple of games in Perth each year. They're having a team there next year. And the Nationals are borderline non-existent in South Australia. Rugby League is borderline non-existent in South Australia. In Tasmania, non-existent. Make of that what you will.
Of actually focusing on what really matters and what's important to the people out there that we're supposed to be representing, which is why I think Ashton's campaign has been so sensational. She's just looked at the people of South Australia and said, I'm actually listening to you, whereas I think, we can probably take a fair bit of the blame internally because we're talking too much about ourselves and not about the things that matter to South Australians.
Treasurer, are you concerned that even the events of last
they've already
with the conflict in the Middle East
made peace with the fact that they've lost. They're not going to win.
To One Nation.
I think Labor voters who are seeing the actions of the US government are probably not flooding to the conservative side of politics. I think the Liberal Party is flirting with MAGA has hurt them, especially amongst their more urban base. I think you're seeing the Liberal Party, which right now is a sleeping giant, tearing itself apart. Liberal Party at the last election got over 30% of the vote. There will still be a 30% non-Labor vote rump. I don't know how that will be divided between One Nation and the Liberals.
Firstly, I don't know why a state politician in South Australia is commenting on American politics, but a lot of people on the right aren't going to like me saying this, but yes, being associated with Trump does hurt us. That's part of the reason why Dutton lost so badly and Pierre Poilievre lost so badly in Canada. It's because that people associated with them with Trump, even though they had nothing to do with Trump. And Peter Dutton and Pierre Poilievre are barely right-wing. They're not immigration restrictionists. They're pro-immigration. I mean, so is Trump, but he's right. I do agree with what this man is saying, that people flirting, the Liberals aren't flirting with MAGA, but even though they're not, being associated with them does turn voters away.
Anne is a rare example of a Liberal MP who's focused on outward-looking, talking about the future. Most of her colleagues are looking inwards, and it must be very, very difficult.
Given the way that your party pivoted during the last week of the campaign, does that show that you underestimated One Nation?
Oh, 7 concurrent viewers.
I think everyone did. I think the ABC missed it. I think we missed it. I think the Liberal Party missed it. One Nation really had no offering to the people of South Australia. I mean, I held up a black piece of paper as their costings as a joke, really. But the truth is, there is nothing to cost. It's more a vibe. Now, the question is, will that dissatisfaction with the two major parties translate into a protest vote? Who are they protesting against? And which base?
That's one. He's right. And once again, One Nation has to present themselves as the de facto opposition. The Liberals have completely abandoned it. They're not playing. The Liberals are going to be a thing of the past in a couple of years. So One Nation has to present themselves as the de facto opposition. What are you proposing? How are you costing it? How much does it cost? What do you propose to get rid of so you can pay for your policies?
Base sticks with who? That's the question we're asking ourselves tonight.
We certainly saw a chance.
Because One Nation is famous for opposing immigration, but the state governments don't control immigration. State governments can't stop people from coming into their states.
Change, though, in the rhetoric and the way that you and the Premier in particular were speaking about One Nation at the start of the campaign, and in the past few days you were holding up that piece of paper. The Premier was saying, let's talk about the housing policy, and stayed silent. So clearly you've been pretty worried about how it will affect your vote as well.
Oh, of course. I mean, having political parties promise everything to everyone without any sort of rigour behind it, it can be dangerous. So yes, we obviously want to talk about One Nation because we think One Nation is a threat for our country. I would much prefer Anne Ruston being government than One Nation. And that's not because I like what Anne says or how she campaigns or what her policies are, but I know that her policies are sensible and they won't harm the country in the long term. I'm really concerned about One Nation.
If push comes to shove, make note of this. The Labor and the Coalition will preference each other to make sure One Nation does not get in government. They did that in 1998 at the federal election. They've done that at most elections, even when One Nation wasn't really a threat, like in 2007. But they will do that. Mark my words, if One Nation becomes a serious threat to the two-party dynamic, you will see Liberals and Labor preferencing each other to stop One Nation.
Their leadership.
Well, I think that we do have to accept the fact that there are people.
It shows if One Nation can make a serious threat to the two-party dynamic, even if that doesn't really affect Labor, it shows that somebody on the left to the left of the Labor can do that. As we've seen in the UK, Reform are outflanking the Conservatives to their right, the Greens are outflanking Labor to its left.
People out there that are protesting at the moment, and there's some pretty reasonably serious things for them to be protesting about. We've only got to have a look at the cost of living, the uncertainty in the Middle East, and the impact that's having on fuel prices. And I think people are actually feeling scared, they're feeling disillusioned, and they quite naturally are saying, okay, I'm going to protest against the parties of government, being the Labor Party and the Liberal Party, and that will be their reaction. And I think that we have to accept the fact that that's a reasonable reaction for South Australians to be having. But I do think that we're absolutely right that if you want to be a party of government, you have to have policies. You have to have policies that you're prepared to cost. You have to be prepared to go out there and tell the South Australian public what is going to be the impact on the budget of what I'm proposing to do.
Correct.
A lot of the stuff we've seen from
literally, I just said that a couple of minutes ago.
Federal. It's got nothing to do with the South Australian landscape or matters that are in the control of the Parliament of South Australia. So I think I understand why people are protesting, I absolutely do, but I think when the dust settles, people will sit down and realise that to be a serious party of government, there are things you have to do. You have to have a full policy suite, not just pick and choose the things that you might think are popular. You've got to be prepared to put your costings out and actually say what your policies are going to cost, and you actually have to represent all Australians, and that is the responsibility of a party of government. Sometimes it's hard to do, but that's why I believe that the policies that we've put forward, I think, represent that. Obviously, the Labor Party have got a suite of policies, and One Nation have not done what I would expect of a party of government.
Okay, we want to take you now to the Deputy Premier, Kai Ma, who's joining us from Labor HQ. Kai, thanks very much for joining us.
Pleasure to be there.
How are you feeling tonight?
I think cautiously optimistic would be the way to describe it.
Oh, surely
we
a bit more than that. Come on.
We'll see people streaming in here over the next couple of hours. Look, I've been to a couple of dozen seats over the last few weeks. I've 14 pre-polls on Thursday, and it is an amazing thing seeing Liberal, Labor, Greens, One Nation, just people putting their hearts and souls into a campaign. I think there's going to be some really interesting contests.
Is Channel 7 or Channel 9 live streaming this?
Call it in terms of two candidate preferred.
Oh,
I think there are 11 seats where it's not a traditional Labor versus Liberal matchup. In seats like Hyson and Hammond, they're counting as Liberal versus Labor, but that may not be what comes out on the night. So I think there will be a lot to go after tonight, and we will have an idea probably of who wins the election, but there will be some seats that will, I think, almost certainly be in doubt and won't be the candidates that they're counting tonight.
You're a former ALP SA State Secretary. You've been around campaigns, both state and federal, for quite some time. How do you rate this campaign? How do you think it's been for Labor?
Yeah, I'm a former Labor State Secretary. I've been involved in the Central Party campaigings for quite a number of campaigns. This has to
I was supposed to be paying attention. I should have been paying attention, but I honestly have no idea who this clown is.
Peter Malinauskas is a leader who really puts his heart and soul into it and expects a lot from his whole team. So it's probably the most disciplined, structured in that sense of a campaign I've been involved in over quite a few of them.
Let's talk about One Nation, because that is going to be one of the stories of the night. Tell me about your reaction to the polls before the campaign started and then continuing through this campaign, where One Nation's polling remained really strong.
Yeah, we are in some ways in uncharted territory. Yeah, we've seen in other elections, there have been regional areas in South Australia where there hasn't been a contest for a long time. The Liberals could have put up a desert dog and won some seats in years gone by. But this time I think we're going to see in some areas, it might be Flinders or Chafee in the southeast perhaps on Narungga on the Yorke Peninsula. It will be really interesting to see as those early votes from small booths come in, just if One Nation's, the polling we've seen published this week particularly, holds up, in which case the counts we see on the night are probably not going to be the counts reflective of the seats.
Well, he doesn't have a symmetrical face, I just realised.
There has been another election that's been held today.
I mean, I don't think I do, so I can't really, glass houses and everything. But
as well, and this is for the Voice to Parliament, the second term. I understand there has been a stronger turnout with voting than what we've previously seen. The first term, there were some challenges, some resignations. What are you hoping for this second term of the Voice?
Yeah, well, I think 46 people who were elected to the Voice about 18 months ago. I can't remember the exact number. There was 3 or 4 resignations. I think it's probably on par with councils or general parliaments in terms of resignations. We might see a greater turnout. The last Voice election was a standalone election. There wasn't any other election going on at the same time. I think the Voice elections have been a bit drowned out with the state election. And we've had some reports I've had over the last few days of some problems. People going to vote and not being given Voice ballot papers or having to go back into the line and line up for another hour to vote. So we'll see how it turns out. But the Voice has made significant contributions to government policy that we've acted on already. And I'm really looking forward to a new Voice being elected. There were elections in each of the 6 regions, so I'm looking forward in the coming weeks to seeing who that throws up and working closely with them as we had the last Voice.
Deputy Premier Rory McLaren, you obviously sit in the Legislative Council, the state's upper house.
Sorry, why the fuck does South Australia have a Voice to Parliament? I know it was legislated before we voted on the Voice to Parliament, but why didn't they get rid of it after South Australia overwhelmingly voted to reject it? The nation as a whole overwhelmingly voted to reject the Voice to Parliament. No, even in Northern Territory, which has an Indigenous population of 20 to 30%, voted against the Voice to Parliament. So why does South Australia still have a Voice to Parliament? The people didn't vote for it. The people don't support it.
How concerned are you by the prospect of the Primary Industries Minister, Claire Scriven, who was pushed to 5th on the Labor Legislative Council ticket, that she might be looking for a job once this count is over?
Look, Russell Worley was number 5 4 years ago, and we succeeded in winning that. Yeah, I think I used the word cautiously optimistic about a lot of the feeling.
Yeah, I think she doesn't have to worry. Number 5, what are 11 seats up for grabs? I think preferences will get around. I think for the Legislative Council, 5 Labor, 3 or 4 One Nation, 2 Liberals. What's that? 1 Green. Depending on how preference flows, the final Legislative Council seat may go to Family First. I know that. I'm pretty sure that those numbers add up to more than 11, but
it's in every seat to count the
make of
preferences
that what you will.
Between. We know that we will get a One Nation preference count in 4 seats across South Australia. In regional South Australia, that's Chafee and Schubert, the opposition leader seat. We'll be getting a Liberal One Nation count. In Giles, we'll be getting the seat around Whyalla. We'll be getting a Labor One Nation count, and in the seat of Wright as well, a Labor One Nation count. That's obviously the seat where the Liberal candidate was disendorsed mid-campaign. That will be interesting to see how Liberal preferences flow toward One Nation. Now, as we've been saying, it might be the case that there are one or 2 candidates in those seats.
That sounds familiar. Some got disendorsed mid-campaign. I wonder who else got disendorsed mid-campaign. Pauline Hanson, obviously, but anybody else that comes to mind?
The first thing is to get a sense for just how complicated tonight will be. A couple of others you might be interested in Carville, the Commission's counting between the Independent and the ALP candidate. Will that be correct? We don't know. We'll find out soon enough. But yeah, there is about...
That was me, by the way. I got disendorsed by Family First.
Contest tonight. But I will again stress this is an indicative count only. It is really just about helping us get a result faster, learning the result of as many seats as possible tonight, so we don't have to wait for a full distribution of preferences. The other thing that's complicated, of course, is the record number of candidates that we're seeing in this election, and there are some very long ballot papers.
Well, a dozen in the seat of Hammond is one example.
Exactly, and some of these have many candidates have several conceivably competitive candidates, and so we may well end up in a situation where there are seats where there are several candidates on a similar sort of number, and if that's the case, it's not Monday we'll be waiting for. We'll need to see a full distribution of preferences. We are still waiting. We're speculating. We're waiting for those first figures to arrive to find out exactly how complicated tonight will be, and really, there's nothing we can do but wait.
Okay, so while we do just that, we're going to take you to the seat of Hartley in Adelaide's inner northeastern suburbs. We're joined now by the former opposition leader, Vincent Tasia. Vincent Tasia, welcome.
Good evening, Rory and Emma.
Vincent Tasia, you saw off Nick Xenophon in 2018. You had the Prime Minister campaigning in your seat today. Are you worried this could be the end of your run as the member for Hartley?
Rory, as you know, I've always had to fight in my electorate. I wish Albo came and saw me because he's very unpopular in my electorate. He's welcome to come here whenever he wants. But no, on a serious note, it's always been a fight
unpopular in every electorate.
14, 18, 22, now today as well. But ultimately, we have thrown everything at it. Got nothing left in the tank. I'm very grateful for my constituents for allowing me to be the member for Hartley for 12 years. We worked hard. I've been on that pre-poll for some 6-7 days now. And whatever the result, I'm very grateful for.
Oh, you're fucking kidding. I'm 0-5 in the tippings this week in the NRL.
The party leadership in December?
Yeah, absolutely. But ultimately, I made the decision. It was my decision. I made it for my own family and for my local community. And it's also enabled me to spend more time with my community. And if I'm completely honest, I wouldn't have been able to campaign the way that I did had I not left the leadership. So I think Ashton's done a great job. Her popularity has increased during the campaign. She's run a very disciplined campaign, and hopefully will be the beneficiary.
She's losing the
but ultimately, I think
preferred Premier polling, 67 points to 19.
Everything at it, and we'll await the result with great anticipation tonight.
How much responsibility do you take personally for the current position the state team is in?
I think everyone can appreciate that what I inherited from the party was a really tough position, not to mention some of the federal issues, and I'm very proud of my record in making sure that we did put policy forward, making sure that we put forward a number of candidates in key seats. And so, look, it's a tough job, but I'm very grateful and very proud of the team and the way that they pulled together. While we appreciate there's many factors, the brand has got some issues at the moment. I think everybody appreciates that. You've got new players into the market, you've got federal issues, but ultimately I did the very best I could, and I'm very grateful to be not only the member, but also have been the leader and also former minister as well.
Vincent Tasia, should you hold Hartley and the opposition remain in opposition, would you seek to take a bigger role in the next shadow cabinet?
I lost it. I think the question was if I hold Hartley, would I be seeking a position in the shadow cabinet? But ultimately, that's a decision for the leader of the day. I'm more than happy to help the team wherever I can. I think there's a number of people that have been ministers. Hopefully, they still stay on. But running good campaigns and having that ministerial experience, I think you're assuming that we lose the election.
Still good over 4,500 votes. That is true. That is true. 4,500 votes.
It's important to have as much experience helping the leader around the shadow cabinet table as well.
Vincent Tasia, thank you.
Thanks very much. All the best.
And Rustin, let's talk a little bit about Vincent Tasia. Obviously, he spent just over a year in the state opposition leader's chair. With the benefit of hindsight, was he the right person to replace David Speers in August 2024?
Look, I think Vincent did an amazing job. I mean, it has been a really tough time to be a Liberal over the last
few years.
You'd have
Travis Dog replace David Speers after he got convicted of possessing cocaine. He would have done a better job than David Speers.
A party that's got the kind of challenges that we've have been going through. So I think he did an amazing job. But every now and again, a leader comes past. And for the Liberal Party, that leader was Ashton Hearn. Now, the circumstances under which she has become the leader obviously were less than favourable because she hasn't had a lot of time to do what she's had to do. But I actually think, we have seen, after all the hard work that Vincent put in to try and stabilise after the challenges of our previous leader in South Australia and a very bad loss at the last election, we're now seeing Ashton being able to do what a true leader can do. And I actually genuinely think she is one of the few people I've ever seen who walks into a leadership space and commands that space. She's not trained to be a leader. She's not worked hard to be a leader. She just is a natural leader. And I think that, the juxtaposition between Ashton and many other leaders that we've seen around the country, not just in our party, but across the board, we have got a real leader here. And if there was one thing that's made me excited over the last 3 months, it has been seeing Ashton come into her own.
And you mentioned that Ashton hasn't had a lot of
shame her leadership skills are being wasted on
she could potentially
winning one seat,
carrying the baggage of leading the Liberals to their worst defeat in South Australian history. Would it have been better to have put her in the position after the election just to give her that clean slate?
Well, I think this is where we have to say a huge thank you to Ashton that she was prepared to step up with only 100 days to go when the situation was looking pretty dire. In fact, I think when Ashton came into the role, there were predictions that we weren't going to win any seats at this state election. So I think we owe a huge debt of gratitude.
Still wouldn't be. I would not be surprised if the Liberals don't win any seats at all.
Well, I think she'll save the furniture, which is fantastic. I think we'll see seats won that we probably may not have won had she not been the leader. But I also think that she's demonstrated that going forward, that we do have a true leader. So, as much as everybody likes the easy ride into becoming the leader or becoming being successful anyway, that's not the way politics works. She inherited something because circumstances put it in her lap, and we should be very grateful she took it up.
Tom, what's it been like? Have you had to change strategies since Ashton Hearn took over as leader compared to Vincent Tasia?
No, the entire policy framework that was argued by the Liberal Party was developed by Vincent. I don't think the result tonight would have been any different had Vincent Tarzia been the leader. I think the Liberal Party have done Ashton Hearn a huge disservice by putting her in now. She would never admit it because she's a trooper, but they've treated her very badly. Vincent was undermined. He was basically forced to leave. The platform the Liberal Party have fought on today was not Ashton's. She didn't develop it. It was developed by Vincent and his team. And what they've done now is pushed Ashton through the cycle an election earlier than she would otherwise have planned.
Okay, so if she had been in the role for longer, do you think that would have been a tougher situation for you? Do you think the Liberals would be going much better?
I don't know. I mean, the Liberal Party has undergone over the last 4 years something quite seismic. Their former leader was shown inhaling a cocaine on air.
Cocaine.
That was seismic in South Australia. And I don't think South Australians are used to seeing their political leaders in those types of images. And the damage that did to the Liberal Party, along with the leadership changes and a lot of the interventions federally, have made it very difficult for anyone in the Liberal Party to get any clean air on anything. It's been very difficult for them. But I've got to say, I feel very sorry for Vincent because I'm not quite sure what has changed other than...
You also do have a fair, I think it's fair to say, affection for Vincent Tarzia. You've referred to him at various times in State Parliament as your young apprentice.
Yes, I do like Vincent. Vincent is much maligned and underrated. And we'll see tonight what happens in Hartley and how he goes against, if there is a Labor swing, if there is one, how he compares to his other Liberal colleagues around the state. I think he is a fighter. I say that
what's his policy platform
in South Australia, other than Peter Malinauskas over the last 10 years, is Nick Xenophon.
Fucking hell.
And
0-5.
Vincent sent Nick, beat Nick at the election. So underestimating Vincent is difficult.
Well, that's an unfortunate
What's
headline.
your opinion on that? Should people not be underestimating Vincent Tarzia's capabilities as a grassroots campaigner?
Oh, absolutely, they shouldn't be underestimating him. I mean, sure, we saw what happened in 2018 when he saw off the surge of Nick Xenophon and basically, buried the Xenophon party during that election campaign. And he is a solid performer. He's a good guy, but I think I absolutely.
He used to be moderate.
Tom.
No, from the right faction.
Fantastic grassroots campaigner. He understands his electorate, and his electorate knows who he is. They know what he stands for. I don't think there'd be any.
It's just past 6:12, which means that it will unfortunately not be a landslide greater than that of Mark Vaughan in 2021, where former ABC election analyst Anthony Green called the election only 42 minutes after polls closed.
Or in federal politics, the federal trend. And I agree. I think Vincent's one to watch because I would suggest that his electorate have such a favourable view of him.
Well, interesting, just on that, I mean, that's what we saw in 2022 with David Spears in the seat of Black, who managed to hold off the tide when you lost a number of seats in Adelaide's southern suburbs.
Tom, I just wanted to get back to the question that Emma asked about Ashton Hearn and whether her going into the leadership position changed Labor's strategy when it came to attacking her as a leader. And there were some comments made by the Liberal Party after some of the debates that we've been having in this campaign, accusing the Premier of mansplaining at different times. Do you think that changed things, having Ashton Hearn there apart? Vincent?
Did the leader of the right-wing party accusing a left-wing man of mansplaining? This is not what the right needs. If you can even consider the Liberal Party to be right-wing, never should the right be playing by the left's rules. Never should the right be accusing the left of being the real racists. Most certainly not should the right wing be accusing the left wing of being the real sexists either. Oh no, I've even seen people today on the timeline. Zoran Mamdani's wife said the N-word and the F slur, and people are accusing her and the left of being the real homophobes. Like, the left doesn't care. The left's happy. The left's happy you calling them homophobes. That's their framework. That's their worldview. That is their worldview.
Vincent Tarzia?
Well, I don't know. There's always a nuance in a debate when it's a male and female in opposing sides. I think Peter's very respectful Ashton, but it's also a political debate and a fight. So Labor will make its point and make it forcefully, and we've got a story to tell. Now, Ashton is no softie either. I mean, she gives as good as she gets, and you've seen that in the debates. So I think Ashton is up to the task of debating the Premier.
Woman-splaining. She's a woman-splainer.
So I don't think that was an issue. My point is, elections are fought and won on policy, and I can't see a difference between what Vincent developed and what Ms Hearn fought, because they were exactly the same policy platform. The only change were 2 changes to stamp duty and the water pricing. Other than that, the rest of the policy platform was exactly the same. So the Liberal Party took to the election a platform that Vincent Tarzia developed, not one that Ashton Hearn developed.
Casey, I want to bring you in now because it is 6:46 p.m. local time here in South Australia. Where are the votes?
Yeah, this is an anxiety-inducing part of any election night for all candidates, for voters, for everyone watching along, for panellists. Look, there are no votes yet. Okay. We have had nothing reported from the Electoral Commission. South Australia 4 years ago was a little bit slow to get going with the counting of the feed. So to be honest, I'm not all that surprised. Also, we have many candidates in many seats, and that tends to slow down things. So we're still waiting. No votes yet. I'll be with you as soon as I have one. Believe you me, I'm madly refreshing our media feeds and the Exeter website as well.
Refresh, Casey.
Yes, not too much.
Tom, I want to get onto that point as well as you, Anne. We have seen so many candidates here. We've seen 2 seats with 12 candidates. We've got 11. This is blowing everything out of the water in terms of previous records. Why?
I think because the government was so strong, there are a lot of people who saw weakness in the Liberal Party. And I say that respectfully. I'm not trying to preempt a result. I think that people felt there was an opportunity to take advantage of that weakness. And most of the candidates that are running here are centre-right candidates. And there's Family First, the Bob Day Party, One Nation, a whole series of other conservative independents.
Didn't he used to be in Family First? Why has he got his own party?
Too, but I think what you're seeing here is...
I know the current iteration of Family First and the original Family First have no relationship with each other, regardless of what Lyle Shelton
we'll find out tonight.
Will pretend.
They're sick of Labor. I have not sensed that in my electorate. I think people think Peter Malinauskas has done an exceptional job as leader. But look, we've got the tide of history against us here. I mean, expectations are up here for us. Peter currently holds the most seats Labor's ever held in the history of our party in this state. And everyone's expecting us to do more. If we just return the seats we have, it's equal to our best ever result in our history. And if the Liberal Party just hold what they have tonight, it's officially their worst result in their history. So expectations are high on both sides.
And Rustin, let's get your thoughts on the number of candidates.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously there is an awful lot of candidates out there, which, as I said earlier, will make it very challenging to even understand in some of the seats where they do get reasonably high votes, because it's going to depend on where the preference splits as to how the preference is going to be distributed. But I think there's also something that's really changing on the landscape, and that is how we are campaigning and how we're communicating with voters. Previously we used to rely heavily on legacy media, conventional advertising and, putting little pieces of paper into people's mailboxes. That's just not the way it works anymore. And I think modern communications and modern techniques are probably encouraging people that you don't have to spend, a huge amount of money and have an army of people running around sticking things in letterboxes. You actually can run an effective campaign just by using social media and other forms of communication. So I think
I disagree. I mean, obviously, a successful campaign in 2026 will utilise social media to a significant extent, but you still need door-to-door knocking. Like, that's how the Greens won 3 seats in the inner city Brisbane in 2022. Brisbane, Griffith and Ryan, because they door-knocked 90,000 dwellings in those 3 electorates. And appealed to what the average person in those electorates supported, which was restricting aircraft noise and combating climate change, because the Brisbane floods have just been the worst since 2011. Now, that's what the Greens failed. They didn't do. They didn't have a grassroots campaign in 2025. They were obsessed with Gaza on the other side of the world. That's why the Greens lost. That's why the Greens fell back to 1 seat. Because the Greens embraced far-left communist politics. I mean, they're obviously a communist party. Did you see this? This is getting off topic, but one of the co-founders of the Greens, Drew Hutton, was expelled from the Queensland Greens because he said that men can't become women. I don't think it was anything too objectionable. It wasn't objectionable, but it was something that the trans militants would find objectionable. And Bob Brown and Christina Milne, like the 2 giants of the history of the Green Party, came out and said, well, no, we oppose his expulsion.
or their community, that they should put their hand up, whether that be local government, state government or federal government, and to encourage people and make sure that people, have the ability to do that. Now, in terms of whether you're a party or whether you're an independent, I don't think that particularly matters, but I absolutely think it's a great thing in this country that anybody can just put their hand up to represent their community and have their name on a ballot paper. That's a good thing.
Tom Koutsantonis, what about the electoral reforms that came through in this term that's ending today? Do you think that may have potentially encouraged more people to put their hands up?
Potentially. Look, it's always hard to know what makes someone want to nominate for Parliament. People want to serve, they want to serve their local community. Sometimes they see an absence of leadership in a particular party that they've supported previously. I suspect there are a lot of One Nation supporters tonight who have either been former Labor voters or former Liberal voters who are feeling disenfranchised, and we'll see what proportion of that there is. I mean, I know that the One Nation candidate in West Torrens, who I met, Judith Aldridge, who was a lovely person. We spent 6 days on
What did the 2022 election look like?
Because of two clients of hers at a pub she worked at committed suicide.
Labour won 436,000 votes, 40% of the electorate, 7 points swing to Walsh. There were 27 seats, they won 8 seats. Liberals won 389,000 votes, 36% of the electorate, and lost 2.3% of the vote. Won only 16 seats,
didn't see it all.
and lost 9 seats. The Greens 100,000, 9%. They're not really important, but I just wanted to see how Labor and Liberals were doing.
I don't know. I think the reforms...
How many seats they won? 27 Labor, 16 Liberals, 0 for the Greens. The Greens might pick up a seat this election, I'm not sure though. And independents 4, so that's also something to look out for. How well the independents in South Australia
I
will
want to
do.
ask about an issue that you touched on, and in terms of the way people campaign now, and we thank you both for being on traditional media as well, because we love it, clearly. How are things different? Tom, how are you at taking a selfie? Do you have to do it a bit more now?
I'm terrible. My daughters who are watching think I'm hopeless at it. They think I'm a, Neanderthal when it comes to taking selfies.
But have you had to do things differently?
Yes, and they make me do selfies, and they make me do videos, and they make me do what they call memes. I hate it.
Okay.
But apparently the kids love it.
But is that the way to get votes now? Is that where things are headed? That it's going to be...
Do old people pretend not to understand? Like, he knows exactly what they're called. He knows they're called memes, not, if they call them memes and, I don't know. Why do old people do that? Pretend not to understand.
Going to be more...
I mean, there are old people that don't understand, but I think he understands.
Of that and less
do you understand what I'm getting at? Am I confusing anybody?
I think people still...
Am I not being clear in my description?
With us, Treasurer. Thank you.
No,
I remember one time in class, it was just years ago, a teacher said, PS, referring to PlayStation, PS, whatever number it is now. And some kid told her, you know exactly what number it is.
I'll tell you what...
That's not really relevant to what we're talking about, but...
is being on ABC Radio. David Bevan would interview in his particular style. I know he's listening.
What they call memes, exactly.
And I get more comments about thoughtful discussion about policy on radio than I do about any 5-second meme I do on Instagram. So I think that is part of the engagement process to get you in deeper. I still think people are thirsty for traditional media, and people do turn to trusted sources.
What about our conversations on the morning's program?
You know David
You've
Bevan,
heard
mate.
him now.
You know David Bevan.
Oh, lucky I'm in between.
Creepers, wow.
Jeepers.
Not even 7 o'clock.
Shots fired.
No idea who that is. Must be some South Australian
Is this where things are headed,
news
do you
presenter.
think? Do you think it's headed in that way, the social media and getting to people differently?
There is no doubt. You've only got to have a look at how the influencers and the kind of numbers of people that are following them, and then you look at some of the the more high profile members of Parliament and see what their social media feeds are looking like, to know that people are hungry to get information by a myriad of different ways. I mean, I thought Tom was very brave abusing you so early in the night.
So nice.
That we are now.
That normally happens after 9.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping that means that you're going to ask him all the nasty questions and I'll the easy ones. But But I just think that campaigning has changed. I mean, campaigning's changed because we now have a week where you've got election day is now an election week, and federally it's even longer than that. And I think that people, because life is so instantaneous now, you can't actually build a bank of things with the public, but that's where very good local members come in.
I don't understand voting before election day. I mean, if you're busy on election day, that obviously makes sense. But and I know people want to get it out of the way, but why would you? What happens if the person you vote for comes out? Oh, they're child rapist. That's just something that won't happen. But let's just say that you've just wasted your vote. Or it turns out that one of the other candidates are now something you really support, or the candidate you voted for comes out with something you absolutely hate, but you've already voted for them, or you've already not voted for them. It doesn't make any sense, and frankly, early voting should be restricted. Like, unless you've got actual reasons for voting early, I don't think you should be allowed to vote early, and we should get rid of mandatory voting. But that's a discussion for another day.
You need to make sure that you've got a really snappy message that's being delivered at the right time in the right way to your audience, and you can be much more granular around how you're speaking to people. You used to just have to blast everything out everywhere and hope like all hell that everyone would pick up the piece of information that they wanted. Now you really can target by using very clever algorithms that work with social media and the like. So I think campaigning really has changed. I mean, I love taking pictures with dogs because I just love animals and I love dogs, and the amount of time that if I take a photo on the campaign trail with somebody's dog...
What is it with all people taking photos
times as many
of themselves
than if I've got
with their dogs or of their dogs?
So, I think, it's a combination. It's no one way.
They just love it.
You have to do it all.
And you mentioned some of the positives of using social media to get your message out there, but what are some of the challenges, particularly for MPs, when you've got that direct line of communication with punters?
Look, I think the biggest challenge of social media is you're just never sure, because you don't have the checks and balances you do in legacy media where you actually have to tell the truth. And you will often see things being put out on social media that just
you don't have to tell the truth on traditional media.
And it's really, really difficult to pull that back once it's been said. And I mean, you can see some of the campaigns, the sort of undercurrent campaigns that get out there, and the truth is created on a lie, and it's very difficult to bring it back again. So I think that's the big challenge of social media or a non-regulated media.
Should be perfect for the major parties then. Social media, being able to lie without interruption.
Validating this information as actually being correct. So it can be used quite mischievously I mean, I don't think the major parties use it mischievously, but it certainly has been used for...
I have some numbers if you're interested.
Oh, let's briefly hear those if we can.
So I've got some indicative numbers from Netherby in the seat of Unley. At the last election, Labor received 23.062% of the primary vote. In this election, it's up to 33. Liberal Party got 60.6%.
And just so we're really clear, can you explain to us where you're getting these numbers from?
This is from our ALP headquarters. A Liberal Party vote has now dropped nearly...
Why did it have that before the ABC?
...to 34.3. So Labor's on 33.7, the Liberals are on 34.3, the Greens are steady on 16, and One Nation's on 9.3.
Well, there we go. We do have some early numbers there. Thank you for that, Treasurer. Casey, I want to bring you into this conversation.
The Treasurer.
We're going to go to the state's southeast. Can you explain to us the seat of Mount Gambier in the contest there?
Yeah, fascinating contest tonight. This has really become quite a fascinating seat. A long time ago, the seat of Mount Gambier, obviously centred on the city of Mount Gambier, had a Labor history.
Really? Mount Gambier seat is located in Mount Gambier? Who would have thought?
It's become
you're going to tell me that the seat of Adelaide's in Adelaide?
McEwen, when Rory McEwen retired, local mayor Don Pegler picked up...
You're going to tell me that Western Australia is in the western part of Australia?
Seat, preventing the Liberals from gaining that seat in Parliament. And then when Troy Bell won that as a Liberal, he, of course, did defect.
People do that just on the internet, exactly, yeah.
Criminal charges and the various issues.
Who's this annoying boss lady?
Troy Bell, the seat is actually vacant. Troy Bell has resigned from this.
The elderly woman, if that's who you're referring, she's not that old. If you're referring to her, Anne Ruston, she's a Liberal senator from South Australia.
Independent Hands is is someone who used to work for Troy.
The other woman, the younger woman, I believe,
so the question would be,
is
independents have won this seat in 6 of the past
South
7
Australian political
elections. Will it
reporter, chief
remain
political
in independent
reporter in
hands
South
tonight?
Australia for the
Will it
ABC.
return, as it has been before all of those independent MPs, a relatively safe Liberal seat?
Casey, thank you. Let's bring in Travis Thatcher now. He is the independent candidate in the seat of Mount Gambier. Travis, welcome.
Hey guys, how are you?
Travis, how has that more than a decade working for Troy Bell shaped your campaign?
Look, I think every day in the office, you know, I've got to speak with the community every day and listen to their issues and concerns, and I think I have been able to pick up the skills to, you know, help out the community and make it a better place.
Just explain to us, if you can, Travis, how the campaign has played out down there. Obviously, we know that the Liberals have been pretty keen to get it back.
This is just this guy speaking his accent, his natural voice is 100% a Perry. Yeah.
Pretty tough, really. Like, I sort of kicked off about October, and you know, lots of letterboxing and the likes, and recently campaign forums.
Is he still on Twitter, or did he take himself off Twitter?
Yeah, look, we've all had.
Is he on X now? No, X. Sorry.
I think.
What's that pedophile website called? Blue Sky.
It's a bit of a tough one.
I know that
you know, Liberal, Labor, and One Nation.
The guy from Crikey, Cameron.
And the Independents.
Whatever his
are
name.
all going to be in the mix.
The editor for Crikey is on Blue Sky,
if you are elected
and it was leaked in from his group chat that he was in that they were celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I don't know if Casey Briggs was also in that chat, but I know Casey Briggs is one of those lefty idiot pronouns in bio. We're on unceded, stolen Gadigal land.
Yeah. I think, you know, having lived in Mount Gambier my whole life, I know what the community wants and needs, and like you mentioned, working in the electorate office for the last 12 years, I've heard daily what the concerns are. I've built good relationships with Labor and Liberal MPs and staffers, as well as people in the department, so I kind of feel like I'm ready to hit the ground running.
Travis, thank you.
No worries, thank you.
Okay, let's head over to Casey now, because finally some votes are coming in. Casey, we were sweating over here.
We just got quite a lot come in at once, and so I've just been hit by a flood of numbers that we're trying to just have a look at some early trends and see what's happening. I'll pick out 3 very quickly to show you, because there are some very interesting figures. Now, in most of these, we're looking at one booth, maybe a couple of booths, so I'm going to caution very early figures. This is 2,800 votes across the state in total. But Chafee, Tim Whetstone, the former Primary Industries Minister, we were wondering if Jennifer Troth, the One Nation candidate, might become the most serious challenger to Tim Whetstone. Here's what we're looking at: 224 votes for Tim Whetstone.
That's too early to make a prediction. That's
Troth,
only 2.5% of the vote.
So will that hold up? Will One Nation?
But that is a very good early poll for One Nation. Very, very good.
Overtake, you know, very early days. We're going to take some time and look at these numbers properly. I'm giving them to you as soon as we've got them. We are getting a count, as I said, between the Liberal Party and One Nation in that seat. On these figures, on that single booth, Tim Whetstone would be re-elected, but one booth. Let's look at Flinders as well.
That's the swing. That's not the Archie
South Australia, Sam Telfer, a first-term MP, is on 45%. One Nation has taken second in this.
Labor, 5.7%.
Independent Megan Petherick, who's been running for quite some time.
Labor's obviously going to win this election, but it'll be interesting to see if they also get decimated in the regions.
I haven't checked to see where these figures are from. I would expect her vote will be higher in Port Lincoln than some other parts of the seat, so this might shift through the night. But again, One Nation putting in a strong showing in a couple of booths there. And let's go to Elizabeth, where at the moment, one booth in. Kim.
Is Flinders Whyalla? Because they've been having trouble with the steelwork, so it's understandable if they specifically don't want to vote for Labor in very high numbers.
Hanton, the One Nation candidate, has won that booth on the first preference vote. Kim Hanton with 39.6, Ella Shaw on 32.4, the Greens on 13.7. These are very interesting numbers. I'm going to go and have a look at the
Liberals 5%
and see if we can
lower than Family First
here. But One Nation does appear to be in a handful of seats that we're seeing already performing.
Elizabeth's in Adelaide seat as well, in the far northern suburbs of Adelaide.
Let's get a bit of reaction on that. I know it's very, very early days. Tom, what are your thoughts on that?
I'm thinking about a lot of Liberal MPs tonight who'd be very grateful that Labor is preferencing them ahead of One Nation. interesting to see what happens in Elizabeth as more booths come in. That's obviously a worrying number. But I don't know where that booth is and what the traditional vote there is. I think also it's going to be very hard tonight to get a feel of what the swing is.
Yeah, Emma agrees. That's good.
So different this time than
are you from South Australia?
From West Torrens,
if you're from South Australia, can you add more context and enlighten me, because I'm from Brisbane.
So
I'm not too familiar with the political landscape of Adelaide and South Australia.
In Elizabeth, or that vote we saw in those two regional areas, could be skewed by people who traditionally have voted there, voted at pre-poll. So we won't know until we see a trend over time. But it's a big result for One Nation so far.
Anne Ruston?
Yeah, there's no doubt they're big votes, but I think, in the absence of knowing which polling booths they are, it's very difficult to understand whether it's actually it's a trend that's going to have an ultimate impact at the end of the night. So until we actually see those, but yeah, I mean, quite clearly, One Nation, by the look of that, their vote is holding up at this stage, but also it comes down to those preferences, and as Tom said, in the regional seats, the preferences of the ALP may well be very important for the Liberals.
Let's go back to Casey. What else have you got for us?
I thought I might just, now we've got a collection of votes in 0.2% counted across the state. Let's just have a look at the very, very early figures on the statewide totals. I am going to continue to caution these are very, very early figures, but they are indicating
0.2% of the vote, that's like 10,000 votes at most.
In fact, real. We just need to work
not
out
even,
exactly
it'll be like
how
a
real
couple
it
of
is.
thousand.
These are figures that are over indexed on regional areas. There is not that much Adelaide in these figures yet, but Labor on 35 at the moment. We are projecting
25% of the statewide vote. These are early numbers, but
these are,
wow.
as I say, not a lot of Adelaide in here, so treat this with caution. 35 for Adelaide,
Okay,
Party
not a lot of Adelaide.
17.9, One Nation on a quarter of the
But
vote
still.
of what we've got, which is only about 4,000 votes. Just look at the change in vote there. The Liberal Party is well
Not
down.
surprising
One
that One
well
Nation
up,
will have
Labor's
such
down a bit
a
as well.
high
This
vote
pattern that
compared to
was predicted
2022.
by the opinion polls appears to be coming to pass in what we're seeing so far. How exactly it plays out on a seat-by-seat level, it's way too early to know.
Okay, Casey, thank you. Well, we're going to pause here at the ABC Election Centre in Adelaide for just a couple of minutes. We're going to get the latest in what else is making news. Here's Mariam Saab.
Here are the ABC News headlines. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has
Wonder what part
rejected
of the world
claims
she's
that
from.
Australia failed to give support to the US in the Middle East. It comes after US President Donald Trump called
Why do we have to
NATO
support
allies cowards
the US and Israel in their war against Iran? The US shouldn't even be in that war. That is Israel's battle. Israel's battle to
has
fight.
reportedly threatened to expand its retaliatory.
But I'll see if what else people are saying in the live chat right now. You're from Melbourne, born in Adelaide. Traditional Labor hold city areas such as Adelaide, Libs and National around state, having One Nation get upper and lower house seats. One Nation are definitely getting upper house seats. I think most likely they'll get some lower house seats too. Regardless of what happens, it will be interesting to see what most likely, unless these early numbers don't eventuate and One Nation only gets like 10% of the statewide vote. It'll be very good for One Nation, and they can use that as a launch pad to further keep attacking the Liberals, both Labor and the Coalition in Victoria, as well as New South Wales, who have a state election in less than a year, plus federally. Recently, I'll get this up. I'll wait on a news break. Ozpol, not to be confused with Ozpill. Labor, Demos AU MRP poll, federal prediction of a survey of 8,500 voters. Prediction made because with those 8,500 survey respondents, Labor is 29%, One Nation is 27%, the Liberal National Coalition is 21%, the Greens are 12%, and others are 11%. You can see that One Nation are really the only party that will win more seats, will win a higher vote share compared to 2025. Obviously, Labor is going to remain in government. I don't see Labor losing the next election. Maybe in 2031 or 2034, One Nation could have a serious crack at becoming the largest party. But this, One Nation, 52 seats. 1 in 3 seats in the House will be One Nation. That didn't even happen in Queensland in 1998 when they won 11 seats. That is massive. This, most importantly, the Liberal National Party, 9 seats across the nation. Only one in Queensland. Historically, the coalition's strongest state, and all of their seats and Liberals. None of them are Nationals. One Nation will completely wipe out the Nationals. And if you watch my video, The Meteoric Rise of One Nation, one of the predictions I made that One Nation would kill the Nationals. So that is what you will see in the coming. The Nationals don't really exist in South Australia, as I mentioned earlier. They exist, but they're not a force to be reckoned with, as they are in Victoria and New South Wales and federally. So I think you will see in the next 12 months the end of the National Party. The second oldest party in Australia, actually, older than the Liberals by 25 years. Let's get back.
Can extend as far inland as...
No incumbent in the seat of Lee, Stephen Mulligan, retiring and leaving.
Labor's won their close seat. I'm guessing that is Peter Malinauskas' seat.
Yours in Port Adelaide. What are you hearing from the boos there?
Look, it's very early days. I haven't seen any data come through yet from Port Adelaide, other than to say that there is a really strong sense across the western suburbs of a Team Labor approach. It's been a focus of our campaign, it's been a focus of our government, and I'm very confident, albeit that we're in very early stages in this count, that the Labor primary will hold really strong across the western suburbs.
Why is it saying that
what we are
they've
also
won?
seeing is an absolute decimation of the Liberal primary, and that's splitting two ways.
The ALP has won a seat if it's not showing up
We
here.
are seeing some early numbers for your seat of Cheltenham as well. Here, Joe Sockarts, we've got you on a primary of almost 40%. One Nation.
Wow. Liberals. Less than 3% of the vote. Fucking hell. Unreal.
On these very early numbers, and I stress, just 0.5.
Just 0.5, but
the count
wow.
has been conducted. One Nation running second currently.
They're below. They're FGA. What's the FGA party? Okay, this is most likely the seat that he's Labor's won. FGA. Oh, Sarah Gay and Fair Go for Australians. I really hate that, putting your name in a political party, and all these minor right-wing parties. Hopefully they all fold in the coming years, just support One Nation, and even behind some independent and family first. Wow, unreal.
Well, as you said, it's very early days. We don't have anywhere near the qualitative data to be able to make an assessment at this stage. But there's no doubt, for each and every one of us as candidates who were on the early voting, that One Nation were far more popular than the Liberals. I think there is no doubt that the One Nation campaign has been a focus of many who have been seeking to move.
Oh, I see. We've got our new Australians that we love so much. I don't know if this is in Adelaide or if this is a cricket match in Calcutta.
Away from a Liberal Party who have, to put it lightly, really struggled across the last 4 years.
What would a second term for you mean in government and in cabinet, rather?
Well, we're going to look out for the people of South Australia. We're going to continue delivering for the people of South Australia. We're going to be focused on you instead of the Liberals who focus on themselves, and we're going to reject the divisive politics of One Nation. I'll see what he says.
Every single day that we have the privilege of serving in government, and if I'm speaking personally, every day I've got the privilege of being in cabinet is a day that we can make a difference. And I've been asked many times over the last week about, why am I doing this and why are we doing this? Well, it's pretty clear, Rory, and fundamental for me. Every day that I wake up, I get to drive past the hospital that I was born in at the QEH. I get to make a difference by fighting my backside off for a community that I love and that has shaped me, and that the sense of fairness and the sense of justice that we hold true here in the West is both something that drives me, but something that also is part of who we are as a Labor Party.
Joe Sockarts, thank you.
I'd say it was mostly right. It was somewhat right in my prediction of what he'd say.
I want to turn to you, Anne Ruston. Obviously, I started there asking Joe Sockarts about the seat of Colton. It is one of the 3 metropolitan seats where you don't have an incumbent. Do you feel particularly vulnerable there?
Well, it's always really difficult when you pre-select your candidate so late, which we had to do because Matt Cowtrey's late retirement from the Parliament. And look, Beck Sutton has been a great candidate. She's worked really, really hard, but she came in really late, and obviously Aria has been out on the ground for a long time. So it does make it particularly difficult.
Sorry, but, the Liberal Party the incumbent in that seat?
You've got to turn up on the good days, you've got to turn up on the bad days.
Oh.
And,
I thought we were looking at Cheltenham.
With the early figures still being, very, very limited, it's a little early to say. But yeah, it's a
okay.
tough
We're talking
for
about
a
another
candidate
seat
to go into a seat at the very last minute against somebody who's been out on the ground for a really long time.
Tom, on the incumbency factor, obviously we saw.
I need to set up a Blue Sky account so I can wind up some fragile progressives. Good luck, you'll be on that website for 15 seconds before you get banned.
Retiring. Does that place that seat at additional risk for you?
Their website is so repugnant. I think that
Ella's an
you'll
exceptional candidate
not want to go on that
She's,
website
someone who's
rather
worked
than you
very,
winding
very
them up.
hard.
I think they'll wind you
I
up.
think we're going on about 300 votes or so. We're seeing this swing, so let's just wait and see what comes out of it. I'm Matt Cowdrey. The Liberal Party needs to ask itself why someone of the calibre of Matt Cowdrey would decide to quit. He's young, he had a bright future in the Parliament, he was good in the Parliament, and he decided to leave. And it's a real loss. Aria will be fantastic. I'm not trying to disparage Aria, but I just think when you have people like that deciding not to recontest, that should raise real alarm bells.
I think we'll speak more about that and also recruitments a bit later as well. But first, let's go to Casey now. Casey, you've got some more figures?
Yeah, the picture in regional South Australia is extremely complicated. I want to just focus on Adelaide for the moment, where government is
17% swing to One Nation in the primary vote.
This is the change in the primary vote.
So they're taking votes from Labor as well,
across
3.5 points down.
The Liberal vote is down 16 points off this 0.6% count. Most of that seeming to have, well, maybe all of that seeming to have transferred in net terms to One Nation and Labor.
Just a thought, I don't know if this is going to eventuate, but if Labor loses enough votes in some electorates, that in the Liberals, nobody expected the Liberals to win in these electorates, but One Nation finishes below the Liberals. One Nation preferences managed to get the Liberals home in electorates the Liberals weren't projected to win. I don't know, that's a thought. That probably won't happen, but
Labor is down a
never
little bit. What does that mean in terms of the primary vote? So we've got Labor currently, we're estimating at about 42.4. The Liberal Party and One Nation sort of neck and neck in metropolitan Adelaide. The Greens on 13.
Oh, I don't know why Labor, former Labor voters would preference Liberals over Labor, but
I'm going to be very careful about what I say at this point.
Too many people don't think for themselves. They just read the fucking how to vote card.
These figures are very low, but at the moment it is seeming like in Adelaide, while there is a very complicated picture happening across many seats, Labor is holding its ground in the votes we've seen well enough that if that continued, you would see Labor re-elected. Being very careful with what I say because it's a very early count and there's a lot of complexity here. But
so are we getting close?
No. At the moment, though, there are many seats we don't have any votes in yet. But Labor, on the votes we're seeing at the moment would not be so concerned that they are, about to lose government or anything like that, or they're about to lose significant numbers of seats. I'll leave it.
No, these are very good numbers for Labor still.
I want to show you a couple of Adelaide seats.
They're always going to lose some ground to
Hartley is
One
one
Nation.
of them. 3 booths in. Jen Roberts has 40.6% of the vote. Vincent Tarzia, the
Fuck.
opposition leader, is on 24.2%. The Greens are in third.
That's 40-17. That's 57%. Labor can easily get home.
One Nation. You wouldn't expect One Nation in the eastern suburbs of Adelaide to do as well as they're doing in some other parts, but in 4th place on 13.8. We are getting a preference count between the Labor and the Liberal candidate in this electorate. You would expect that will be the correct count, and that count at the moment is showing a swing toward Labor that is more than sufficient to see Labor elected. Again, an early count, but Labor ahead in
5% of the vote. That's
so that is potentially a gain.
I'd give that vote to.
And then the
I'd
City
give
of West
that seat
Torrens,
to
Tom
Labor.
Cookson Tonus.
Although they probably have a reason they're not giving it to Labor already.
Right now, your vote's down a little bit, but I don't think you'll be too worried because 55% of the vote here, and then you've got the Greens on 16.9, One Nation on 16.8, and the Liberal candidate has fallen to third place with 9% of the vote. So,
9%.
Tom Coutson-Turners, I think I'm prepared to say you're probably the first MP that we can say has been re-elected. I don't think that's turning around. But
wonder if the new Premier is told where the barrels are buried. What, Snowtown? Is that what you're talking about? What's the one where the barrels were buried? I have an idea as to what you're talking about. I don't know what exact case you're referring to, though.
Fascinating.
Okay, very reassuring.
As if it was in doubt, Tom. Come on. Look, let's go now to the Deputy Opposition Leader in the seat of Hyson, Josh Teague. Josh, thanks for joining us tonight.
Is this a One Nation stream? No, it's not. Although I do sympathise with One Nation. I'm in Brisbane. I didn't vote in this election. I have my criticisms of One Nation. I made a video about it.
What's your reaction to that?
But I am anticipating a great One Nation showing at this election. I'm not affiliated with One Nation, nor is this a One Nation stream, if that's what you're asking.
I'm sure that there's a long way to go. I wish Vincent all the very best in Hartley. He's demonstrated that he's a fighter and he will be there and putting every best effort forward. So he'll be watching the count just as I am here in Hyson.
Well, let's talk about your seat now. How confident are you that you will hold on to your seat?
Well, it's over to everybody throughout the district now.
Is this a Labor bloc?
We've just come to the end of 7 days of voting, including the last 6 days of early voting. And I saw 8,500 of our community coming through over the last week. And around the district today, I think what we're seeing is that there is clearly a red-hot contest. I'm used to that in Hyson. I came in 18 when Nick Xenophon was
the Greens projected to do
a close contest. And today, the results will be.
No votes coming in yet for Hyson.
And I think we'll need to be watching as the larger booths and certainly the pre-poll result comes in later on tonight.
Josh, you're the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, Shadow Attorney General. You hold other portfolios as well. How difficult has it been with that load to maintain a local campaign as well? Has that been challenging?
Well, I think what's really important for me to emphasise is that I want to pay tribute to our leader, Ashton Hearn, who has, over this last little more than 100 days, taken on this task to lead the way. And I've been permitted, along with all of us, to run hard locally, and with Ashton leading the way in our overall campaign, we have been putting our best foot forward over this journey, and so it's now over to the electors of Hyson.
Josh,
why then we are One Nation? I didn't say I'm against One Nation. I said I'm supporting them in this election.
Have you been surprised by?
I'm not affiliated with One Nation.
So well leading up to this campaign, and looking at some of the early vote count as well.
I'm a neutral observer watching this election, as I would be in front of a television. I'm just speaking to some people doing it as well. Thank you all for watching, by the way.
Of the district and some results around the state coming in early, and I think it shows that there are several contenders who are doing their best to attract votes in this contest. As I say, I'm no stranger to that in Hyson, and it's over to the community now. I want to maximise the primary, of course. And then those others are running their own race. But I'm really proud of the fact that throughout this campaign we have maintained a commitment to telling our story. And it's been really interesting to see some of our competitors talking about us the entire time. So we'll look for the results now. As I say, it's over to the community, and I'm really proud of all the colleagues, especially our leader, Ashton Hearn. And I want to say thanks to all of those people who are behind me who have committed so much time to our campaign. Really proud of them and the campaign that we've run in Hyson.
Josh Teague, thanks for your time tonight.
Thanks very much.
I want to have a chat to the panel now about some of the policies that have been thrown about during this election. Tom, last election, you guys went really hard on health. You promised to fix ramping, you didn't. How damaging has that been to this campaign?
I think given that the Liberals were the ones who were prosecuting it the hardest, I think the government stood on its record and is proud of its record, and I think what people are seeing...
Okay, you promised to stop ramping and you didn't, yet you're proud of your record? Why?
Ambulances rolling up on time. Yes,
but they're still being ramped.
Sure, and I accept that, and no government's perfect, and we've made mistakes.
Oh, whoops, your grandmother died because of ambulance ramping, because the government promised to fix ambulance ramping, it didn't. But
ambulances are turning
not perfect.
People are surviving because an ambulance does arrive. But whenever we get that bed
the fall of the major parties cannot come soon enough, honestly.
Given that was the main argument our opponents were making, and given the results I'm seeing tonight, I don't think that campaign worked. I think what the Liberal Party attempted to do this election was refight the 2022 election rather than fight the 2026 election. And I think they're paying the price for that now.
Anne Ruston.
Well, I think that you can't shy away from the fact that it was the entire campaign in 2022. You were going to fix ramping. Singly, you've failed when it comes to fixing ramping, and quite frankly, the health system in this state is in a pretty parlous state. I mean, the AMA's recent report that was released just last week shows that on just about every metric, South Australia is in a world of pain when it comes to
16
health.
concurrent viewers.
And
Say hi. Make sure to give the stream a like.
South Australians
tell me how you think
are
I'm
feeling at the moment, not the least of which is, as you say, the challenges of paying the bills week by week. But there is a failure, and I think you have to admit that you have failed South Australia on the number one promise that you made when you went to the last election, and that was to fix ramping.
I have a lot of time for Anne because I think she's a serious politician. But the truth is, anyone who goes to our public healthcare system is seeing the massive investments we're making. They're seeing the extra doctors, nurses, and ambos. They're knowing that when they call an ambulance, they can trust it turns up on time. Have we fixed ramping? No, we have not. And we've said that throughout the entire campaign. If South Australians felt that our health system was completely failing, as Anne has just characterised, we would see that tonight in the results. We're not seeing that in the results tonight. What we're seeing is, and it's still very early, but we're seeing a repudiation or a halving of the vote of the people who are making this argument. And I think it's those types of arguments that have done the Liberal Party a disservice. People aren't seeing it in their day-to-day lives. Saying that the economy is going backwards in South Australia, when clearly it is not, did not serve the Liberal Party well. Claiming that the health system...
Yeah, why would they think that? Why would they think the economy is going backwards?
System was a disaster, when clearly it's not, has not done them well.
Before we go to Casey, Anne Ruston, I'll give you a moment to respond.
Well, I mean, I think you can
23% of the statewide vote, One Nation. That's good, that's very good.
See their doctor, they're paying more out-of-pocket costs than they've ever paid before.
Liberals 29%.
We know that ramping last year was the worst that it's ever been on record.
18.5%.
That we're struggling to get older Australians out of hospital.
Labor 43.2%. Greens 13.4%.
I mean, I think the experience of the
those are good numbers for One Nation.
Australian is that they are finding it very difficult to access
leading the polls in regional South Australia, 30%. It'll be interesting to see how preferences flow.
You saying that it's okay that
hopefully Liberal preferences will be able to get One Nation home in most regional seats.
But let's have a look at a couple of seats. Let's now start with the seat of the opposition leader, Ashton Hearn. Schubert.
Yeah, let's head to the Barossa Valley in a moment. We've got now a bit more of a count. I think we showed this one very briefly earlier, where Ashton Hearn, the opposition leader, is up against Labor's candidate James Rothe and Bruce Preece of One Nation. Here's the primary vote we've got at the moment. Ashton Hearn, her vote is well down, 35.7. Bruce Preece on 26.2, and James Rothe at the moment on 22.9. Now, we'll get a preference count between these two later tonight. We haven't started to get it yet. We're very interested to see what happens with that count. But the change in vote in that seat...
I reckon Labor preferences could get the Liberals home in
Liberal vote is well down. One Nation's vote is well up. And then let's now have a look at a couple of seats in Adelaide. We're getting a few more votes in Adelaide. Let's start with Hurdle Vale, which is Nat Cook's seat. And we're seeing consistent picture now appearing in a few electorates in the south and in the north of Adelaide, the kind of outer fringes of metropolitan Adelaide. Nat Cook, 43% of the vote. Katrina Emerson, One Nation's candidate, 26.5%, and the Liberals have fallen below the Greens into
10%.
position.
Wow.
Let's show you one more.
12%
Let's
for
show
the
you
Greens. That's
Sid
good.
Lee
Below
in the
the
north.
Greens.
We saw this one earlier. We've got a more press count now. David Wilkins again, 46.5 to One Nation running in second, the Greens in third, and the Liberal Party in fourth position. One Nation is clobbering the Liberal vote across parts of metropolitan Adelaide, in fact all across the state, but we're seeing it very clearly in southern and northern Adelaide. I think Tom Koutsantonis, David Wilkins, Nat Cook should all be re-elected on these figures, but there is a massive reshaping of the electoral map happening below that big red bar that we're
This
seeing
is fantastic
at the
news
top
for
of
One
these
Nation.
electorates.
Even if they don't win any seats in Adelaide, I never thought they would, but they could, actually.
First of all, very quickly,
they could win the seat of
primary vote
Elizabeth in
Adelaide.
the northern suburbs
Again,
of Adelaide.
This is remaining as it's starting to settle down a little bit more. ALP 43.2, Liberal 16.5, and One Nation 18.4. And let me show you the swing that we're seeing at the moment. An estimate of the swing across Adelaide, a swing toward Labor of about 5 points at the moment. That has been shuffling back and forth quite a bit. There are lots of seats we're having to estimate preferences in at the moment rather than having any actual counts. But this is at the moment shaping up as a swing toward Labor in Adelaide.
Ashton Hand would be very happy we're preferencing her in the seat of Schubert.
Oh, the Liberals have got a seat, so I was wrong in my prediction because the Liberals wouldn't win any seats.
It looks like the polls were right leading up to this.
Yeah, well, quite clearly, at the end of the day, we always say that the only poll that counts is on election night, and here we are on election night, and obviously this is the poll that does
that's
count.
just cope. Any politician that says that is just coping.
To see the deterioration in our vote, particularly,
your preferred Premier polling has your leader behind 50 points to the Labor government. Get the only poll that matters is on election day. That's such a stupid thing to say.
Ashton's been a really good local member. But
I mean, what else are you going to say? You can't concede before the election. Oh, Zach Kirkup did in Western Australia in 2021.
The voters out there in Voterland are not happy with us,
Voterland.
and we're seeing it across the board. But
No, see, it's won by,
let's wait and see. We've got a bit more of a vote, but you do have to concede that.
Why don't they fix up their website before they do
and
this?
when you're looking at these figures, does it run through your mind at all whether
But most likely
Liberals
Schubert
should
is the Liberals one.
consider forming a coalition with One Nation?
Look, not at all. I mean, things go through ebbs and flows. I mean, I think as the Liberal Party, remain absolutely committed to our core values. I think one of the things I would probably say I have to concede is that I'm not sure we've done a very good job of communicating them to Australians, and I think we have a core set of beliefs that we never deviate from, and I think they are very Liberal values. And we just need to get back to those Liberal values. We need to put policies out that reflect those values, and then we have to work out how to communicate them better, because quite clearly we haven't been communicating very well, and the results tonight are showing it.
And let's talk about the communication on a local level, because when Ashton Hearn was elected, we had the awful terrorist attack in Bondi. Then the
polls have been closed for 90 minutes now, over 90 minutes, and we barely have any numbers in.
Federal coalition was an absolute mess. Then we had the Middle East war in the last few weeks.
90 minutes after polls closed for The Voice, The Voice was already no. They already called The Voice for the no vote.
That affected her and Ashton's ability to get her message out and to get that communicated to South Australians.
Well, there's no question. Not only has she had a very short time, but she's had a very rocky time. Since she's become the leader, and as I say, I think she's done a fantastic job to have held things together. But yeah, it has been a very challenging time, and when you're competing with the kinds of issues of what we saw unfold at Bondi, I think where every Australian felt unbelievably challenged by the fact that something so horrific could happen on our own shores. Yes,
I reckon some members of the Greater Strength demographic were actually quite pleased about it.
The federal Liberal Party or coalition has not done Ashton any favours at all.
Well, the Liberals are in front.
Of course,
these are just early numbers, I know. But
often we'll see that people will tend to not want to change, and that's probably why we're seeing the Labor Party's vote holding up, is that they're staying where they are. But quite frankly, our vote, we have to take responsibility for where it is, and we can say about all the tough things that have happened during the election campaign. but nonetheless, our message didn't get out and others did.
Let's now go across to the leader of the Greens in South Australia, MLC Robert Sims. Robert Sims, good evening.
No idea who he is, but he sounds gay.
Good evening, Rory. Good to be with you.
Robert Sims, the Greens have been bullish about their chances
100% correct.
Picking up a lower house seat, in particularly the seat of Hyson. We heard from Josh Teague, the sitting Liberal member, a little bit earlier this evening. How confident are you feeling now?
Oh, look, we feel very optimistic. We've run a really strong campaign in Hyson and we've knocked on thousands of doors. We've had a huge presence on polling.
That's what the Greens are very good at, grassroots politics, getting on the ground and knocking on people's doors.
But, you know, we've got a long way to go on this count, and it might be a little while before we know the result.
Those are not good numbers.
Look, we're feeling optimistic and we'll see how things play out. But it's absolutely
only 0.6% of the vote counted, but
here in South Australia.
I don't see the Greens winning the seat.
Numbers here, and actually shows that Genevieve Dawson
more polls,
running fourth.
Unless we see more of the vote come in.
Again, that's 0.6 of the count that has come through thus far. I want to talk more broadly now, though, Robert Sims. One of the stories of the night.
That's very early, though, Rory. There's not much on that.
It is very early.
Very early on that, Rory. Not much coming out.
Is the rise of One Nation in South Australia. What are your reflections on that result?
Oh, they're racist. It's scary for this country.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Greens have been obviously raising the alarm about One Nation for some time, and I think it's clear that a lot of South Australians are concerned about the rising cost of living, and they're also concerned about the fact that governments aren't offering the things that the community wants. Access to basic housing, access to community services. What One Nation is offering, of course, is very simplistic solutions, blaming migrants, and yet we know the fault here lies with the Labor and Liberal parties, and it's only the Greens that are actually challenging.
Yeah, not the millions of people who have been imported this decade, purposely with the sole purpose to reduce our quality of life. Don't blame migrants though.
Those policies, and so during this,
the idea that migrants have nothing to do with the cost of living crisis is ridiculous.
Campaign, we've been pushing for action on the cost of living. Whoops.
Looks like we may have lost Robert Sims there as he plays around. We'll try and bring him back if we can. But let's... There it is. That is live television for you, folks. Tom Koutsantonis, are you getting any more numbers through from your scrutineers?
Yes. We're very pleased with what's going on in the northeast of Adelaide. The results are holding up quite well. I haven't got anything more. There's a booth in Mawson that I've seen, but I want to see some more numbers that are showing some very strong Labor results. But again, early days.
Looks like we may have Robert Sims back. Have you got us there, Robert Sims?
I have.
Oh, the earpiece.
Rory, I'm back with you now.
You were just passing on some reflections on the rise of One Nation.
Yeah, look, the reality is I think voters are angry at the moment and One Nation are offering very simplistic solutions. But that said, let's not forget here, the early results we're seeing show the Greens have got our strongest result we've seen here in South Australia.
These people think they're so fucking intelligent. Oh, the Greens are offering simplistic solutions, blaming migrants. Oh, cost of living. Oh.
Yeah, we're seeing some positive swings to us right across the
state. These people have their dick so far up their own asses.
Not on the scale.
So far down their own throats.
Labor and the Liberals.
But certainly not on the scale.
Oh, well, look, let's just see what no, of course, that's right. Not on the scale that we've seen from One Nation. But what is very clear tonight is that the Greens are here to stay in South Australia, and we're on track to elect a member to the Legislative Council. We're doing...
You said that you were here to stay in 2022 and you lost almost all of your seats the next election because you were obsessed with Gaza.
Very well in some lower house contests as well, and of course the seat of Hyson is looking very, very positive too. So let's see how things play out, but I feel really pleased with our results so far and the fact that we've run our biggest campaign and we're getting some of our best results that we've seen here in South Australia at a time when there's swings against both Labor and the Liberals.
Robert Sims, thank you.
Thanks very much.
So what's this graphic for? They're making a projection? I don't think we've seen enough of the vote for a projection.
live across South Australia on ABC TV and local radio, and across the nation on the News Channel and ABC iView. You're watching SA Votes from the ABC Election Centre in Adelaide. I'm Emma Rebelato.
And I'm Rory McLaren. It is now 36 minutes past 7 and we have 2% of the vote counted. Let's get the very latest with Casey Briggs. Casey.
Rory, we're focusing on Metropolitan Adelaide still for a couple of reasons. One, the count in regional South Australia is very patchy and is really quite complicated in a great number of seats. We're getting a better handle of things and the pattern is a little bit more consistent across the metropolitan area. The other reason is, of course, Adelaide has the most seats and it is fundamentally where government will be decided tonight. These are the primary vote projections we've got at the moment for the parties. Labor on 45, the Liberal Party on 17.3, One Nation. Now that gap has shrunk a little bit through the count, but One Nation remains ahead of the Liberal Party. The Greens are up just a little bit to 13.6%, sitting with others. And here is how that has changed since the last election. Labor down a point, Liberal Party down at 17.5, and One Nation up by about the same amount. I'll take you to a few more seats that are illustrating the pattern that we're seeing across metropolitan Adelaide. Actually, I'll start with a seat, though, that has got a lot of interest. I'll skip past the numbers for a second. I'll talk about Black in the southern suburbs of Adelaide. This is the seat that obviously was formerly David Spears. He was the Liberal leader. He left Parliament and it was won by the government, and Alex Dighton became the MP in that by-election. And of course, David Spears is now recontesting his seat as an independent. Well, 3.6% counted. I'm not liking David Spears' chances of re-election at this point. At the moment, he's actually running in 5th place.
Why would anybody vote for him? Why did he resign?
Is even extending to Black. You know, we're not even really that far south. We were talking about seats like Ghana and Raynell. Well, Black's a fair way north of that. Alex Dighton, 43.8% of the vote. One Nation has taken a big chunk of the Liberal vote and is sitting at 16. The Greens in 3rd. The Liberal Party in 4th. This we're seeing several seats around the city. And then we'll head north again
the Greens are good at filling my letterbox full of their
surrounding areas. And here again, James Agnes.
That's true. The Greens are very good at that. They're very good at grassroots campaigns.
Agnes looking to succeed him. He is leading on first preferences. One Nation is in 2nd. Liberal is the Liberal Party.
Oh, why is he talking so fast? Oh, because I put it on 1.5 times speed to catch up live.
And go to the seat of Hammond. We're looking at, this is the seat of Adrian Pedrick. Simone Bailey, the Labor candidate, Ellie Keane running for a second time. I'll jump you back to the numbers. We're at 3% counted.
I'll put it on
One Nation is leading
1.25.
the Liberal Party and Labor as well. But look at that, 27, 25, 24. We've got 3 candidates within 3 percentage points there. It's going to take a while to sort out exactly what the order of finishing is. Ellie Keane at the moment a distant 4th.
I reckon if Labor finishes 3rd, Labor preferences will get the Liberals home. If the Liberals finish 3rd, One Nation, the Liberal preferences will get One Nation home.
Position. The other thing I'll say is we don't have Murray Bridge reporting in Hammond yet, so quite a bit to
only 3% of the vote, so anything can happen at this point.
This disruptive influence that One Nation seems to be causing across the state is showing up in most seats that we're looking at.
Casey, thank you. I want to pick up on the seat of Hammond if I can with the panel here. Tom Koutsantonis, Labor has put a lot of effort
Labor and
Hammond to try and
Liberals
flip
both
it this
have
time
3
round.
seats each.
Why now?
Well, we think the time is right. We think that Hammond is changing. We've got an excellent candidate. And this seat will be decided by who comes second. If the Liberal Party stay in 2nd place, they'll probably be elected on Labor preferences. If Labor can get into 2nd place, I think Adrian Pedrick's in a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble. But we'll wait to see the Murray Bridge numbers. I'm not sure where these numbers have come from, but for Labor to be doing that well in a seat we've never held, in regional South Australia is a very, very good testament to the campaign and to Simone. She's done an exceptional job.
And did you think Adrian Pedrick was going to be in trouble here?
Well, look, it was always going to be a difficult election, and I think, you know...
I don't see Labor winning the seat.
There was always some level of concern. But, you know, to Tom's point around Simone, I mean, she comes from a particular part of the
very few
electorate.
One Nation voters actually preference Labor above the Liberals.
Because she is the mayor of Mid-Murray, or has been the mayor of Mid-Murray Council, which is based around Mannum.
Yep, so if these results are coming in from Mannum, you know, it would not be unreasonable with somebody with the kind of profile and name recognition. But, you know, equally, if they're coming in from other parts of the electorate, then they are significant. So I think, you know, I might just wait a little bit on that one before we actually...
Way too early. Way too early.
Yep, I think, well, we're way too early on all of it, but I think...
Look, let's revisit the issue of health. We talked about ramping. Tom, I want to ask you a bit more about that. You have often said that one of the reasons why there's ramping is because beds are blocked, because people can't get into aged care. This is a federal problem. But is that just an excuse?
It's the truth.
But
that sounds like an excuse. That's an excuse.
We've got the equivalent size of a...
There's probably some truth to it.
In beds that are being filled by people who are no longer needed to be in hospital, who are waiting on aged care places. And we have to come up with a policy solution to that. So we're offering interest-free loans for nursing home providers to build new beds. If we don't move these people out of our hospital system, that backlog continues to grow. People are finding it tougher to get spaces.
I know immigration isn't a state issue, but ambulance ramping could be fixed overnight. Cost of living crisis could be fixed overnight. Infrastructure crisis could be fixed overnight if we just deported everybody on a temporary visa. We don't even have to deport 5 million people. We don't have to deport so everybody that isn't white, 100% white, as long if we just deport everybody, all the temporary visa everybody in temporary visa, this country will get so much better overnight.
Aged care places are taking what they call patients that are easier to handle. Dementia patients are very, very hard to manage. We're the last resort, and we don't turn anyone away. And that impacts our healthcare system, and this government's determined to try and fix it as much as we possibly can.
Let's now go to Adelaide South and the seat of Ghana, where the Health Minister, Chris Picton, is standing by. But before he joins you, let's now go across to Casey with the latest numbers from Ghana.
Yeah, we've got one booth reporting 54 formal votes. This is Christy Downs, and it's 54 votes.
11% of the vote.
Consistent with other seats in the area, right? We've got Chris Picton on 37, One Nation on 24, the Greens on 13, and the Liberal Party relegated to 4th place with 11 points. So one booth, we're not going to say too much about just 50-odd votes, but the pattern is consistent with what we're seeing in that area of Adelaide.
37% of the vote for Labor, 13% of the vote for Greens. Labor should be able to
on the
get
ground throughout the course of this campaign when it comes to the support of One Nation in Ghana.
Well, Rory, I think it's sitting similar here in the outer suburbs, the outer southern suburbs.
I've never seen a microphone that big.
We've seen the Liberal Party crash. No one's going to take Liberal Party how to vote cards, and there are a lot of people.
Looks like one of those things you attach to the end of a steam up.
Nation how to vote cards when they're going to polling booths. It's obviously really early results, and we're going to see what happens on the night. But it seems to be a fundamental.
Labor's performing better than I thought they were. They've got 4 votes to Labor's 5.
Australian election here.
Chris Picton, of course, you are the state's health minister, and the pledge to fix the ramping crisis was prominent in the 2022 campaign. Are you concerned that you might be judged harshly considering Labor's performance with ramping over the last 4 years?
Well, I think similar to what Tom Koutsantonis on the panel just said, is this is a government which is throwing everything at this. And I think people of South Australia could see this. I mean, we have a government which is united, which is strong, which has been delivering. Of course, we would have loved to see more performance and more improvement when it comes to ramping. We have got those ambulances turning up on time, which is very different to what the case was 4 years ago. And that was a real life and death scenario where people just weren't getting those ambulances rolling up on time. And one of those big issues, which is causing issues in the hospital system, is aged care. And we've really lent into it in this campaign with a big investment as part of our plans for aged care.
Chris Picton, you apologised and took responsibility for the email bungle involving dying cancer patient Stephen King. What sort of impact do you think that had on your campaign broadly?
Oh, look, I mean, that's for commentators to judge, but I think the issues that I was speaking to voters about were issues about health, issues about the cost of living. A lot of people who were, going to One Nation in the outer suburbs were talking about immigration as an issue, even though that's not a state issue whatsoever. But we're also really, a lot of people really confident about the direction that this state is going and the leadership.
I want to go back to that.
Who were, going to One Nation, issues about health, issues about the cost of living. A lot of people who were, going to One Nation in the outer suburbs were talking about immigration as an issue, even though that's not a state issue whatsoever. But
just the complete disdain he has for One Nation voters. They would even dare not voting for either of the major parties. That they would dare question the fruitful, the charitable, the unending, lovely beauty that is mass migration and our greatest strength. Complete disdain.
We're also really, a lot of people really confident about the direction that this state is going and the leadership of Peter Malinauskas, who I have to say, I'm just honoured to be able to serve. I think we all are in a pretty united team. He really is, one of the most exceptional politicians and leaders that we've seen in a generation in this country, and I think that we'll see the voters of South Australia reward that today.
Chris Picton, should Labor be returned?
Do these people have no shame about bringing their children to these political events and having them wear campaign shirts for some politician?
I
don't know, it just seems
remain in cabinet and hold on to the health
strange to me.
Well, certainly I'll be putting my hand up if we get to that stage. Obviously, we're very early in the count and not taking anything for granted in terms of what the outcome of the election will be. But in terms of the portfolio, that's ultimately up for the Premier. I've been in this portfolio through opposition and government for 8 years. That's a very long time as far as people in health go. I think it's the longest in 20 years. And if I go to another portfolio, that'll be the first time in 30 years that a health minister for a long term has had the opportunity to take on another portfolio. It usually, is the last thing people do in their careers. So if there is another opportunity to do something else, then I would certainly relish that.
Chris Picton, thank you.
Thanks, Rory.
We've got Casey now with some breaking news. What have you got, Casey?
But it's still a pretty very early count. There is a lot of results still to pick through and a very complicated
Cobweb duster, all right.
politics. But there's one thing that we're pretty sure of at this point, and that is that the Labor government has been re-elected. Peter Malinauskas will win a second term and serve for another 4 years, if he wishes. As
nobody's surprised by that, but
we'll look at the vote in Adelaide, where most
you've only given Labor 5
seats in
seats.
South Australia lie. Labor has slid a little bit, but held its position largely in the mid-40s on the primary vote, while it's got the Liberal Party being clobbered by One Nation. Labor have 29 seats in South Australia going into this election. They would need to lose more than 5 to lose government. And we're not seeing that. In fact, at the early stage we're at, it looks like Labor is indeed picking up the seats. Let me demonstrate it for you on the pendulum graphic. We've been talking about where seats might change. Now, not a lot of these are projected. We've only got 2.6% of the vote statewide counted, but let me just colour in as an indication of where the count is at, which party is ahead in all these seats on the Liberal side of the pendulum. These are not projections. I want to stress this very clearly. But we have got Labor at the moment in the count ahead in Morialta, Unley, Hyson, Nadgerry, Hartley. Now, they may not all hold through the count, but that would put Labor, if it holds, into a seat haul in the mid-30s. They need to lose 5 seats to lose government. From what we're seeing in Adelaide, that's just not happening. And indeed, it's the Liberal Party that's losing a lot of support to One Nation. So we're pretty confident at this point. Labor has been re-elected. Just how many seats they've won, that is going to take a while to work out.
Well, there you have it. Labor has retained power here in South Australia with Peter Malinauskas set to enter a second term. This century, Labor in South Australia has only once failed to form government after a state election. That, of course, was in 2018. Tom Koutsantonis, you've been a part of those victories. How does this run rate?
I'm very happy for Peter. I think Peter is a once-in-a-generation leader. I think he is the best Premier leading a state government anywhere in Australia. He's transformed the South Australian economy. He's transformed the Labor Party. And I think there are a lot of people tonight very grateful that we have a centrist leader who is appealing to a lot of people across a broad political spectrum that is allowing us to have such a result in Metropolitan Adelaide. Adelaide's a different place. South Australia's a different place than it was 4 years ago, for the better. And that's largely because of a once-in-a-generation style leadership from Peter.
And how are you feeling after seeing some of those numbers and some of the swings there?
Well, look, I mean, we still have to remember how early this is in the count. You look at the numbers and then you look in the top corner and it says, it's 4.2% of the vote counted. And we don't know where these booths are coming in. So, look,
if One Nation get opposition, I'll laugh my fucking ass off.
Yeah. On this.
I really should have added the live chat to the
before anybody's claiming
on-screen graphics beforehand, so people watching the VOD, if they decided, if anybody decided to watch the stream afterward, would know what the hell I'm talking about. Just saying random things out of context.
Again, it's a long way to go. That could change over time, but I think we probably just need a little bit more information and a few more figures in before we can be quite as definitive as perhaps we're heading at the moment.
Tom, how much of the success that we're seeing from Labor tonight do you put down to Peter Malinauskas personally? We know he's a popular premier. Is it all because of him?
Well, look, we're a united and disciplined team, which allows him to go out and lead and be so forthright with the people of South Australia. He's not looking over his shoulder. And I can't tell you how important it is to give the leader, whoever it is, the ability to go out and lead and express themselves in decency.
Okay, the Liberals have gone back down to 2 seats.
They don't have to worry about colleagues behind them potentially trying to...
One Nation could become the opposition once again.
Ashton, in the last week of the campaign, we're seeing her so-called colleagues like...
It'll be interesting to see how the rest of the night goes for One Nation, and polls counted tomorrow and Monday to see if One Nation could actually form the opposition.
Whether it was Jay Weatherill, Mike Rann or Peter Malinauskas. If you don't back your leader, they can't lead. Leaders need to be backed. And we saw that with Susan Ley in federal parliament. If a leader's not given the opportunity to go out and do the things that they want to do and take the risk, they're not going to get the results. Peter has, and the results are there for everyone to see.
Can I ask how your government going forward is going to manage the risk of hubris or complacency with such a commanding lead?
You obviously haven't met Peter Malinauskas. Hubris is something that cannot be mentioned. There is no chance of arrogance. If anyone starts acting arrogantly, anyone starts acting like this is a foregone conclusion, I have one simple answer for them. Stephen Marshall won in a landslide in 2018, and there are a lot of Liberals who thought they'd be there for 2 or 3 terms.
Cameron Newman won in a landslide in 2012 and lost the next election within 3 years. He lost his own seat as well.
He won a landslide in 1996 and then he lost it in 1998, just 2 years later. The people can give and they can take. And we've seen that tonight with the Liberal Party. And if the South Australian public sees us acting arrogantly, they'll punish us accordingly, and so they should.
And I just want to touch on, Tom was talking about leadership and certainty in leadership. Do you think Ashton is still going to be in this job from tomorrow?
Well, I absolutely hope so. And as I said, I was really heartened when I was listening to her yesterday morning when she was speaking to the media, that she said that come what may tonight, she would still be leading the Liberal Party going forward from here.
While the Liberals have gone back down to 1 seat, all right.
I do agree entirely. Leaders not only need time, but they do need clear air. And I think Ashton will get clear air. Hopefully we'll see a good team of people behind her get elected tonight so that she's got a group that she can start the rebuild in South Australia. Because, quite frankly, a good government needs a good opposition. And perhaps, we haven't been the best opposition over the last term. But I think Ashton can be a good opposition. And, she takes it up to people. She's absolutely prepared to fight for the people of South Australia. And I think that she can do that. So I'm very, very confident that Ashton will still be the leader, or will still want to be the leader. And I'm quite confident she'll win her seat. And she will start the rebuild so that in 2030, when we're sitting here again having the same conversation, we'll be seeing a different story. You'll be a little more nervous than you are tonight.
I'm always nervous.
Do you feel that there's buy-in from across your party at a state level to get behind Ashton Hearn's leadership for the next 4 years?
Well, I absolutely hope so. I absolutely hope so, because if ever there has been a demonstration that disunity causes massive problems out there with the electorate, because the electorate say, why are you looking at yourselves? Why are you infighting? Why aren't you worrying about the things that matter to me? Why aren't you worrying about my energy bills? Why aren't you worrying about my mortgages going up? Why aren't you worrying about the fact that, you know, I'm paying $3 a litre for diesel at the Bowser at the moment? Why aren't you worrying about that? And I think that's the whole point. And I think that's what Ashton's been able to show in the short 3 months that she's been there, that she actually does understand what are the things that are important to South Australians. So, yeah, I would say to all of my colleagues, Ashton is a brilliant leader. She's proved herself over the last 3 months, and anybody who doesn't want to get behind Ashton and support her as our leader going forward, quite frankly, should rethink about whether they really want to be in the Liberal Party.
And you said a good government needs a good opposition. How can you be a good opposition when you've got hardly anyone there?
Well, this is what I'm saying about the rebuild has to start.
Well, Anastasia Palaszczuk was a fantastic opposition leader when the Labor Party only had 7 seats. I don't see why Ashton Hearn, if with 1 seat, can't be a good opposition leader.
And as I said, I think
Pauline Hanson has no seats in the House of Representatives. Oh, she has Barnaby Joyce, but she didn't win any seats in 2025, and she's essentially the opposition leader of Australia now.
Ashton is.
And she's doing a much better job at being opposition leader than Anthony Albanese is at being Prime Minister.
Tonight, and hopefully there'll be quite a number of others that are able to get across the line tonight to give Ashton something to build from. But yeah, quite frankly, that is the job going forward: unity, rebuild, and becoming.
Hopefully tonight is the beginning of the Orange Revolution.
Take it up to a government, because
man, I just want to see these both like major parties destroyed in the polls.
And that was about the 2022 result. I think you referred.
There needs to be a sea of orange everywhere in the country, even though One Nation isn't perfect. It's a hell of a lot better than the idiotic major parties,
and how much margin was lost in seats.
Corrupt Liberals, the idiotic Labor, and the carefree Nationals.
Seat of Hartley.
Well, I mean, obviously this has been compounded this election, but we've seen it also federally over a period of 2 elections where,
it'll be interesting to see how One Nation performs in the Victorian state election.
People think that the majors aren't listening to them, because we've actually seen nationally a drop in the votes of both major parties. And so what we need to do is to get back to listening to the public and actually doing what the public wants us to do. But there's absolutely no doubt that when you're coming from a small base, it's harder. There's a longer journey of rebuild, and that doesn't mean to say it doesn't need to be done.
Tom, it's a question that the Premier has somewhat avoided answering, or certainly hasn't enjoyed answering throughout the campaign. But having Labor having such a majority in the lower house, it can't be good for democracy.
This is extremely dangerous for our democracy.
Not because I don't like having a large majority. It's that this is what the people have given us. And it's easy to intellectualise about results, but if the people give us this result, there's a reason. And I say to people, have you ever known a bad opposition to make a good government? That's the first point. And if you've got a bad opposition, the people respond in a certain way. These results should not be taken as if we are locking in a government for a long period of time. As you've seen tonight, results can turn very, very quickly. And you could see the inverse of this in 4 years' time. If we behave arrogantly, we'll take this majority for granted. So we've got a leader who won't take it for granted, because I've seen his style. We've got a team that's united that won't act this way. And if we do become arrogant or show hubris, the public will respond accordingly. That's the beauty of our system.
OK, let's head over to Casey now, who's got some more numbers for us.
Yeah, Labor's been re-elected. We're confident of that at this point. Attention will now turn to what is shaping up to be the, in many ways more significant nationally story. Sorry, Tom, but, your government has been re-elected, but there's a lot going on tonight in a lot of seats, and we are still getting a handle on exactly how many seats Labor will win. These are the statewide primary figures at the moment. They are beginning to stabilise across the state, and they are stabilising at a level that looks roughly like what the opinion polls were suggesting, right? We've got Labor just shy of 39, the Liberal Party on 18, and One Nation just shy of 23. Let me bring up the change to show you how this earthquake, I think we should call it that, is playing out. The Liberal Party down 17.5 points, One Nation up 20 points. This is a very significant shift in politics that we are seeing. We've been trying to get a handle on these regional seats. Let's head regional for a moment, and you'll see why things are just so complicated, and many of these seats we will not know the result tonight. Let's just be really upfront and clear on that.
Exactly.
This is Mount Gambier, the seat that is vacant. Troy Bell was the member. Travis Fatchin worked for Troy Bell. One Nation is leading the primary vote count, 28.2 to 26.6. Labor in third, the Liberal Party on fourth on 11.7%. That considerable counting to be done there to work out exactly who will come out on top. Let's go to Narunga. The One Nation Party, again, leading more than a third of the vote. The Liberal Party, Tanya Stock, 25.5. The Independent, Fraser Ellis, 16.3. Labor on 15. This is, again, very, very complicated. Maybe you would guess the Liberal Party would be the favoured one at this point. Yeah. But it's really, quite a difficult one to estimate. But you would think many of these preferences would really back in the Liberal Party, and that One Nation vote is sort of not high enough to withstand a strong preference flow. Much more counting to be done there. And let's go back to Chafee, where Jennifer Troth, the One Nation candidate, is now in first, just over a third of the vote, but only a couple of points ahead of Tim Whetstone. And again, you would expect Labor
preferences flowing from Labor to the Liberals.
Tim Whetstone. So if these two candidates remain where they are at the moment, you would think Tim Whetstone would probably go on to win that seat. But this is the picture we're looking at. This is why we're being very, very cautious in regional South Australia, because these complicated contests with lots of candidates are making this count quite complex. But you'd think potentially, the Liberals ahead potentially in Narunga, Chafee. Much still to work out.
Okay, Casey, thank you. And Tim Whetstone joins us now from Chafee. Tim, thanks for joining us tonight.
Labor dude is bragging about how they don't act arrogantly, yet minutes earlier one of his Labor mates was basically saying that anyone who shifted to One Nation was dumb. Exactly.
Yeah, they are looking tight.
These people think they're God's gift to humanity. These people think...
I've been there for every hour, and
most of these people aren't religious, but if they believed in God, they would believe that God ordained them specifically to reign... Shouldn't speak at the same time as the video. That God ordained them specifically to reign over South Australia, and objecting to that in any way means you have an IQ of 50 or some dumb idiot, retard, cooker, backwards. Come on, man, it's the 21st century. Stand with modern Australia. And then they're so smug as well. Australian leftists specifically, I've made this assessment on Twitter, that there is something specific about Australian leftists. They are so much more smug than their foreign counterparts. I don't know why. I don't know how. I don't know why they think that. What's given them the... What allowed them to become so smug? I mean, sure, the right... Some people on the right in this country are fucking retarded. But... You think men can become women? You support The Voice. Pretty much everything they support is a complete and utter failure. I will say, the left in this country are really funny. I will say that. Some of the things they post on Twitter and online is really funny.
People are a little disgruntled with the major parties. But what I am hearing a lot is that people aren't looking to vote for the local candidate. They're all coming up. They're calling out for their leader, if you like. And... I guess it really does just typify what we're seeing in South Australia.
36.5% of the first preferences, they've got 12% of everybody else's preferences. So I actually think One Nation could get home on those numbers.
I guess it really does just typify what we're seeing in South
We've got to see
Australia.
how pre-polls and postal votes will do.
Is the figurehead
a lot of the people that do pre-polls and postal votes in absentee voting, they're elderly. They're in aged care centres. They're people that don't want to get up and nuisance themselves with standing in a line all day in the hot sun when they really can't. They're too old to do that. So I think pre-polls, absentee voting, it can get One Nation home in a few seats in the regions.
One Nation, and that is really what people are about. They're looking for... people are coming up to the polling booths looking for an orange T-shirt as a protest vote, and that's given me some concern. But look, I put my best foot forward, and no matter what the result is tonight, I'll accept it, but I think that you know I've been a worthy representative here in Chaffey, and I'm looking forward to hopefully representing the region once again.
Tim, looking at the numbers though, this seems more than just a protest.
Why is he just standing out in the dark?
People
Why
are
isn't he just
saying what they think
communal
loudly
hall
and
in
clearly? Why aren't
one of those
you,
towns?
the Liberal Party, the major parties, listening?
Well, I'm certainly listening. There's no doubt about that. But you know, the waters have been muddied. We've seen you know, leadership change here in South Australia. We've seen the shenanigans that have been going on in Canberra, and that has got people concerned. We're seeing the global you know, uncertainty at the moment, whether it's the war, whether it's the price of diesel, particularly in a regional setting. We're seeing the wine industry on its knees at the moment, and so people are very concerned about what the certainty holds for them, and they're really, really upset at the moment. And the demeanour of people walking up to a polling booth tells a very, very clear story that they're unhappy. And there is a typical person. I think a lot of those 25 to 40-year-olds are coming up looking for an orange ticket. And I understand that, but you know, in the bigger picture, you know, I'm someone that understands what's happening on the ground, and it's very real that One Nation is making a charge.
Okay, Tim, if you are hearing all these things from the ground, from the electorate, from voters there, what message will you be taking back if you are re-elected to Ashton Hearn and to the Liberal Party? How are they going to do better?
Well, I think first and foremost, we need to be a truly united party. I think Ashton has done an outstanding job in the very short time that she's been the leader, and I give Ashton 100% commitment to her leadership. You know, we've seen the leadership change, and that upsets people. People saying that what is going on within the corridors of the South Australian Liberal Party. But what we're seeing today, particularly in regional South Australia, is that we're seeing a pushback on the brand. And that brand, I think, is under question at the moment. There's no doubt about that, and I don't shy away from that. But Ashton and I have a very good working relationship. We have open conversations, and should I be re-elected, we will continue to do that so that we can rebuild, because that's the phase that we're in at the moment. And as regional South Australia, as the South Australian Liberal team, we need to do better.
Well, I've got the van down. That's probably it.
That we are listening. We do need to show our constituents that we are connected with them, and not just a major party that's not listening.
Tim Whetstone, we really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Appreciate.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Live across South Australia on ABC TV and local radio, and across the nation on ABC News Channel and iView.
Be careful. The camera operators should be more careful.
ABC Election Centre in Adelaide. I'm Rory McLaren.
And I'm Emma
What's
Revelate.
the upper house looking like right now?
7% of the vote counted. Let's get the latest with Casey.
Not much counts, but One Nation's actually ahead.
State, and it is
only 0.1. That'll change.
We're suggesting this is our latest estimate. Labor on 39, the Liberal Party on 18. This is all primary vote. One Nation.
But if trends like this continue, One Nation will win 3, Labor will win 3, Liberals will win 2, White will 3, and the Greens will win 1. So that's 10. The final one could be. Maybe it could be legalised cannabis, but likely it'll be one of these two parties. Probably them, because they've got the highest remainder.
This is going to be the set of bars that draws the most attention, which is a curious statement about how politics is playing out in South Australia tonight. We'll run through in a moment. We're just preparing a bit of a list of the seats we think Labor is looking good in to gain in Adelaide. We're just having a look at that, but it looks like several seats that Labor will pick up in Adelaide, which will put Labor into the 30s in terms of a seat haul in the next Parliament. And those regional seats, as we've been saying, we're trying to get a handle on, can One Nation having outpolled, by the looks of things, having outpolled the Liberal Party on the primary vote, can One Nation win seats? And the sort of unsatisfying answer at the moment is because it is such a complicated picture in the regions, it's taking a while to work out where they might be competitive, and it might not be something that we know tonight.
Casey, it might be a good idea now to remind everyone about the importance of the two candidate preferred decisions that were made earlier by the Electoral Commission and how that is impacting what you're doing tonight.
Yeah, the Electoral Commission, they count preferences between two candidates. It was a predetermined decision and it is an indicative count. It is not the final count, and if those two candidates are not the ones that end up being in the final two of this distribution, this will be recounted starting from Monday. We've got a lot of seats where we don't have a count that we feel comfortable using because it isn't looking like the two candidates that the Electoral Commission projected. That is one of the reasons it's very hard to work out. Is One Nation competitive? We're not getting yet really any substantive counts that give us an indication of when Liberal candidates get excluded, where do those votes go?
Casey, thank you. And I want to touch on...
there are a lot of... Unlike Labor, who most preferences will go to the Greens in a contest between the Greens and the Liberals, there will be a lot of Liberal voters that simply cannot stomach voting for One Nation, and they'll give their preferences to Labor.
Talking about Tim Whetstone.
I'd say 40%, at least, around 40% of Liberal voters are in that camp.
About it as well, this rebuild.
Around 40% of Liberal preferences at this election will go to Labor rather than One Nation in the seats between Labor and One Nation.
Going to be difficult with the position you're in, the fact that leaders have changed. You might not have many seats in this parliament. How difficult will it be?
Well, I mean, obviously it's made all the more difficult by decreasing numbers of people in the parliament, but we also need to make sure that we're building the grassroots of our party and making sure that we are engaging with people who are like-minded with the Liberal Party, who share our values. And I think that is probably as big a part of this issue as what we're seeing play out tonight. It's about making sure that our members of our party believe that we are reflecting the values.
So 7% of the vote counted already, nearly 100,000 votes. So we're getting a good reading of what the election, how the election played out.
Believe in, and why they're a member of the Liberal Party. So I think the grassroots rebuild actually has to start with the party itself. And I think we actually have to go back to our grassroots and actually think about what those value propositions are, because our values haven't changed, but how you present them sometimes needs to change. How they manifest themselves in policy positions sometimes need to change, and obviously how they're communicated need to change. But I think we do need to go back to that square one, where you actually sit down and say to your members of your party, this is what the Liberal Party stands for, and this is what we're going to do about it, so that you have to build from your membership, and it's not just your members of Parliament. That comes after you rebuild your party.
And will the broader Liberal Party undertake a review?
26% from the two-party vote for the Liberals.
Election, or does the party know what went wrong already?
We should never assume you know what went wrong. I think a review and an analysis of what has happened is always very, very useful. But I think it's useful in the sense of you can identify the things that you could have done better, the things that had worked and you need to build on. But we have to look forward, and we have to make a decision as a party what we're going to take forward to our members, but also to the South Australian and the Australian public. So I think reviews are fine. But they're only part of the process.
When it comes to rebuilding from a grassroots
I don't think those
level,
two-party
Senator,
preferreds will be
is that an acknowledgement
particularly helpful. They won't be of much value at this election because of the inclusion of One Nation.
Side of the party, the moderate side of the party, hasn't been quite as successful as doing that in recent years compared to the Conservative side of the South Australian division.
Well, the one thing, well, not the one thing, there were many things that John Howard said that were, I think, very, very wise, and one of them was we are a broad church. And I think that we have to get back to being a broad church where there is a tolerance across the party for the different views of people who hold core Liberal values. Some of them obviously manifest themselves in different ways, but we do have to accept that a broad church means that you tolerate the views of others in your party that may not necessarily have exactly the same views as you. And that's part of the rebuild, is that level of acceptance of the fact that you don't have to agree with somebody. And I often say that, you know, I probably don't agree with Tom on many things he says. I'm sure it probably is. But I will defend your right to say it, and I will respect the fact that you...
Unless those people criticise Israel or criticise mass migration, and then you can just throw them in jail. Yeah. How long has Joel Davis been in solitary confinement for, without pleading guilty, without a fair trial of a jury with his peers? Meanwhile, somebody in Melbourne got acquitted for raping wasn't acquitted. He doesn't have to serve jail time for raping a little boy who just happened to be Avi Yemeni's brother. Although I don't know why Avi Yemeni hasn't said anything about this, because if it was a Palestinian who didn't receive any jail time for raping a young boy, especially if it was his brother, he would not shut up about it, and rightfully so.
Have a different view for me, because it's that contest of ideas that I think makes everything stronger. As soon as you try and dismiss somebody else's view as not being relevant and not being important, that's when the problem starts. So that's all the part of the rebuild I think that we have to be looking at.
All right, in a moment we're going to go to Adelaide's inner southern suburbs in the seat of Unley, where the Labor candidate Alice Rolls is standing by. But Casey, talk us through the numbers first.
Yeah, this count is ticking up quite a bit. Alice Rolls is leading with more than 40%
Is you in
of
for
the primary
Labor?
vote. The Liberal candidate, Rosalie Rotolo, 29.4. The Greens in third and One Nation in fourth on 8.6. So this is the pattern we're seeing. One Nation doing very well in the outer suburbs, not as well in the inner suburbs. But let me show you the change in vote.
One Nation was never going to have
the
a
Liberal vote crash.
there was never going to be an
dramatically
orange wave
down
in the inner
20
suburbs
points,
of Adelaide.
and it's splitting across several candidates on primary vote terms here. So One Nation is picking up, Labor is picking up, and there's an independent, a couple of independents, I think, in that seat that are gaining a little bit of the vote as well. We're getting a preference count in Unley, and it is showing at the moment that Alice Rolls' really significant swing is sitting at the moment on more than 60%.
I've got to adjust my face cam for my next stream.
Vote. She is well on track to win that seat. That would then be a Labor gain in a seat that Labor has not held in decades.
Well, Alice Rolls, you've just heard that news come through your ear as your supporters go wild behind you there in the seat of Unley. If those numbers hold, could this be second time lucky for you?
Well, look, I'm very excited about what's happening tonight. I mean, we're not home yet, but things are looking really good for me and our team, and we've done all the work over the last 9 months. So very excited to be here, surrounded by family and friends and all the volunteers that have given so much over the last 9 months.
How beneficial do you think your run in Bragg at the by-election in 2022 was to get you prepared for this particular campaign?
Well, look, like anything, when you do something new for the first time, it's always a bit easier the second time
Why does
because
she
you know
sound like that?
what to do, you know. But this was a very different campaign. This was a 9-month marathon. We've given everything, and I'm just so grateful to the people of Unley that have given their trust to me and put their trust in me and my team. And, you know, the door knocking works. The ground campaign works.
So I thought that said Nat Cock.
On thousands and thousands of doors. We made thousands of calls. I spoke to many, many people, and through the last 7 days, they've all come up to me and said, thank you for coming to my front door. Thank you for helping me with my problem. Thank you for being there. And that's exactly the kind of Member of Parliament I hope to be. Someone that shows up, that acts for people and helps make, you know, politics easier for people to believe in.
Given your experience with the Legal Services Commission, what would that bring to the Labor caucus?
Well, I am a legal aid lawyer, and I'm very, very proud of that. My work at the Legal Services Commission has allowed me to really understand the main issues that are affecting people out there, because we know that people are doing it really, really tough out there. We know that. And at Legal Aid, Legal Services Commission, we help those most vulnerable people. So I'm hopeful that I can use my role in the Parliament to influence and make sure that as our economy grows and we get stronger, we don't leave those people behind.
As our economy grows.
What does it mean to you, Alice Rolls, to potentially turn Unley red for the first time in decades?
Pissing in our faces and telling us it's raining.
Well, I must
pissing
admit,
on a leg and telling us
the
it's
news
raining,
hasn't
but
sunk in. Things
they're
are
also
looking
pissing
really
in our
good for us
faces.
at this point. I've been very excited to be celebrating with my friends and family tonight, but it's really interesting. When you're in this position, people don't know it, but as a candidate, you're not really privy to the results as they come in the way that you might think. You know, in previous elections gone by, I might have been in my PJs sitting on the couch watching more closely, but here I am surrounded by people, and I'm getting reports from people that things are looking good. So, I mean, to turn Unley red for the first time in 32 years. What?
Shut up.
Alice Rolls and your supporters, thank you.
That is.
Alice Rolls, thank you.
They are very, very...
Good, end it.
I think there might be some very hoarse voices from the Labor camp
There's
later
already some
tonight.
horse voices on this panel, let me tell you.
That is true, that is true. Look, let's head over to Casey now with some more counting.
Yeah, and Emma, we're going to look at some Adelaide seats that it is looking like Labor is very well placed to gain. So starting with Morialta, where John Gardner, the Education Minister, is retiring. Matthew Morozzi is the Labor candidate. Let me show you the primary votes first. Labor leading 42% of the vote, and the Liberal and the One Nation primary vote is within a few points of each other. Now, on most of these seats, I'm going to show you the change in primary vote because it's a consistent pattern. But it's pretty
Labor could get home on green preferences.
Around Adelaide. Labor's vote is up 5 points. The Liberals are down more than 20, and we're seeing some of that go to Labor, and a lot of that go to One Nation in Morialta's case. We've got no preference count in this seat just yet, but it's pretty clear to us at this point that Labor will go on to win Morialta. So Matthew Morozzi takes that seat, a seat that was held by John Gardner until this election.
OK, let's go over to Adelaide's West and the beachside seat of Colton. We spoke about it a little bit earlier, Casey.
Yeah, and Matthew Cowdery obviously retiring at this election. Again, let's look at the primary vote. Aria Bolkus on more than 40% of the primary vote, and the Liberals in second, One Nation in third. Here again is that change in vote, and we are seeing a similar pattern. The Liberal vote down a lot, Labor up a bit, One Nation up substantially, but not enough to get into second place. So the Liberal Party is remaining in second place in these, but with a very, very, very big haircut to its vote. If those numbers keep up, you would imagine, again, we're not getting a 2CP count yet. This has been a very slow 2CP count to report in this election, I'll just say. But if those numbers continue, with 40% of the vote, you would imagine that Aria Bolkus would go on to win, although we're not projecting that just yet.
OK, Casey, let's go a little bit further south to the seat of Morford, held by Liberal Stephen Patterson. What's going on there?
Yeah, just a couple of suburbs south, and you'll see the figures look very similar to what we've seen in Colton. This now is at 36.8. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong seat on my monitor. Morford, 36.8 for Toby Priest. The incumbent MP, Stephen Patterson, is on 32. So this is a closer match-up on the primary vote. And again, I'll show you that change in vote. We're seeing a similar position here. Now, this is one we've seen a couple with a retiring MP. This is one with an incumbent MP seeking re-election, and a slightly different picture, but still, that primary vote is crashing.
Take us back to the seat of Hartley with former opposition leader Vincent Tarzia against Jen Roberts.
Yeah, we are getting a preference count in this seat. Let's start with the primary vote. Jen Roberts is leading just shy of 40 points. Vincent Tarzia is in pretty big trouble in this seat. In fact, I reckon we've just ticked over. We might be about to even call that one. Vincent Tarzia on a quarter of the vote.
Yeah, he
Jen
can't win
Roberts
that.
on 38.9. And again, here's the
so tired, it's not even 8 o'clock.
Labor down a little bit, but if the Liberal Party vote is
I wanted
down
to
that
keep
much,
streaming
you would
till
imagine
10
some of
o'clock,
those,
I don't know if I can.
You know, that have gone to One Nation will leak back toward Labor, putting Vincent Tarzia in very, very big trouble in Hartley. And we are getting a preference count, as I say, and that preference count does put him in deep trouble, 57.7 for Labor, and more than a 10% swing toward Labor. So that's a run of sort of Adelaide seats that we're seeing a really consistent pattern in. I'll just say one other thing. At the moment in the count across all of metropolitan Adelaide, the Liberal Party only lead in one seat, and that is Bragg. Yeah. At the moment, Labor leads in every other Adelaide seat, which is, showing a sense of the domination, putting Labor, at a seat total of, somewhere in the mid-30s, if that's what comes to pass.
What about any potential movement that could come when those big batches of early votes come into the count.
Yeah, there's a reason we're being a bit cautious, because remember there are more than 10,000 pre-polls in many of these seats, so we're being cautious about some seats, especially where the order of finishing second, third, fourth will matter, but the consistent picture we're seeing across Adelaide is at the very least holding its ground, the government, and certainly there are seats that the government does seem to be well ahead, defeating incumbent or retiring seats where Liberal MPs are retiring.
Okay, Casey, thank you. Anne, I want to get your thoughts in a minute, but Tom, I've been very curious to see your reaction as Casey's been looking at some of those figures. I mean, it feels like even you can't believe some of the numbers there that's going against the Liberal Party.
It's seismic. It really is seismic. The Liberal Party are coming fourth in many of the seats in the western suburbs. I am in shock. I thought they would not do well, but I did not think it would be a complete sort of meltdown.
Thought Liberals would do worse than this, honestly.
Tim Whetstone earlier, after the last election...
I was predicting Liberals to get no seats. They've currently got 5 seats. That's fantastic for the Liberals.
Now 2/3 of people living in that seat voted for someone other than the Liberal Party. That's a remarkable turnaround in what is the jewel in the crown of the Liberal Party, the seat of Chafee. It's amazing, and it comes down to the calibre of the candidates and the calibre of the campaign. And again, I go back to the exceptional work that the Premier has done. And I think the message here for me is when you flirt with One Nation in seats like Unley, in Bragg, in Hartley, in Morialta and Colton, where people are well educated, dual income, and you start flirting with Pauline Hanson the way Miss Hearn has, they're being punished, and punished very, very badly for it. And there are a lot of Liberal MPs who are paying the price for that flirting with them.
A lot of people on the dissident right are going to have to reconcile with the fact that we're just not popular with the educated class. Sorry, we're just not. The dissident right has to do a better job at embracing intellectualism and embracing knowledge and being smart, and we need elite human capital to go into the universities the same way the left has gone into the universities over the past half century, 50, 60, 70 years, and being able to infiltrate the institutions. And the right needs to start doing that.
And I think you're seeing it in metropolitan Adelaide. I think metropolitan voters would like to...
Because most educated people are just lean very left-wing. Even though very educated people believe in complete nonsense like trans and immigration is good. The educated people are actually in charge. It's not the ballot box where the final decision is made. It's we at the ballot box are not in charge. The educated are. They write the policies. They're in the think tanks. They have the money. They fund the campaigns. They are the donors.
We've seen the Liberal Party take a much stronger...
And unless the dissident right can have parallel institutions, have parallel think tanks, parallel donor bases, parallel sources, parallel intellectuals, we aren't going to win.
Point of view towards...
To be able to explain this far better if I wasn't so fucking tired.
Miss Hearn, to the One Nation that Miss Hearn did. And what you're seeing with us is a principal position, because a lot of Liberal MPs in the regions are going to be elected because of Labor preferences, because we put One Nation last. And that is going to be telling for the Liberal Party, and that is their biggest lesson tonight, I think.
Anne Ruston?
Well, I mean, preferences matter. I mean, we've got a compulsory preferential system, and
is Labor left wing? I'm not Australian. Yes, they are.
You end up electing the person that, or you don't elect the person.
Legal aid lawyer. I wonder how many violent immigrants she's helped to avoid jail.
And obviously, you know.
Oh, who knows? Probably a lot.
The decisions on the basis of that. But you know, I think, you know, what we've seen tonight gives us a huge amount of, you know, thinking to be done around what we're seeing. But, you know, the Labor Party preference the Greens. You're always having fights with them. But I think, all of these things are up for grabs now in terms of the rethink about where we are, what we're doing. But to say that Ashton was flirting with One Nation, I think is probably a little bit harsh. I think what she did was she tried to lead in some very difficult circumstances. She put her best foot forward, which I think was a very...
One Nation has 25% of the statewide vote, and Labor's angry that the party who are mostly losing votes to One Nation are trying to gain them back. That's so fucking stupid.
Very, very good one. I think she's done a great job, and it's pleasing to see that her seat looks like it's shoring up for her. But we have to respect the fact that South Australians have got a compulsory preferential voting system, which will deliver some interesting results, especially when you've got the number of candidates you've got in the seats that we've seen tonight.
Okay, we're just going to pause for a moment here at the ABC Elections Centre in Adelaide. Let's see what else is making news. Here's Mariam Saab.
Here are the ABC News headlines. Residents at the top end...
cyclone. That's not important news for us. So the current time is 8 o'clock in Brisbane, 9 o'clock in Sydney, 8:30 in Adelaide. So another hour and a half, maybe 2 hours left of election coverage tonight. We've got the leader speaking soon, so I'll be able to rest for a good 10-15 minutes or so. But I want to stream more regularly. I want to stream most nights. Not every night, because, Married at First Sight is on. I want to watch that. Yeah, as any regular Australian would agree. On Monday, I want to react to the Drew Pavlou-Will Mitchell debate they had recently and take a look. I'm not going to react to the whole thing. Most people have already seen it. But I do want to react to some of the sound bites that went viral after the debate, and how Will Mitchell's performance, even if you don't agree with anything he said, if you're on the dissident right, it just really harms you. Anti-Israel politics have really been harmed by this. Like, we need our best people advocating correct information, not any of this nonsense about the Battle of Europa, which that's not even what it's called. It's called what is it called? Europa: The Last Battle. That's right. I couldn't even remember the name of it. And even if you agree with the sentiment of it, I don't. But if you agree with it, it's terribly sourced. It's terribly researched. Most of the information is incorrect. Keith Woods has a very good Substack article debunking all the claims made in Europa: The Last Battle. So on Monday, I want to take a look at the Drew Pavlou-Will Mitchell debate and what the dissident right can learn from it moving on.
Oil currently at sea to stem a global supply crisis. Meanwhile, Iranian army says it targeted fuel tanks refueling aircraft.
It's a matter of time before the government has to ration fuel. Like, that will happen. That's going to happen. Also, they should cut the fuel excise temporarily and set price controls as well.
At Israel's Ben Gurion airport with drones. Israel has also attacked
what a fucking idiot. Labour is not left wing at all.
Where Israel is expanding its ground offensive. Israel says it's striking Hezbollah targets. At least 20
Look at this clown in the live chat. It says MC8627 says Labour is not left
and
not left wing
the
at all.
following contains the name of a person who has died with permission. Indigenous community leader Rhoda Roberts has died from cancer at the age
scary. No, who she is. How do you honestly think that Labour is not left wing at all? It's the party that supports mass immigration. No, so do the Liberals. The party that supports men in women's bathrooms and supports insane gay race communism. They're not left wing. Like, the party that is pushing quasi-communistic policies is not left-wing. Do you hear yourself? Yeah, he's such an arsehole. Flirting with One Nation.
live across South Australia on ABC TV.
Labor are far left. That is correct. Labor is very far
left.
left.
On the News Channel and ABC iView, you're watching SA Votes from the ABC Election Centre in Adelaide. I'm Emma Rivolato.
And I'm Rory McLaren. It is 27 minutes past 8. We have 12% of the vote counted. Let's get the very latest from Casey Briggs.
The Netherlands are dealing with dipshit left wing as well. I'm not surprised, but we're all dealing with this nonsense. But
21.3 for One Nation. This pattern has continued.
It's not long before
polling the Liberal Party statewide.
The people start to wake up. The people are waking up now.
Seats. At this stage, we are struggling to find seats.
I hope when we wake up, we are led to the truth and the facts and evidence, and not just whatever the vulgar masses embrace.
Here, One Nation's prime.
I don't want to see us just pushing absolute nonsense and retardation and low-IQ slop that has been pushed in the last 6 or so months.
Primary vote is high enough that it will see off the sort of preferences that are likely to not break its way, but we are having to look at each seat individually, one by one, and just work out the picture in all of them as we go through. So at this stage, I can't point you to a seat and say, yeah, One Nation's ahead in the count in that one, and it is looking like they're not going to pick up a particularly high seat haul, but the second largest party in terms of vote share. Let me show you, as well as the statewide vote, the metropolitan Adelaide vote. Labor significantly higher there, more than 45%, more than 46% of the vote. One Nation again leading even in Adelaide. 18 to 14 is a really significant result. The Greens sitting just shy of 13% in Adelaide. And I'll show you the change in vote, if I can do that by pressing that button. Labor up just a little bit on the primary
Nearly
vote.
half of all
Liberals
people in
still down
Adelaide
20,
are voting
One
for
Nation
Labor.
up 17, and that's in Adelaide. We're talking about here. And why don't I show you the swing, the two-party preferred swing. It's at the moment shaking out to be 7%, 66% toward Labor. A very significant result if that holds in Adelaide. This is not a statewide figure. This is Adelaide. Let's fill in the chamber. Let's have a look at the chamber for the first time this evening and colour in first the seats that actually we'll just stick to the seats that Labor has won and the Liberal Party we believe has won. Labor 23, so one.
So Labor definitely will have a majority government without question.
We know
obviously
they will get to a majority, but there are at least 23 now in our chamber. The Liberal Party on 4. We are watching these very carefully, and we're just going through them at the moment. We're not sure if that's going to hold, but 4 at the moment is a bit of an estimate, and 1 other. And then I want to show you, we were talking a bit about preferences and how they might really determine the outcomes in some seats. Let me show you one seat in particular that's really key in, and that is the seat of Morphett. Stephen Patterson these numbers have shifted since I last looked at them, but Toby Priest is now on 37, Stephen Patterson is on 31.8. We've got One Nation and Green preferences that are going to determine that outcome.
I'll be very close.
Says Greens preferences will flow very strongly toward Labor. We don't have data yet on how One Nation preferences are flowing, but previous history suggests they flow not as strongly toward the Liberal Party as Green preferences flow to Labor. The left block of politics, tends to and has tended to stick together more than what we're seeing on the Conservative side of politics.
37.4 plus 12.5. Most Green preferences will flow to Labor, plus Australian Honourable Justice Party preferences will be able to get Labor home.
Now, and that is sort of showing up.
But it will likely be very close.
Sure. We might come back to that one through the evening. And I think there's one other seat I want to show you, because I think you're about to speak to one of the candidates in MacKillop. We've got 3 booths in here. There's a lot going on here. 37% for One Nation, the Liberals on 23. Nick McBride, the incumbent MP, is currently on 21.1. It's just going to take a lot of time to work out what's going on there.
Okay, thanks, Casey. Well, as you mentioned, we do have one of the candidates standing by, and that is Nick McBride, the independent. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Emma.
Well, you just heard some of those numbers there. One Nation leading there at the moment. How are you feeling about that?
Look, I'd have to say that's very consistent with what we noticed through pre-polling. There was a direct correlation to the figures that you're insinuating, where the voters were very much in train for a One Nation orange paper. Then there was obviously myself and the Liberal Party candidate, Rebecca Rosser. And then I think it was a bit hard to tell, but sometimes Labor probably fell off a little bit even lighter on, which looks like I think the figures are indicating. Couple of things around this. One is that the Liberal vote and my issues have not then, rolled out back to the Liberal Party. They've actually rolled back into One Nation. I think the One Nation
Drew Pavley is streaming
really
right
on the
now.
back of, let's just say, not clear, good politics.
Oh fuck! Whoops. 47 people. Oh, that's more than me.
Tonight might be playing out on it.
Oh, get back to ABC coverage.
So what was your traditional accountant like before, Henry?
3 ads! 3 fucking ads! Do you see that? 3 ads now! They're running before a video. Oh, I saw this earlier. I was stunned to see that. And I'm using Google Chrome as well. I should be facing less ads because I'm giving you my customer. I'm giving you my money.
Yeah,
no, not really, but you're selling the starter, so essentially I am giving you my money.
So I think, their track record of holding things together is not particularly good. So I think, to try and predict what's likely to happen in 2.5 years.
Is that what YouTube's going to do right now? They're going to run 1 15-second unskippable ad, and then ads 2 and 3 will be skippable.
Time on the back of what's...
Or maybe 1 15-second unskippable ad and 2 5-second unskippable
we've seen
ads.
tonight, I think, would be perhaps
not good.
reaching a little
Not
too
good
far
at all.
into the future. But notwithstanding that, there's some lessons that we absolutely have to take home from tonight and change going forward.
Casey, looks like you've got some more results. Let's go to Davenport in Adelaide's southern suburbs, held by Erin Thompson, first-term MP.
Let's look at Davenport. Now, before I go to the numbers, I just want to say this was a safe Liberal seat 2 elections ago, held on an 8.8% margin. It was a surprise Labor gain 4 years ago. And now here are the primary vote figures we're looking at now in Davenport. The Liberal Party has fallen to 4th position, and Erin Thompson at the moment has more than half the vote in Davenport. One Nation running second. One Nation is second in the seat of Davenport. This is a seat that has a long, storied Liberal Party history. And One Nation is second, and the Liberal Party is 4th. Here's the change in vote. The Liberal Party is down 27.9%.
30% almost.
That has gone, as we're seeing
Liberals
in
are down.
suburban Adelaide. The closer you get to Adelaide, the sort of Liberal vote is splitting across both Labor and One Nation. It is shaking out as a 2-party preferred swing of more than 14%. This is becoming, it seems, a very safe Labor seat. This is I'll just say this is an estimate of preferences where
2 and 3 voters in Davenport prefer Labor over
as
the
we wait for
Liberals.
more of a count to come through. But with Erin Thompson on more than half the vote, the primary vote, she will be re-elected. She will retain that seat.
Okay, and the next up you have got the seat of Waite. This was going to be an interesting tussle. Frank Pangello looking to switch chambers here.
Yeah, and Frank Pangello is running in 3rd position on the count we've got at the
Wow.
moment. Catherine Hutchison has more than half the vote again. The Greens are in 2nd place on 19.5. Frank Pangello 13.8 and One Nation on 10.4. And so let's again just quickly show you the change in vote here. Liberal vote down 8.8, and the Labor vote here up significantly. This seat's complicated because Sam DeLuc and Heather Holmes-Ross were both independents that gained a significant vote here, so a lot of that seems to have gone toward Labor with the absence of those candidates in this race.
Now, we spoke about Black a little earlier this evening. Casey, take us back down there, held by Alex Dighton, of course.
I don't think anything is going on right now.
Watch how
but
quickly dogs relax when they lie down on an
was
orthopedic dog
Pauline
sofa
Hanson
like
talking
this.
about One Nation's success
Unlike
in South
flat
Australia.
beds.
Pauline Hanson, because of bad, unfavourable coverage on ABC, refused to appear on ABC.
We do have Pauline Hanson now joining us live from One Nation HQ. Pauline, we're seeing some promising results. It is only early numbers at the moment, but what's the vibe there where you are now?
People are just so excited here in the room. They've thrilled with the results. Like, there's only 1% of the vote count so far. I haven't had a real chance to have a look at the numbers coming through, but by the reaction here from the people, when it comes up on the screen, they're all so happy and excited about it. But anyway, we'll keep our fingers crossed and see how it eventuates through the night. I think I'm going to be absolutely over the moon excited if we can get Corey up and Carlos Bombero to win the 2nd seat in the upper house.
Pauline, it's Charles Croucher. There are people hugging behind you with this small vote tally already. What's a win look like for you tonight? Is it as simple as just getting representation in the upper house, or do you really want some lower house seats as well?
You have to have lower house seats.
Look,
So you can make. It's like Pauline Hanson's grandson. You need to have lower house seats so you can make a crack at becoming premier. So you can have a crack at forming government.
We'll all be very happy if we can win some upper house seats. And Charles, we're going to do.
And it helps being the de facto opposition if the Liberals abandon their post.
Just to see what happens with the lower house. It's been a campaign. We only got about 4.5% of the vote last time with one upper house member. I think with Cory Bernardi, if he wins his seat, you're going to see a different One Nation on the floor of Parliament to really push back, call for accountability. I don't think Malinauskas has had real opposition in the state for a long time, push back on government policies, and I think Cory will be the right person for that. And also Carlos Pombero, he's going to be an excellent representative for the people of South Australia.
So Pauline Hanson, Brenton speaking here. What do you put your success down to here in South Australia?
Terrible
it's not my
opposition.
success, but I'd say me. I think it's the major political parties. They've been ones that have come undone. They have not listened to the people. They have actually put out policies, disregarded the people, haven't listened to them. And people want change. They're fed up with the major political parties. And many people come up to me and say, "You're our last hope." People don't feel like they're in Australia anymore.
When Pauline Hanson underdelivers, One Nation underdelivers, this country this country could have constant civil unrest. Like I'm afraid if One Nation gets into Parliament and doesn't deliver like what the public wants.
The country's changed so much. Our educational system, the hospital system, the ramping, the getting health services provided to them. I was up at Coober PD the other day, and they're just so lost. They don't see the members of Parliament. They don't hear from anyone. So I think this is about a voice for the people of South Australia. Getting good government is to get good opposition, and that's what I want to give to the people.
Pauline, Gus McDonald here. Is there a particular lower house electorate that you feel you are likely to snag tonight?
Look, no, I won't say. I did travel to Mount Gambier and Maitland, all around those. I think they're very strong candidates, good candidates in those electorates. And then I think, I'm just trying to think where I went today, Mawson. I think where the Labor Party member is retiring there, and Tyler Green, he is their candidate there. I think that might be a seat to actually watch that one, see how we go there. Strong support in that seat.
We did see some early results in that seat there that was looking promising, Pauline. We've heard in the vibe on the polling booths, there's been a lot of shirts on the ground, a lot of people there handing out how to vote cards. You've had a real groundswell of support. How has that process been, generating that support here? And obviously you sense there was
40%. They can easily win that. That's One Nation is going to win Narangba. They will have One Nation is going to have a presence in the lower house.
Was that Pauline McLaurin Vale went up there, and that's where that seat is, and a lot of support in the area there. What I found is a lot of the young ones, and that's been quite amazing. Went out to the Great Eastern Hotel last night to have dinner with a few of us there, and a lot of the young ones that I'm talking about from 18 to 25, 30 that actually came up to speak to me, they're disgruntled as well. They don't know what the future holds for them, and I'm talking about tradies. So what I'm feeling now is a lot of the younger generation want change.
Pauline, the reason that cheer might be going up, on the early primary count and total count, I can tell you have 24% of the vote so far. What is the message to the rest of the country with that result?
I want to take this opportunity to give a big thank you to the people of South Australia for putting their trust and confidence into voting for One Nation. And this will send a clear message to the rest of the country. I'm not going to stop with South Australia. I'm going to go after the seat of Farrer, and get David Farley elected, and then we're
That'll
going
be
to
a very
concentrate
interesting
on Victoria, because
contest,
Victoria is
the
a
Farah
basket
by-election.
case destroyed by the
When is that, Farah? Fuck. The 9th of May, that's in over a month's time. Opinion polling has One Nation in front. That's very good for One
Labor
Nation.
Party with no opposition from the Liberals. This country needs change, and the people are screaming out for change. It's all about good policies that is going to give them a decent standard of living, way of life, and put in place for future generations, pay down on debt and give them great services that they need. I think that's what patriotism. It's about being Australian, being proud of it, and that's what I stand for, and I'll keep fighting for that. And giving back that voice to people, as I tell them all the time. You have a right to have a voice, you have a right to have an opinion. That's all they want. I want to empower the people so they know that they can actually move forward and have trust and confidence in their country and their representatives.
Pauline, are you speaking tonight?
Later on I should be saying a few words, but that'll be later on. So I'll speak to the people here, and I don't turn my back on my supporters, and I just want to, I think it's very...
The ABC is the only network that's doing live coverage on YouTube. So, and they've been banned from the One Nation celebration. So I don't know if the ABC will be covering
not
it.
to forget the people that are here.
Sky
This
News
is
will
all
probably
possible.
publish the video by the time she does her speech, so we might watch it.
It's not because of One Nation, it's possible because the people themselves wanted that change, and that I have so much respect and admiration for my fellow Australians. I've just been the vehicle, but they're the engine that will drive it.
Go and enjoy the night, Pauline. Can we speak to you later again? Can we check back in with you and see how things are going?
Yes, I think you can.
We've got you in.
I just want to take this opportunity to say, Cory Bernardi came on board, and I asked him if he would stand for One Nation. He's done an excellent job. You know, he's a trooper, he's a professional, he's...
Cory Bernardi was a good
He wants to do
politician, I liked him.
Good job for the state, and I respect Cory immensely, and I'm so
Shame he fucked it all up by starting the doomed Australian Conservatives Party. That could have been a real force in Australian politics, but it
to
wasn't.
have had Cory stand for leader of the party here in South Australia. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline, for your time. We'll let you go on and enjoy more of the night and speak to you again soon. Thank you.
Stuff.
Laura, thank you. Let's go to One Nation's function, and Paul Murray is with the One Nation leader, Pauline Hanson.
Yes, Senator Hanson, thank you so much for the chat. There'll be a delayed reaction when we eventually end up on the screen behind us. But talk about an enthusiastic group. It doesn't matter if it's 50 votes, 100 votes, 0.5%.
Yes.
They're a happy bunch tonight.
They are, Paul. Look, people worked extremely hard for this. This was a joint effort. It was a team effort. And that's what I always said. It's not about Pauline Hanson. It's about the message that we're trying to get out for South Australia to get a voice in the floor of Parliament and hold the government to account. And the people there are so excited that their hard work, their effort. But I want to say thank you very much to the voters out there for giving One Nation your vote. And I hope it, and I know, no, I'm not going to say hope, I know it won't be wasted because we're going to fight hard for you.
I hope not. One Nation can't keep losing MPs. They have to get serious. They have to present themselves as the de facto opposition and a future party of government if they want any chance to be respected, if they want any long-term viability. Otherwise, somebody else is going to take their place. They are going to be replaced by a Restore Britain-like party if One Nation does not pull their fingers out of their asses and actually be serious. They have to put on their big boy pants and be adults. They have to behave like adults. No more behaving like children where you disagree, where Pauline Hanson kicks people out of the party. Time to get serious.
So what is your sense about how the night has gone? Because the vote seems to be coming in very strongly in all the areas that you expected. Tom Connell and others are starting to get very close to seeing the seats that you're competitive in, and there's a feeling that you may well end up with that upper house, with that lower house seat. Again, the expectation was that Cory Bernardi makes it in, a good vote gets 2 people in, but what does it mean if you can get that lower house seat, either tonight or when eventually everything's counted?
Well, for me, I think in a lot of ways I feel vindicated for my being in this game for 30 years that I've been fighting for this, to give people back their voice. And I just feel, I feel different. I don't know what it is. I'm excited, but I'm sort of, holding my cards close to my chest in a lot of ways, because I've been in this position before, and then it just all falls apart with preferences and all the rest of it. And I just feel that in so many ways, to see the percentage of the vote that we're getting at the moment, that it's not just a dream.
This is coming in a couple of minutes ago. This isn't live, but it looks like One Nation's vote is stabilising around 21%. The Liberal Party vote is stabilising around 19%. And Labor 38%. It's looking like. So we've got real numbers coming in now.
That this is happening, and I know the rest of Australia is watching what happens here, because so many people come up to me and they say, Pauline, you're our last hope. The young ones come up, we want a future for our country, and we want our country back, and that's all I hear from people.
Now, I remember following you on the trail, Birdsville, literally at the Brophy boxing tent, and you've been consistently somebody who's willing to talk to anyone. Now that there, according to the polls, are more and more people that are reaching out, are you getting that sense that the support is something deeper than just the polls, that it is?
It definitely is. It's not just a protest vote, as the media constantly want to say it's a protest vote. You have no idea what the hell is happening in this country. There's a movement, there's an undercurrent.
It kind of is a protest vote. I mean, One Nation didn't really have a fantastic campaign offering real policies and costings. No, the people were voting for One Nation because they were sick of immigration. Immigration is not a state issue. It's got nothing to do with the state government. It is a federal issue. The people are voting against the major parties and voting for One Nation because it's a protest vote.
And it's people saying, we've had a gutful, we want our country back, we want to have a voice. And I tell everyone, you have a right to have an opinion, you have a right to have a say. And the people that are elected under One Nation, I'm not controlling them. I want those people...
Yes, you are. You always do. I hope you don't this time, but you have a history of very autocratic control in your party. Please change it. Pull your finger out of your ass, Pauline.
There's a little delay, but that's where the cheers are that you're on the telly right now.
They're so excited, and they can see the change, and I've been getting hugs and kisses and people thanking me for hanging around, not giving up. But this is the start of it, and I'm going to go after Farah after this, Paul, and we're going to look at the Victorian state elections. People are crying out for One Nation down there. So it's a movement that's happening, but not about Pauline Hanson, about the people themselves.
One Nation could win that. It depends how independent preferences flow.
To give them back the country.
So, I mean, obviously the machine matters, right? More volunteers means more people for that early and pre-poll. That's going to help and has helped here in South Australia. But then preference flow is what matters, all right? I mean, we know that the Liberal Party's in a scenario where they send it to One Nation, but it goes for a long journey. We know the decision was to let people decide their own preferences, and you've never quite been strategic about this. You've always said it's people's choice to do.
I'm trying to educate the people. I'm the only one that's trying to empower the people to understand how preferences work, to educate them. I will do that and lead up to the next election.
I hope One Nation voters aren't just marking one and not filling out the rest of the ballot. I reckon there are a lot of One Nation voters that do exactly that.
But isn't the problem though that if you don't put out a how to vote that says you rank parties in a certain way, then they don't rank One Nation in a certain way, and that means...
Well, they're putting One Nation first. Who cares what the rest of their preferences are? As long as they number all the boxes on the ballot, it doesn't matter.
It's strong, but you need those preferences to come back to you to be able to get to 50 and a bit.
Correct. Preferences do mean everything, whether you can win or lose this.
Not looking good for One Nation and Elizabeth now. It was looking good at the start, but as more of the vote comes in, it's only 4% of the vote. But Green preferences and Weed preferences will be able to get Labor home and Elizabeth.
And that's why people don't want to be deceived, because a lot of people that have come across One Nation are either former Labor voters or former coalition voters, and they think that One Nation, giving their vote to the Labor Party or vice versa, will lose their support. So it's a very hard juggling act for us to do. Labor constantly, they're not not prepared to work with us, it's bottom of the pile, always for One Nation. That's part of their policy. So people have to realise that they're not interested in working with good policies for the state or for the country, and this is what we work with. And the Liberal Party have to wake up to themselves, because if they think that they're going to preference the Teal Millthorpe in the seat of Barra before One Nation, well, they're going to lose a lot of support there, because people will not put up with that.
So finally, I want to talk about that dynamic between yourself and Corey, right? We know that you lead the national version of One Nation. He's going to be the South Australian leader. Just again, I've heard a bit of conversation on our panel here. Make it very clear what happens when you two disagree about something that's going to happen in South Australia. Should we put cameras on it, or if it's a state issue, Corey gets the call?
No, Corey gets the call.
Good.
This is why I tried.
Good. Pauline can't be autocratic anymore. Corey has to get the call. If it's a federal issue, Pauline can get the call. She can have the call. She can work with her senators and Barnaby Joyce. But in South Australia, it has to be Cory Bernardi's final call, cooperating with the other South Australian MPs in both houses of
Parliament. Corey to be the leader in this state. I don't live in South Australia. I had enough trust and confidence in Corey to lead this. If not, I shouldn't have asked him to take on the job to be leader. I can't be looking over the shoulder. I don't look over the shoulder of our elected member in Victoria or Western Australia. You have to have trust and confidence in the people. But I'll tell you what, Paul, they don't do the job for the people, the policies that we stand by. Well, they won't get a second chance with me. You know, we've got one shot at this. They now have to prove themselves to the people who elected them in the state and do the work for the people.
Senator, nice to see you. Congrats on what seems to be a good night.
Thanks, Paul.
At UpDoc, partner doctors adhere to strict clinical standards. That means professional, convenient.
Taylor was Energy Minister. There were 6 refineries in this country. When he left as Energy Minister, there were 2. So it would be disingenuous of the Liberal Party to complain about our refining capacity given their term in office. So I think the Commonwealth Government are doing their bit to make sure that we can meet our demand as long as we can stop the panic buying. That's the key.
Okay, well, let's head over to Casey now, who's looking at some more seats. Casey, I think you're looking at some independents?
Yeah, seats in regional South Australia where independents are contenders, but I'll just say at the start, these are all very complicated races. So let's go to Finniss. I might actually go to the map. Sorry, we're a few hours in and I'm getting starting to forget which buttons to press. Finniss, Southern Fleurieu Peninsula, Victor Harbour, Goolwa is the centre of this seat. David Basham, the Liberal incumbent. Now, Lou Nicholson ran 4 years ago, came quite close to winning. Now, this was a seat where she actually won the election day vote, but was defeated based on the early vote. We're yet to get early votes in. We're being very cautious for lots of reasons, including that. Phoebe Redenkin, the Labor candidate. Let's bring up the primary votes. David Basham, 23.7. Greg Powell, 23. Lou Nicholson, 21.3. 17.6. So there's a 24 or 25% sitting with the Greens and Labor. We're making a lot of educated guesses here, which is why we're being very cautious. We would think they are more likely to favour Lou Nicholson, which may bump her into second position. She may be able to win from third position. You might guess she would be ahead, but we don't have the right counts to be sure of that at the moment.
It's interesting, when you talk about winning from third position, I think back to the 2009 Frome by-election when Jeff Brock won from third. Isn't that right, Tom?
That is absolutely right. We are preferencing Lou Nicholson. And I know the Greens are preferencing through to Lou Nicholson, and I know that the other independent is also preferencing. This is about who comes second. If David Basham comes second, his preferences will flow to Greg Powell. If Greg Powell comes third, his preferences will split. Now, One Nation are not directing preferences.
Or it depends on if someone's filled out the how to vote card with some pen.
Now, if they put just a 1 in the One Nation box, those preferences are distributed equally to Labor and Liberal. So it'd be very fascinating. This would be a very difficult count. To use the old adage, harder to pick than a broken nose.
Exactly. Yes, I would maybe put Lou Nicholson's nose very slightly ahead, but a lot to do there. As we look at these, as Emma breaks these figures, the other thing I'll just urge you to look at through these seats is, look, we've got 3 candidates in the low 20s and then one in the high teens. So we've got very even splits of primary votes in Finniss. Now, let me take you to Carville as well. I'll do the setup on all of these potentially. Dan Cregan is retiring. He's endorsed Matt Schultz, the independent. Bradley Orr.
Sorry, is that Purple Pingers? That looks like Purple Pingers.
considered it notionally a Liberal seat based on the results of the last election. Here's the current primary count. 17.5% counted. Again, look at this. We've got 3 candidates between 21 and 22%.
Wow.
Matt Schultz leading, but it is really a 3-way tie we're looking at the moment. And then just a couple of points behind Bradley Orr. So again, will the Greens...
That's looking interesting.
Well, who knows what will happen here, to be honest. This one's really, really hard to pick. Yeah, I'm not even going to try and guess this one because the Greens may well push Labor above One Nation. Does this become then
that's too hard to guess right now.
Probably. And what happens from there, let's just wait and see what we're going to get there. Stuart, a vastly redrawn seat. I'll show you the map to see. Oh, I keep doing the wrong button. Sorry, everybody. Let's jump through back to Stuart. Setup will bring me the map of Stuart. Vastly redrawn. This is the biggest seat in South Australia now, and Jeff Brock's had a lot of highways to cover to work this new seat and introduce himself to a lot of new voters. Bring you back now. Jeff Brock is leading the primary count. He has just over a third of the vote. One Nation is in second. The Liberal Leon Stevens is in third. Labor running in 4th position. I think Jeff Brock is favoured to go on to win.
Yeah,
there, but
preferences can't get One Nation home.
Here are giving us a bit of caution. You would favour Jeff Brock at this point in Stuart to be re-elected. Yeah. And then Narungga, where Fraser Ellis is seeking re-election on the Peninsula. 16.2, he's running in 3rd place. One Nation on 35.8. Now, is that enough of a primary vote to go on to win? I would imagine all of these candidates are going to favour the Liberal Party over One Nation. So will that gap close? I'm guessing, and I will very much say these are all educated guesses. We don't have a lot of data at the moment, that Tanya Stock may end up a nose ahead there. But that is the very complex picture in the bush. In Regionals SA, a lot of these regional seats, we're not going to know the result tonight. We'll be waiting for, in some cases, a full distribution of preferences.
Casey, thank you. Let's take you now to Liberal headquarters. Angelique Donnellan has been there on the ground for the evening. Angelique, it has been a difficult night for the Liberals. What are you hearing from inside the room?
Yeah, it definitely has been a hard night. It's been a bit of a downbeat feel, but at the same time, maybe people were expecting this result, so maybe it hasn't come as much of a shock as perhaps it would have been. Now, we're told Ashton Hearn, Liberal leader, is not too far away. She's coming from the Barossa Valley, so she should be here at about 9 o'clock. Well, it's 9:05 now, so a few minutes, hopefully she's not too far away. Now, I spoke to her media team to find out whether she had phoned the Premier Peter Malinauskas to concede. They wouldn't tell me, but we're obviously very keen to hear her reflections on the night when she arrives. Earlier, I spoke to Shadow Treasurer and Liberal campaign spokesman Ben Hood about what he thought about what's been happening tonight. He said he was surprised at how well One Nation had done. He noted there had been pain for both sides, for both his party and Labor. He said that there needed to be a real stocktake of what has happened, and that will take time to unpack that and, you know, what this result actually means. But he did say, obviously, there are national complications from it. So, yeah, hopefully in the next few minutes we'll see Liberal leader Ashton Hearn arrive, and we'll see what she has to say to the party faithful.
Angelique, have you seen many MPs or candidates through the headquarters yet?
Wow, that's completely silent at the Liberal headquarters.
Patterson is here. Heidi Girolamo is here. Obviously, I said I've spoken to Ben Hood. We've had, you know, a few other, elders of the party. Alexander Downer was here. I had a chat to Nicole Flint as well. So there are definitely some familiar faces here. People, like I said, people have actually seemed, you know, relatively chatty. I do wonder whether, as I mentioned,
well, One Nation could win that seat. Only 6% of the vote counted, but it'll be looking very interesting. I have been streaming for 3 hours. I've not been to the toilet in over 3 hours. I need to get some things. I need to fill up my water bottle. I am going to leave for a couple of minutes, but then I will be back. So please stay with me. I am back. Thank you. I had to go to the toilet. Get my water bottle. Fill up my water bottle, rather. Fix up the display on my thing. And turn this light on. Just sorry a minute. What did I miss? Did I miss anything? Green 0 seats.
It was 3 times his average wage. When I bought mine in Torrensville, it was 6 times my average wage. Now young families are looking at 12 to 13 times their average wage to buy a home in Adelaide. We need to deal with that and deal with that quickly. And successive governments, Labor and Liberal, have not done enough. We need to throw the kitchen sink at this to make sure young Australians got somewhere to live, to aspire to home ownership, to raise their families. That's key. And maintaining those budget surpluses. The results we're getting in Metropolitan Adelaide tonight, Stephen Mulligan, who's retiring tonight, deserves some credit as well. He was able to deliver 4 budget surpluses in a row. That is unprecedented in this state's history. Debt is now $1.2 billion lower than it otherwise would have been under a Liberal government had Mr Marshall and Mr Lucas been re-elected at the last election. And I think financial management is very, very important for our state. We have to manage that.
Just on debt, though, part of the reason why the debt is lower is because you've also reprofiled some of the major infrastructure projects that the state is undertaking as well, Treasurer.
Well, there's some reprofiling, but also some
pretty significant amount of reprofiling.
Sure, and larger revenues. I mean, the economy is booming. South Australia's economy is growing faster than the rest of the nation. Our economy grew by 5% this year. The rest of the country was lagging behind. That extra growth gives us more revenues, which allow us to pay down debt faster.
You talk exactly on the debt question. It's going to hit nearly $50 billion at the end of the forward estimates. Do you have a plan to pay that down?
I do. Let's be clear about this. I think South Australians need to understand this. By the end of the forward estimates, the next 4 years, the debt that our taxes will have to pay down will be $37 billion, not 50. I mean, SA Water will pay its own debt through its customers. Renewal SA will pay its own debt through its customers. Homestart Bank will pay its debt down from its customers. This is not something the taxpayer has to pay. $37 billion in a state budget of 22.
Figure, though.
Sure, but that's not debt that we're paying for through our taxes. Let's be clear about this. General government debt is a debt we pay for through our taxes. The entire net debt is not paid for out of your taxes. And that is the honest truth. And people know that.
But that's also the same figure that successive governments have used as the measure.
Sure, I mean, we're honest about the debt we have to pay for and the debt that we underwrite. But underwriting debt is not the same as paying it down. So, you know, $37 billion is manageable. I am comfortable with it and I think we can manage it.
To what extent, though, did debt play on your mind as you were developing your policy platform? I compare it to the 2022 election when we had these, quite bold, visionary plans for hydrogen, fixing the ramping crisis. Even in the infrastructure space, we had, the new aquatic centre. We just didn't have that level of bold, big infrastructure projects announced by the Labor Party in the lead up to this election. Was that because...
I'm getting sick of hearing about South Australian politics.
Find ABC Radio Australia now on digital radio.
What are they talking about here?
We'll keep an eye and see if that experimental.
Why does he have a broccoli cut? Why does Leo Puglisi have a broccoli cut? I'm going back to
we put forward with
ABC
a
now
program. To continue building the North-South corridor. We've still got the Women's and Children's Hospital to consume as well. Debt needs to be managed and managed well. And I think one of the reasons tonight the Liberal Party is being repudiated is because their promises were unbelievable. Promising tax cuts, more spending and reducing debt is just unbelievable.
We'll come back to debt if we can in a moment, and Ruston, but let's go across to Casey, who has some more numbers to bring you. Let's now go back to Adelaide's southern suburbs, the seat of Black, held by Labor's Alex Dighton, of course picked up at that by-election midterm.
Yeah, an extraordinary swing in that by-election midterm and a further extraordinary swing, we think, on top of that. Labor, 44% of the primary vote.
Fuck.
But really, what are we looking at here is the Liberal Party
8%.
falling to 5th place. David Spears fourth on the first preference vote. You've got
that's a good win for Labor, but
daylight to the next three candidates, all sitting in the mid-teens, and then the Liberals on 8.4. I'll just show you the change in vote because, again, this pattern, big blue box going down, and this one is a very big one, 41% down.
And you're seeing that all over South Australia.
Labor, One Nation.
Labor up, One Nation up.
The independent there
Greens
is David
up
Spears
a little
getting
bit.
14.3%
Liberals
of the vote, and the Greens up
completely collapsed. Their voters completely collapsed. This is the beginning of TLD, total Liberal death.
But it's all on the right side of politics and the sort of independent. Alex Dighton will retain that seat.
Okay, next up, you're taking us to the seat of Port Adelaide, where Susan Close, the former Deputy Premier, is retiring.
Shane Rich trying to replace her, Scott Anderson, the Liberal candidate. And have a look at this. The Liberal candidate is in 5th place once again. Now, we've got, again, Labor on just under 40%. In Port Adelaide, we're seeing One Nation run in second, well ahead of the independent Claire Bone. At the moment, we're getting a preference count between Claire Bone and Shane Rich. That may not end up being the one that matters at the end of the day. Let's have a look at the change in vote. Labor significantly down with the presence of that independent. The Liberals also down. One Nation up, but we're expecting. Well, let's see where the count ends up on that one. We may see that Labor takes a haircut on its margin while still retaining the seat in Port Adelaide. A ways to go. We're not quite sure where that one will yet land. But Shane Rich will be the winner at the very least.
All right, let's talk about a seat we haven't spoken about yet this evening, that of Croydon, held by the Premier, Peter Malinauskas.
Yeah, this is one of the seats we're seeing in the inner suburbs
not really
of
much
Adelaide,
there.
where the Greens are coming second
already
at the
been
moment on the primary vote. Now, I'll say in many of these seats, the Greens are coming second on the primary, but they might not make the 2CP because of the preference flows between other parties, and that might be the case here. You'd expect it to be the case here, probably. But Peter Malinauskas has more than
they
half
could
the vote.
finish
That is actually down a bit
there as well
on the last election, but he will go on to win that seat on first preferences most likely. And again, a transfer of vote from the Liberal Party to One Nation, a fracturing of the Conservative side of politics showing up in seat after seat after seat. But Peter Malinauskas will be Premier tomorrow. He will remain the member for Croydon as well.
Okay, so we're going from the Premier and Labor Party leader to the Liberal Party leader and Ashton Hearn in Schubert.
A greatly depleted party room that Ashton Hearn leads at the moment. She will continue to lead. She will continue to be in Parliament, I should say. The leadership will, of course, be a matter for the party. But Ashton Hearn has 44.6% of the vote, and One Nation has indeed run second there. Ashton Hearn has seen we're getting a count there, a swing toward the Liberal Party, a swing toward on the count that we're getting of about 6%. So Schubert will remain a Liberal seat. Ashton Hearn's primary is down only about 7. I say only 7 because that's one of the smaller numbers we're seeing across the 47 seats. One Nation up 17 and other candidates down a little bit. And then let's finally have a look at one more seat.
And that's the seat of Bragg in Adelaide's eastern suburbs. Jack Batty, of course, picked that up at a by-election earlier in the term when Vicky Chapman, the former Deputy Premier, left politics.
And at this stage, it's looking like the only Adelaide seat that the Liberal Party will hold. Jack Batty has kept up that primary vote. It is down again by only 8.8.
Oh, I'm not sure. Preferences will be very interesting to see.
Labor on 31.8. We're getting a preference count between Jack Batty and Rick Sarr, and Jack Batty will retain that seat.
Guess that, but
a small swing against him. So Jack Batty, Ashton Hearn, two of the definite members of the next Liberal Party room, joining, we think, Tim Whetstone and a fourth person whose name is escaping me right now because it's quite late in the evening.
All elected on Labor preferences.
Okay, Casey, thank you. Look, we understand Pauline Hanson has been speaking at the One Nation headquarters. Let's bring you some of that now.
The fuck?
I feel so many things that are going through me tonight. The last time I saw a crowd like this was when we won 11 seats in Queensland in 1998. And
they've got 9 years out of it because they were banned from the One Nation HQ.
That's how long ago it was. I think the rest of Australia is going to be watching what's happening here tonight. And I think it's very important to see for Farah, and I also will set a strong team for Victoria. So if you're from Victoria, you're watching this, we're coming to support you down there. Stand candidates. And I see our state president, Warren Pickering, is here, and he's going to lead the team for Victoria. We've also got Stuart Bonds that is here tonight from New South Wales, so representation from all around Australia to support you. It has been a long battle, and I've had my ups and downs throughout the years. But with my other colleagues on the floor of Parliament and Federal Parliament, especially Malcolm Roberts, that's worked tirelessly with me.
Malcolm Roberts is such a fucking idiot.
And now we are joined by Sean Bell from New South Wales and Tyron Witten from Western Australia. And then we also have Barnaby Joyce has joined our team. Today, it's not about Pauline Hanson, it's not about the members getting elected. It's the start of a new beginning for the people of South Australia and the people of Australia. It's for you the people, and to each and every one of you that has done countless hours or a couple of hours on a polling booth. Without you, we would never have got there, because without your support, your hard work and believing in us, that we have achieved what we have today. The vote... Thank you. To all the people that have voted for One Nation, please believe me when I say you have got a strong leader in Cory Bernardi here in South Australia.
Cory Bernardi's good.
You have...
Cory Bernardi's very good. I like him. Strong right-wing voice.
You also
especially in the culture
have a
wars.
very strong leader in this man, Carlos Quambero. We're number 2. And hopefully we get the third one up with Rebecca Hewitt, who will take the third position. We're hoping she will take a third position also. It is unsure where we will stand with the lower house seats. We don't know if we're going to have 1, 2, 3 seats. We're not sure of that. At where we are tonight, just to let you know, this is the low tide. Once they really get to look at the votes that they've put aside as calling them informal, once they start to really sort them out, I believe that our vote will rise even more. So wait and see what happens next week. I will finish on this note. Peter Malinauskas, congratulations on your win. No, he did win his second term. But I will say to Peter Malinauskas,
that's good.
I'm still in South Australia now. I am leaving tomorrow to go to Canberra to continue my duties. But guess what, mate? I'm leaving you some landmines. They're called One Nation Members of Parliament. So I suggest don't step on them, because they will explode. And that's what we're here for, to ensure you get good representation, good government, with a good opposition, which you have not had in the state for a long time. And that's going to come with One Nation. To each every one of you, have a wonderful night. Thank you very much for your support, and take care. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Okay, that is Pauline Hanson there at One Nation HQ. Let's get over to Casey now at the touchscreen.
We want to look at a couple of Northern Adelaide seats. We've been looking at where One Nation is performing well, and we've, thanks to one of the panellists, just been pointed out a couple of seats that we hadn't been looking at particularly closely in Northern Adelaide, where there is a particularly interesting set of figures. Taylor is one of them. So this is Nick Champion's seat. Peter Rentoulis is the person we're going to talk a little bit about now, because this is the first preference vote we've got at the moment. Nick Champion on 41, Peter Rentoulis on 30, the Greens on 10 and 7.5% sitting with Family First. I'm just going to look back to my computer for a moment.
Wow.
Because at the moment
Liberals,
now, a bit of caution in all of these figures, but we're projecting, based on what we know about the history, that Nick Champion's vote might fall from 41, and that would make that actually quite an interesting looking contest, where One Nation could become potentially, I'm being very cautious with my language, competitive, but that is a very strong result for One Nation.
That is.
In that seat, and I'm interested in the Treasurer's
Let's see, 41-10. That ordinarily that would get them over the line, but that not many Green preferences would go to One Nation. But let's say 1% of them do, then they would need just a little bit of Liberal preferences. They'd easily be able to get it, but depending on how low Labor's vote falls. One Nation's got 30% of the primary vote, plus Family First, that's 7.5. They'd get most of the preferences. That's still not enough. I believe LCS is the marijuana party, legalised cannabis South Australia. I believe Labor will be able to retain that seat.
Perspective on that one as well. And if I can also have a look at Taylor. At Taylor. We looked at Taylor. Let's now have a look at Light, the neighbouring seat. Again, this is a safe Labor seat on the traditional pendulum. Labor's not performing quite as badly, we think, here, but again, more than 30% with One Nation. James Agnes on 38.3.
One Nation could have a real shot.
Labor One Nation counts in these. We're going to go and do a bit of an estimation of what we think based on the data we've got, which is very thin on the ground. But One Nation's performance is actually quite strong in Light as well, so potentially becoming far more competitive in those couple of seats.
Okay, Casey, thank you. Tom, do you think that One Nation has left you some landmines here? Do you think they will get some seats?
Oh, I don't know. Again, this depends entirely. I mean, what's that, 22.5% counted? Obviously, the pre-poll hasn't been factored in. Pre-poll's the biggest booth in here, so I'll be fascinated to see, once we see those pre-poll numbers.
That'll be very good for One Nation, I explained earlier before.
I wonder whether a lot of the working people in the north voted at pre-poll. So we'll see. It's still early days, but this shows you the importance of taking One Nation.
As we're talking to you here, Tom Koutsantonis, looks like we have the Liberal opposition leader, Ashton Hearn, there making her way into Morphettville, where the Liberal Party HQ gathering has been happening across the course of the evening. They're flanked by members of her media team and also her husband, Adam, off to the side. We're just going to pause here to see if she has anything to say on the way in.
Oh, I'm really proud of the campaign that we've run. We'll keep going, guys. Got to get in and speak to all of my supporters. Really proud of the campaign that we've run as a team, and we've just always stayed focused on those bread and butter issues, and I'm really proud of what we've been able to achieve. There'll be a lot of time for analysis later, but I'll just keep
She's speaking like a fucking robot. She's not giving any thought to what she's saying. It's just like a pre-scripted, pre-programmed, pre-planned list of words she has to say.
And we'll keep working hard for all of our local communities.
We're proud of the effort we put in, and we're focused on the bread and butter issues, and we're proud of the effort we put in, and we did the best we could, and we're proud of the effort we put in, and we are proud of the effort we put in, and short circuits.
It was a challenge, but I've been really proud of what we've been able to achieve, and I've spoken with the Premier of South Australia.
What the fuck are they cheering? They lost. They fucking lost. They got destroyed. Why are they cheering?
Into the Liberal Party headquarters at the Morphettville Racecourse, where they're gathering this evening. Of course, they're acknowledging the challenge that she has been facing throughout the course of this campaign, bearing in mind that she has been opposition leader here in South Australia for little more than 100 days. She is making her way towards the podium now to address the cameras more broadly. We'll cross now to the opposition leader, Ashton Hearn.
Thank you so much, everyone. And look, it's an absolute pleasure to be with you here tonight, and I wanted to let you know that I have phoned Premier Peter Malinauskas and congratulated him on his re-election. He has run a campaign that has been a good one. We've had some amicable times together, and I just congratulate him and his team for their re-election and what they're putting forward to achieve for the people of South Australia. The pundits, they said that we wouldn't get a single seat. But tonight we will prove them wrong. We have done a fantastic job across South Australia. There are
Fucking yes. 4 seats. Let's go, man. 4 seats. Yes, we really showed those haters. We really showed those critics. Fuck yeah. Suck it, haters.
Thousands of Liberal supporters who have backed us in against the odds. But as counting continues, our position continues to improve as well. I'm really proud of the team. It's so fantastic to see so many volunteers here tonight. But look, it's a tough night for the Liberals. There's absolutely no doubt about it that things are tough and lessons must be learned. There are a lot of things that we need to reflect on, but now is not the time for that. Now is the time to celebrate the Liberal cause and to give hope for the future, because there is still hope for the Liberal future here in South Australia.
No, there's not. It's over. This may as well be a funeral. This may as well be the obituary of the South Australian Liberals.
I'm a proud Liberal. I love this party. I love what we stand for.
Fucking hell. Imagine that. Imagine being a proud Liberal.
True believers who really do believe in this Liberal cause.
I'd be ashamed. I would be ashamed if I were a member of the Liberal Party.
I grew up on a farm on the outskirts of Angaston, and that I've reflected a lot throughout this campaign about what lessons I've learnt from that. And not every season goes your way. Sometimes it doesn't rain when you want it to, and sometimes the crop that you're growing doesn't produce the goods. But that doesn't mean you walk off the land. You stay and you fight another day because you love what you do.
Apparently her brother's an AFL player, was an AFL player, a premiership player for West Coast Eagles. Shanahan, his name is. Played in the 2018 Grand Final on West Coast.
I would like to sincerely thank all of our volunteers to have the privilege of getting out to so many pre-polls across South Australia, to join so many of you on election day today, and to see you all really digging in deep and making sure that we are working overtime to convince people to vote Liberal. It was really a pleasure to see. So thank you so much to all of the volunteers for sticking with us. I'd like to acknowledge the Liberal Party campaign team. Thank you so much for all of your efforts. Yes, a big round of applause for them. All of the staff. I'd like to thank all of the staff at Liberal HQ. I'd like to thank all of my leaders office staff, and of course...
that's true. Somebody in the live chat is saying One Nation is ahead of the Labor and the Victorian polling. That's correct. In fact, they're leading polling in Victoria. It'll be interesting to see preference flows and if One Nation... If vote concentration, if One Nation will fall victim to that. I think they will, though, unfortunately. But still 8 months away, so anything can happen. Anything can change at this point. We may not even be talking about One Nation in 8 months' time.
For the candidates. To the members of Parliament who have been in my team, thank you so much for all of your support. We have lost Vincent Tarzia. He has conceded his seat of Hartley. So I'd like to take the moment just to recognise him as a former leader. He has been incredible for our team. The work that he did in particular in defeating Nick Xenophon was exemplary, and he has gone down fighting, and he is an example for all of us well into the future. So I'd like to thank Vincent very much for his service.
He's not dead.
To my leadership team,
don't give him an obituary. He's not dead.
And I've been really, really proud to be in the trenches with you. It's been an absolute honour and a privilege to be with you. To my community of Schubert, my local community, which you all know I love dearly, the Barossa Valley and the Northern Adelaide Hills have returned to me as their local Member of Parliament, and I couldn't be prouder. And to my family, I couldn't do it without them. My husband Adam here is here somewhere, and he's been amazing behind the scenes, helping with our little one, little Rupert, who's nearly 2. I looked at a photo of him actually only this week, and I thought, God, he's grown so much over this last little while. And it underscores the sacrifice that we all make to put ourselves forward for public office, and it can be a lot, but I'm so grateful for that family support. To my mum and my dad who are watching somewhere in Angaston, and my brother Shannon, my nan, and my in-laws, thank you for all of your support. You've been incredible. But into the future. We've got, yes, we have been sent a message tonight, and it's not just the Liberals who have been sent a message, it's the Labor Party as well, that there is a large cohort of South Australians who are sick to death of the status quo, and we have to acknowledge that, we have to learn from that, and if anything, we need to dig in on what we've been talking about for the last 100 days of my leadership, and that's all about getting back to basics, focusing on those bread and butter issues that South Australians
She literally said that earlier. It's like a fucking script.
And so whilst the Premier, he's lived to survive another day, and he'll have 4 more years in office, and I do sincerely congratulate him on that. We are going to come back stronger than ever. We're going to keep fighting for not just the Liberal cause, but for the people of South Australia, because at the end of the day, that's what we're in politics for. We're not in politics because of ourselves. We're in politics because we ultimately believe in our local communities, and we ultimately believe that we've got the best vision for the people of South Australia. And whilst
You
the
don't,
voters
so.
didn't give us the nod this time, we'll keep fighting to earn their respect into the future. The voters never get it wrong, and they've sent us a clear message.
Bullshit. Why the fuck do
And
people say
it's
that?
up to us now to heed that advice and to look forward with a true sense
Oh,
of optimism.
oh, they didn't get it
because
wrong
like
this
you,
time.
I do see an
By
optimism
rejecting the
in
Liberal
South
Party.
Australia. We've got so many fantastic opportunities ahead of us, and we all just need to band together, keep working hard and backing one another in. Now is the time to come together really as a party and to be in lockstep together for the future. It's been a pleasure to be your leader for this campaign, and I'm looking forward to leading this party well into the future for the next 4 years and making sure that we continue to climb back bigger and better. So thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
She did not say anything of substance at all. How long was her speech? Oh, thankfully, it wasn't too long. But literally everything she said, it was pre-programmed. It might as well have been a script. Like, she may as well be a robot and somebody just putting code into it. And she says, "Oh, we're proud of the effort we put in, and we're focusing on the bread and butter issues, and the voters never get it wrong, and we're proud of the effort we put in." Not a single word of substance was uttered at all. Like, she said so much without saying anything.
Okay, that is
Always politicians like
the
this.
opposition leader Ashton Hearn, who announced that she called the Premier Peter Malinauskas to concede defeat this evening. She congratulated him. She talked about continuing on as leader, continuing the fight, and also said all parties need to heed the message. She said voters get it right. They've told them messages loud and clear, and they need to listen to them.
She picked up on that idea of people being sick of the status quo. And as you look at some of these pictures here, I can see Shadow Treasurer Ben Hood there hugging Ashton Hearn. As I talk to you right now, I saw Shadow Health spokesperson Heidi Girolamo, Jack Batty as well, the member for Bragg, there alongside Ashton Hearn.
She also said that Vincent Tarzia, the former Liberal leader, has conceded in the seat of Hartley. Now, he, of course, defeated Nick Xenophon, a huge opponent, back in 2018, but he has now conceded
Is that the
defeat.
thing he's most remembered for? Beating Nick Xenophon?
Very soon, we are expecting the Premier Peter Malinauskas to leave his home to head to Labor headquarters, I guess, to begin celebrating, Tom.
Yes, tonight is a night for Labor to really sort of look at the result and be humbled by it. It's a remarkable result. I mean, we're looking at potentially winning up to 6 seats in Metropolitan Adelaide. I was thinking as I was listening to Ashton talk then about the way the Liberal Party campaigned. You know, two-thirds of their spending were in 3 seats. Hyson, the Deputy Leader's seat, Schubert, the Leader's seat, and Bragg. And I'm thinking about the candidates in Hartley, Unley, Moriarty, Morford and Colton, the Liberal candidates who did not get the same level of commitments, and how they'd be feeling about tonight.
I want to go to Anne
Disaster
Ruston.
for
You've
the
known,
Liberals.
Ashton Hearn for a long time. Your reflections on that speech?
Oh, well, I think it just shows what an incredibly gracious person she is. She's incredibly positive, and she's a leader. She's a team player. Tonight, she reflected on all of the people who, you know, had contributed to putting the show on the road. And you know, I think that there would have been a lot of people in that room tonight who perhaps mightn't have been feeling quite so great. And like, I, for one, actually felt great after listening to that speech. And, you know, there's always a silver lining in...
These people are saying nothing. I want to take a look at the Legislative Council, the upper house, how it is going. So we're getting some idea of what the upper house is looking like in South Australia. Only 2.5% of the vote counted, so that's not much. But we've got, as I said, a rough idea. Labor's got exactly not exactly a third. They've got 33% of the vote. They've lost 4% of the vote, but there's most likely they're going to get 4 seats pretty much. They've got 3 quotas and they have the highest remainder, so they'll get the 4th seat. One Nation is also looking at will also pick up 3 seats because they've got over 3% of the vote. The Liberals will get over 2%, over 2 seats because they got 2 quotas rather, not 3% of the vote, 2% of the vote. And the Greens are looking at getting 1 seat because they've got over 1 quota. Now, 4, 7, 9, 10, likely the final seat will go to... Oh, they have the highest remainder so far, but preferences, legalised cannabis could get it. Wow, really? These are only days, but only like less than 1,000 votes for Family First. So it could be either of these parties if they get the preferences, but it's looking like Liberals or Greens will get the final seat. Likely Liberals. Imagine if the Greens and the Liberals had the same amount of representation. Total Liberal death, guys. That is what we're aiming for. That will be a fantastic development.
What is a stormy night for us tonight? And
Nation's actually outpolling the Liberal Party in Adelaide on the first preference vote, and that is not necessarily what you would have expected going into tonight.
Why? It's the question.
Looks like we missed some stuff.
You've been having a look at some seats where One Nation's been outperforming the Liberals, and the Liberals have been outperforming One Nation.
Yeah, what I want to do, I want to show you something that's just struck us that is maybe not the most intuitive of sets of figures. The statewide figures, now that gap actually between One Nation and the Liberal Party on the statewide primary has closed a little bit. One Nation's still leading, but only by about 1 point. It was, I think, up to about 3 earlier in the evening, so that gap has been closing.
Have we seen any early voting boos
They're
come
starting
through
to come in some seats, but we're just still... I'm just going to say we've been going through seat by seat and doing quite a lot of overriding of Electoral Commission counts and installing our own estimates in their place, far more than we normally do on an election night. Can I just say that? So it's a really... it's occupied quite a lot of our time to try and work out what's going on in many of these seats. But we've just observed, the point I really wanted to make is the One Nation is leading the Liberal Party statewide by a smaller margin, but still leading. Let me show you the regional split here, where we've got the Liberal Party outpolling One Nation at the moment. Now, we know there are lots of...
I'm feeling less tired than I was earlier, but it's a shame because only 3 people are watching now. So say hi, say something in the chat, say something thought-provoking, and I'll probably be able to give a better response than earlier when I was like so tired. Before 8 o'clock as well. I was so tired before 8 o'clock.
Complicated seats here. It's going to take a bit of time for us to work out what's going on here. But at the moment, the Liberal Party's getting more primary votes than One Nation in regional South Australia.
Wow. Why? How?
And in Adelaide, it's the other way around. One Nation's actually outpolling the Liberal Party in Adelaide on the first preference vote. And that is not necessarily what you would have expected going into tonight.
No, not at all.
Why?
It's the question. Good question. We are seeing One Nation perform extraordinarily well in some of those northern seats. We're talking about Taylor Light.
They're polling very well federally there as well.
One Nation is leading the Liberal Party in far more seats in Adelaide, especially when you go north and south. And that pattern is happening far closer to Adelaide, far closer to the CBD, I should say, than we have seen in previous federal elections. Certainly, that is a real shift in what we're seeing, and that would be some concern, not just for the Liberal Party, but I would suggest is also of some concern to Labor.
But is it also potentially a concern interstate as well, Casey? Because if we're talking about outer suburban seats here, there's no shortage of those in the bigger cities, Melbourne, Sydney in particular.
Yeah, if this sort of election is repeated in Victoria in November, it is going to be a heck of an election night, let me tell you that. If this sort of a result, we've seen so many of these four-corner contests with candidates on 20, 21, 22% of the vote. We've got a Farrer by-election with a lot of these sorts of dynamics at play as well. There are clear national implications. I suspect that political parties around the country are going to be thinking about this threat in a much more real way, now that this is no longer polling, this is real votes, and really digging into, and it's just something that is going to take a bit of time to dig through all of the polling places and the electorates and the electoral geography and just how it is no longer a blue-red map. It is a red, blue, orange, and maybe even in some places green map at the moment that we're looking at. The tapestry is far more complicated in South Australia than we've ever seen before.
I think if the Labor Party hadn't been preferencing the Liberal Party ahead of One Nation in a principled way, tonight we'd be seeing 2 Liberal MPs elected instead of 4. What you've seen tonight is a Liberal Party have its worst election result in its history. I've never seen the idea of the Liberal Party getting in the single digits at all is remarkable. I mean, they started with 13, you thought they might lose a couple in the city, but to lose that many seats in one election is remarkable.
I want to go back to Casey now. You've lined up some more seats for us to look at as well.
Yeah, we're looking at all of the the most likely Liberal members of the House of Assembly, 4 of which we're pretty sure of, and then we'll add Nadgery, where we think Penny Pratt's probably favoured, but it is a really messy contest where, again, Penny Pratt is on 1/3 of the vote. David Payton, the One Nation candidate, is on 30%. Tony Piccolo is a serious risk of being defeated in this election. He's only on just over 1/4 of the vote, and it's very hard to see how he would.
Let's just remind everyone about Tony Piccolo as well.
Tony Piccolo entered Parliament in 2006, if I'm not incorrect, Tom. Looking at you, has been a member of Parliament since 2006, representing the seat of Light. Has been really produced some remarkable swings toward him over those years, and has constantly, routinely in elections, really faced a threat that he might be defeated. He's never shied away from a fight, I would say. No. Tony Piccolo. He didn't need to contest the seat of Nadgery. His seat is Light in the boundary redistribution. Light and the seat formerly known as Frome, now Nadgery, was significantly altered, and a lot of people that used to live in Light now live in Nadgery, so he decided to go with them, setting himself up against Penny Pratt, another sitting MP, and also taking in quite a bit of the mid-north region up to Clare in South Australia. So he's not shied away from this fight. It is a marginal Liberal seat he's trying to win, and at this stage, partly because of this disruptive influence here, he's seriously at risk of being defeated. In fact, probably is going to be defeated. You would favour Penny Pratt at this point. So Penny Pratt might be one of the lower house members of the House of Assembly for the Liberal Party, and the other ones we've talked a bit more about now. Tim Whetstone is probably should be relatively safe here. He trails One Nation on the primary vote, but that is not a high enough vote that will see Jennifer Troth elected. These preferences will favour Tim Whetstone, so he should be re-elected. So you've got maybe Penny Pratt. We've got Tim Whetstone. We think we've got Sam Telfer on 40% of the vote. Now, that's a pretty significant gap there, and you would have thought that, again, these preferences will favour Sam Telfer, or at least not favour the One Nation Party by enough to close that gap. So Sam Telfer should be in the next Parliament. Jack Batty will be in the next Parliament, as we've been talking about, has seen off another contest from Rick Sarr, but will remain in the Parliament.
Sarr, I thought he said Sarr isn't S-A-A-R like the meme.
She as well.
Sarr.
She's sitting now at just under half the primary vote, so she will be re-elected. So that's 4 definites, potentially Penny Pratt, but that one's still in doubt. And then a complicated mess for several other seats still. 4 seats.
Casey, thank you. To you, Anne Roston, some observations on what you've just seen there. The potential hold of Nadgery with Penny Pratt and Sam Telfer over in Flinders potentially.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting, and I've just been having a quick look at some of the outer metro seats that are very strongly were held very strongly by the Labor Party. We've seen some really significant shifts in the primary vote of Labor. Just looked at Light, 57% primary vote in 2022 down to 38. Taylor, 53% in 22 down to 41. We saw in Chris Picton's seat a similar, I think it was 56 down to 37. So obviously there is a protest vote going on, particularly in safe seats. And whilst obviously the Labor Party has picked up some votes in the inner city in some of the seats that were previously as, you've actually taken a fair bath in the primary vote in some of the others. But it looks like many of them will come back on the two-party preferred. But it's been really interesting how attacked the primary vote of both major parties have been. And interesting, as you rightly point out, Tom, how preferences have rather weirdly meant that the two-party preferred situation's coming out in a different way than it might usually have come out.
I mean, it's fair to say the Liberal Party have not preference the Labor Party have One Nation anywhere. So we're getting elected because we're winning in our own right or because we're relying on other preferences, but not from the Liberal Party and One Nation. I saw Ashton's speech, and as gracious as she was, the Liberal Party were cheering that they had won 4 seats. And I've got to say that there needs to be some self-reflection here. They started the night with 13. They're looking at 4. I think the message here, while you could argue it's a pox on both your houses, I don't see that argument in Metropolitan Adelaide. I see our primary vote with a 4 in front of it, a primary vote in regional areas. Well, we don't really hold many seats in regional South Australia, we hold 1.
Been streaming for nearly 4 hours now. I might wrap it up soon.
And it might be okay to deflect, but I think the message here really is to the Conservative side of politics that they are unhappy with the representation that they're getting, and they're letting people know about it.
I mean, I accept that quite clearly there was a very strong message sent to the Liberal Party, but I think you have to be fair. The numbers tell the story. That I think there has been a sort of a pox on both your parties type response tonight, because there have been significant drops in your primary vote. So I don't think you can hide from that. And I also think Ashton has had a very short runway to come in. We were expecting to win no seats in November.
That's not true. That's not true.
Well, that was what the polling was showing.
That's not accurate. There's never been a case in the state where the Liberal Party won't win a seat. That's just a ridiculous statement. And it sounds like spin to me. It sounds like the Liberal Party is saying we were winning no seats and we've won 4. Aren't we fantastic? I'm sorry. That's not the message South Australians have given us tonight.
Well, I'm got to say, if anybody thinks that I have told the public tonight that we've had a fantastic night, then obviously I have not given the message.
The Liberals did have a fantastic night. They were going to win 0 seats. One Nation was going to take all those seats, and they've won 4 seats. And One Nation has so far won no seats.
Is generational change. You think of seats like Enfield, Light, Torrens, amongst others. Could that also be partly attributed to the fall in primary that you've seen there with Tony Piccolo moving from Light into the adjoining seat of Nadgera?
Potentially. I mean, Tony was a respected figure. He won the seat of Light from the Liberal Party. I think he beat Malcolm Buckby all those years ago in 2006. It's a remarkable outcome. Obviously, we want to bring new people into the Parliament. Open seats, you can get strange results. I think we will win Elizabeth, Taylor and Light. I'm not sure what's going to happen in Nadgera, whether Green preferences will push us into second place or not. I just don't know. I mean, that is a very, very hard seat to pick. But you're right. I mean, there are pockets of protests around the state. The biggest voices being heard are in metropolitan Adelaide. There are other voices being heard in regional South Australia. I'm not sure they're saying the same thing. I think in regional South Australia and in parts of the north, they're talking about immigration. I think in metropolitan Adelaide, they're talking about the Liberal Party flirting with One Nation. Now,
no one goes.
I've never seen an occasion in my lifetime with the Liberal Party coming 4th in seats they previously held. So there's a lot to unpack here, but I don't think it's a uniform message. I think the messages are different across different areas.
Yeah, the voters are angry that the Liberals are flirting with One Nation, which is why 1 in 5 voters have voted for One Nation. One Nation's got their biggest vote share ever since the Queensland state election of 1998.
Particularly interested in the northern Adelaide area, because that's obviously traditionally been Labor heartland. What is it about that particular region of metropolitan Adelaide that you see people moving towards One Nation? What are the issues that they're talking about in some of those regions?
I think immigration is something that is playing on people. I think this is a lot of the culture war stuff that's going on, that's being pushed. A lot of young men are feeling disenfranchised with the world around them. I think social media and the information people are getting.
Fuck! Wow. Liberals, 9% primary voting in the northern suburbs of Adelaide. Greens, 10%. Fuck. One Nation, 27%. Labor holding strong at 44%, but... Wow. Unreal.
Throughout West Torrens, where people were bringing pens to polling booths because they thought their votes might be changed.
Yeah, that is retarded. Those people are retarded.
There's a lot of misinformation online, and those trusted sources of news are breaking down. I saw some research during the campaign where there is now becoming a point where a majority of new voters don't even have aerials connected to their televisions, and they're only watching streaming services, and they're getting harder and harder to get to. And some of the news outlets that they're watching aren't even Australian.
Fuck, that's even worse. Not even 8% of the vote in primary vote in the southern suburbs of Adelaide. 22% for One Nation, 13% for the Greens, 47% for Labor. It's holding strong. 11% for others. Wow.
Them being aware of what's going on in Adelaide is getting very, very difficult. And if you're disenfranchised already, and then you're diving into this social media mix where you're not actually getting news from trusted sources, all sorts of things pop out.
Casey, you've lined up a few more seats for us to take a look at. Can we start with Ghana?
Yeah, I think I might. Yes, what we're going to do is show you a long list of seats right now where the Liberal primary vote has crashed to single digits. It's quite a long list. These are, yes, in the southern suburbs, also in the northern suburbs, but not just there. So Ghana, Chris Picton is the MP, nearly half the vote. Shane Carter is on 6.7% of the vote.
6.7.
Raynell nearby, we've got Trent Hildyard will be re-elected, has more than 40% of the vote. One Nation has replaced the Liberals, who are on 6.1%.
Oh, gee, wow, I wonder why the Liberals are losing. Running candidates like Haseen Zaman, it boggles the mind.
Cheltenham, Joe Sockarch has nearly half the vote. Melissa Higgins, 20%, and Helen Pike, 8.3%. Ramsey in the southern suburbs. So Cheltenham, I should say, not an outer suburb area. This is inner Adelaide. Ramsey, Zoe Bettison, nearly half the vote. And again,
27% in the inner suburbs of Adelaide. That's very good.
In Florey, we've got Michael Brown, the MP, 48% there. For him, he'll win nearly on the first preference vote. One Nation has 21. The Liberal Party has 8.6%, and the Independent Francis Bedford, former Labor MP, has polled just 4.5% there. In Enfield, Lawrence Benn will be the new member for Enfield. He has nearly half the primary vote. One Nation has 15.7%. That's clearly just ticked up because it was in our list for a reason, but he's on a very low 13%. In Newland, the Liberal Party is on 12%. I think these are starting to climb. We're starting to climb out of that list now. Olivia Savas on nearly half the vote. One Nation on a quarter of the vote. I've got about 15 seats where the Liberal Party is on a single-digit number. Elizabeth as well, Port Adelaide, Taylor, Croydon.
Wow, 15 seats. That's 1 and 3.
West Torrens, Black. We've seen Florey, Hurdley, and Giles. This is a long list of seats where the Liberal Party is on a single-digit first preference vote, and that is a very big mountain to climb if that party wants to rebuild.
Casey, thank you. I just want to bring in you again, Tom Koutsantonis. Tell us a little bit about Lawrence Benn.
He's a bright future, that boy. He's very, very good. He's the Premier's economic advisor. He is someone who's spent a lot of time in the union movement as well. We've got big plans for him. Him and Alice Rolls are exceptional additions to the caucus, as is Aria Bolkus. In fact, I've got to say, a lot of talent coming in to the caucus, and they'll all be pushing on the cabinet door quickly. So,
well, just on that, how do you manage that? You have a growing caucus, a bulging backbench. How do you manage expectation?
Discipline. The Labor Party is born on discipline. We are a party that organises well. We mean what we say. We plan for the future. You said it earlier about the plan renewal that we're pushing through the system. We always plan for the future. We take a lot of time and take this business very, very seriously. We're not part-time politicians. We plan about how we run ourselves because we want to govern the state. And Bob Hawke pointed out for us all those years ago, if you can't govern yourself, you can't govern the country. Our first responsibility is to govern ourselves and make sure that we are formidable. We do that, and we do that with talent. And I think you're seeing a lot of people come in tonight who've got a lot of talent.
Well, Tom, let's talk about, I guess, the next cabinet going forward. How well advanced are those discussions, I guess, on a factional level about who may get some of those cabinet positions going forward?
Well, you'll have to wait and see.
We're just going to, while we talk, here's the Premier.
Thank God.
Humbled. It's obviously an extraordinary privilege.
It's just departing? What the fuck is he getting to the HQ? It's going to be like 10:30 by the time he finishes.
To be able to continue the work.
Talk at the fucking HQ, mate, not there. Stop wasting our time.
I feel grateful to have received a really nice call from both Ashton Hearn and Corey Bernardi. I received a call from both of them early this evening, and that was generous of them both. And I'm looking forward to reflecting on that when I get the chance in just a few moments. Thank you very much.
It's been a tough campaign, Premier.
Thank
what
you.
does this mean to you and the Labor Party? What did Ashton have to say?
Look, like I said, it's an absolute privilege, and the whole experience is always, it's a big deal running an election campaign, and everybody from a range of political perspectives in this election have worked really hard, and a credit to all those people who have participated in our democratic process so peacefully and civilly. I think it's something that all South Australians can be proud of, and you might excuse me now as I make my way to...
I just want to ask you, you've increased your majority. Who voted for you?
I'm just very grateful. Look, it's hard to overstate how humbling it is when you're sitting in your living room and you're watching these sort of numbers come through. We've never seen anything quite like it before, and it means a lot, and it's just not lost on me the responsibility that comes with it. And now you really have to excuse me as I owe it to our supporters. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Premier.
Okay, so that is the Premier, Peter Malinowski.
Well, I should have brushed my hair beforehand, but that's all right. I watched it right before it started streaming.
Where he will give a victory speech. So he said he has received phone calls from...
Ashton Hearn and Corey Bernardi.
Yes, both Ashton and Corey. He's saying it was very humbling to watch. It's a great responsibility. Tom Koutsantonis, as you look ahead to this next term of government, and as we were talking about with this regeneration, with a lot of talent coming through, as you have said, do you want to remain Treasurer?
What's the matter for the Premier?
What else is happening with the South Australian election?
I want lots of things. I
Filters.
want a happy wife. I want my kids to be prosperous and do well at school and listen to their dad.
Liverpool win the Champions League.
I want Liverpool to beat Paris Saint-Germain and win the Champions League. And
That's
I want
me.
to claim our 7th title, being the fourth.
What about Treasurer?
That is a matter for
Drew
the Premier.
Fevler.
Well, there's a
Should we
few,
say hi?
I guess MPs now that are entering their second term, a lot of potential there for leadership going forward. It must be quite a crowded contest going forward. I mean, how much work has gone into figuring out who the next leaders of this state are?
Lots. I mean, we're sport for choice. There's Lucy Hood, there's Blair Boyer, there's Chris Picton. I'm going to miss someone out now and upset someone. There's
It's high-risk strategy.
high risk strategy. There's obviously a lot of talent within the caucus. But the way I view it is that the party must regenerate itself, and you must share power within a party. I've seen it in the Liberal Party work in reverse, where it's winner take all, and I don't think that system works. We try and put our best people forward, no matter which grouping they come from within the party, to make sure that power is shared equally across the group, and you get good outcomes.
I'll give Anne Ruston the chance to respond to that.
Well, we're not going to have the problem with a really big backbench this time, so Ashton won't have too much trouble filling her front bench positions, will she? But, you know, tonight is your night, and congratulations, Tom, to you and your team, because quite clearly this has been a significant victory for you. And, you know, to the winner go the spoils. And I have to say, one of the things that really resonated with me from Ashton's speech and that is the people don't get it wrong. And tonight the people have had their say and they've elected you, so congratulations. But, you know, I think this is it's a challenging time, but, you know, make the most of it while you've got this great victory in front of you, because I can
there's
assure you...
another story I
we're
wanted to
not down
cover.
and out.
These
We
people are
coming
just waffling on now. I'll get it up on my Twitter. Where are we? Here we are. So the South Australian candidate, One Nation candidate, AOE Baxter, I'm not sure how you pronounce AOE, I was told earlier, who is running in Adelaide, is no longer running as a candidate for the party following ABC reporting that he has a warrant for his arrest in the United Kingdom after being charged with a sexual offence. We have been unable to contact Mr. Baxter. I think that is a comment attributable to British courts. And I responded with, "This is a hit job with a planted story. This was planned weeks beforehand for the day before the election. They sat on this until the eve of the election so this would be fresh in the minds of voters so as to reduce One Nation's vote count. If this was a story worth reporting, they would have reported it weeks ago. It's a really slimy thing what the media has done, and it's not even confirmed that Mr. Baxter in question is the Mr. Baxter with the arrest warrant out in his name, because he used to be known as Trent Baxter, and there are legitimate questions as to whether it's a different Trent Baxter. Not to mention the fact that there is no evidence Mr. Baxter is guilty of the alleged offence. So we have the media going out of their way to try and reduce the One Nation vote count. One Nation was polling as high as 28% a couple of weeks ago, and they're polling... How are they polling right now? I'll just get it up. I believe it's 21, 22... Website crashed. Reload it. Okay, here we go. Live results. Oh, party totals. Here we are. They've got a third of the vote has been counted. They've got 21% of the vote. The Liberals have got 19% of the vote. I reckon maybe 1-2% of the electorate was moved by that story, that hit job that was reported yesterday. Who knows? That could be the difference between no seats and 1, 2, 3, 4, or maybe even 5 seats. And we have the ABC going out of their way to try and reduce the vote count of One Nation. Remember that One Nation is employed. One Nation, sorry. The ABC is employed by the people. It's a taxpayer-funded institution, and taxpayer funds are going on hit jobs. They're funding hit jobs so people can't protest immigration, because that's what voting for One Nation at this election is. It's a protest vote against immigration. Even though immigration admittedly has nothing to do with state politics, this is a vote against immigration. That's why they are voting for Pauline Hanson. One Nation is known for their policies on anything else. You could argue they're cookers and people associate them with cookers. But the type of people to associate with them with cookers aren't really the type of people to vote for One Nation. And it's disgusting what the ABC have done. They do it all the time. They get away with it all the time. What about us? They literally had Hassan on 7:30 after Charlie Kirk was murdered by Hassan's rhetoric. They had Hassan on. Did you know Hassan once went to a sex brothel in Berlin that had been raided for employing underage girls? Correct. True statement. It's not fake. That's not fake. I did not make that up. That is 100% true. Hassan once attended a brothel that was later raided for employing underage children as prostitutes. And apparently, I don't know if this is true, he went to Diddy parties as well. Why wasn't that brought up? Why isn't the ABC reporting on that? It's a complete joke. It's just disgusting, honestly.
Do take it up to you at the next state election.
Council just takes a lot longer to count. This is a very early count, so we're just going to show you the figures of where things are, but they are likely to shift as this
we covered this not too long ago, but who knows what's changed.
Legislative Council tonight. But here is what we've got with 4.7% of the state counted. Labor
four
sitting on
quotas, all right. So they'll get 4
There are
seats
11 seats
out
up
of
for
11
grabs in the Legislative Council. A quota for election is 8 1/3%. So Labor on 35 are currently sitting on more than 4 quotas. So you would assume at this point you could probably confidently say Labor on 4. Now, I would have, given the polling, Labor might have been hoping for 5, and that we'll see how we go. Now, again, small count, which means there's more regional votes in this, and we're not correcting this from where it's come from. These are raw counts. So Labor's vote may well increase from here. One Nation on nearly 3 quota. So
I'll get 3.
I think Cory Bernardi's certainly elected. Carlos Caremba, the Victor Harbour plumber, is probably elected, and there may be a 3rd as well in the upper house. The Liberals have probably 2, and the Greens have won probably 1. But there's a bit of, these numbers will shift, so I'm not even going to try and project out the other seats at this point.
So 4, 3, that's 7, 9, 10. Depending on if legalised preference, if cannabis preferences flow to the Greens could get 2. It's likely that Labor will get a 5th. Although a Family First could flow to the Liberals to get it, they could get a 3rd. One Nation, I don't see them getting a 4th, but it could happen. But I don't see. Labor could get a 5th. Greens could get a 2nd. Liberals could get a 3rd.
A good result.
Well, the legalised cannabis could get
One
the last
Nation
seat.
there, they could well get a 3rd seat in the upper house, not just the 1 or 2 that people are talking about.
Okay, Casey, thank you. Well, we are standing by to take you to Labor HQ, where the Premier Peter Malinauskas is due to arrive any moment. In fact, he has arrived.
Premier, you're driving yourself again.
Why the fuck are there so many Greeks in Adelaide Parliament, in South Australian Parliament?
How are you feeling?
That's his brother.
That's his brother, Rob Malinauskas.
It's just
And what would you say to South Australians who have thrown their support behind
So the Premier is just making his way into Labor HQ. There's his wife Annabelle behind and their children as well. He talked earlier about being humbled by this result, at such a great privilege to do this job.
I've
and how
got
he's
higher
looking
concurrent
forward
live viewer
to the future
number. It's
as
6
well.
currently. Say hi if you're watching.
Yeah, Tom Koutsantonis, some more reflections. You've known Peter Malinauskas for well over a decade now. You've worked alongside him in Parliament for a decade as well. How have you seen him mature over his parliamentary career?
He was a groomsman in my wedding. He's someone who we saw a lot of promise in a long, long time ago. And during this campaign, he has not needed anyone's guidance. He is match fit. He's at the top of his game. He won't like me saying this because he's a very, very humble bloke, but he's ready. He's peaked at the right time, and he's going to do a great job. And his wife and family are his life. His 4 kids, his small Catholic family, as he likes to call it. and he is going to be devoted to...
Did you say 4 kids?
His wife and family are his life. His 4 kids. His
That's good.
Catholic
Based.
family, as he likes to call it.
Based 4 kids.
And he is going to be
People should have large families.
to the state the same way he's devoted to them. And I
large
trust him
families
with
are
my
often
children's
tarnished.
future.
4 kids really isn't a
And
large
I think
family.
South Australians have to know
But
as well.
unfortunately, in our societies, large families should not be tarnished. They should be celebrated and they should be encouraged.
To Labor HQ once again. The Premier
It's ironic that the
walking
only
up the stairs
acceptable form
to
of
be
hatred is
greeted,
against
no
children.
doubt, by a very loud reception at Labor HQ. Let's just take these pictures as all the camera crews head in as well and head up the stairs. The Premier will make his way to the podium where will he be giving a speech.
And what's happening inside Labor HQ right now is the Deputy Premier, Kaya Ma, is revving the crowd up in preparedness for the Premier's arrival. He is
Preparation,
there
not
on stage.
preparedness.
So there
Here
we
we
go. Very
Oh,
much
preparedness is a
getting
word.
them ready for
Preparation
Peter
is a better word.
word. In just moments will make his way inside the function which is being held at Memorial Drive, again to the southern end of Adelaide Oval.
Okay, he is about to make his way in. His family's just waiting for him. I'm sure the crowd is getting a bit revved up. I don't think they need any revving up, but I'm sure they will be anyway.
I can see the tired faces of a few Labor staffers in that crowd as well.
And he won't forget Annabelle tonight.
No. Will he forget the Labor Lion?
Yes, he should. We should focus on Annabelle tonight.
Okay, so there you can see in Kaya Ma, the Deputy Premier there, speaking to the crowd.
Oh, was that Smug Khan
Let's
earlier
take you
on the
to
ABC? Him.
right now.
People who work at Bedford Industries, what a Labor government can do. Ask Aboriginal elders whose voices are now being heard through the First Nations Voice to Parliament.
We voted against that fucktard.
South Australia is a different place to what it was 4 years ago. People do not make jokes about South Australia anymore. We are the envy of the nation.
No, you're not.
How others see us has changed. And that also changes, I think, how we see ourselves.
Sounds like a fucking
And
idiot.
that's because of the
Let's
Labor
just get
government, this
Premier
Labor
chat off,
government,
so
and Malinowskis Labor government.
stop streaming for the night. I'm so tired.
I've known Mally for, I think,
No one can
20
afford the
years
house themselves, let
or
alone
so
4
now.
kids.
He
You're right, man. Let's just throw up our hands.
We agree
Like,
99%
despite the fact that people had 10 kids during the Great Depression. That's so retarded. If that's honestly how you view the world, oh, I can't afford it, so I shouldn't do it. Or people couldn't afford to fucking have 20 kids on the prairies, but they did. There's no reason you can't do it either. Fucking idiot. Build that wall. Build that wall. Build that wall. Build that wall. How hot is it? It's getting up to 28 degrees. Oh, fuck off. So this is fucking Indian bowling, the Indian bowlers.
So
what's going
here
on?
is Peter Malinowskis making his way through the crowd, as you'd expect, being greeted with open arms. There's Jen Roberts, the incoming member for Hartley, there at the front of the stage, waiting to see more selfies and an embrace with Kaya Ma.
And the Premier is about to make his way to the podium for his speech. If he can make his voice heard over the crowd, we will take you to that right now and hear what he has to say.
Friends, I am somewhat humbled to be standing here tonight on the lands of the Kaurna people. And
Oh, fuck off.
I feel
We voted against that.
it's entirely appropriate to pay my respects as Premier of the state to the longest living culture that human history has ever known.
Shut up. Fucking hell. Shut up. Why are we still doing this?
more than anything else, tonight...
No, I'll pause this for a second. Some twat and then I'll chat. During the Great Depression, housing in Australia was its most affordable it's ever been. Oh, it was also the worst recession Australia's ever been. Yeah, it was affordable if you had some dough, but most people didn't. Most people weren't in work during the Great Depression. Most people couldn't afford to put food on the table for 10 kids. The Great Depression wasn't a good time, alright? Just because things are affordable doesn't mean it's good. Things are affordable in Somalia, things are affordable in Ethiopia, things are affordable in Eritrea, things are affordable in South Sudan. They don't have better economies than we do. Think about it. Honestly, think.
I'm overwhelmed with a sense of gratitude. A gratitude to so many people who have provided this government...
I really should have the live chat up as a graphic so people know what the hell I'm talking about if they're watching it back.
Continue to serve, to be able to continue our work of making sure that the momentum in South Australia delivers for the people who deserves it most, and those are the people of South Australia. Earlier this evening, I received a couple of phone calls, and I do want to take this opportunity to first and foremost pass on my thanks to Ashton Hearn for the gracious way she conceded defeat.
See how they're actually Corey Bernardi.
I give Ashton great credit for her poise and commitment throughout the course of the campaign, and I wish her every success in whatever undertaking she takes into the future. Similarly, I also received a phone call from Corey Bernardi. And One Nation, Corey Bernardi and One Nation also deserve recognition, not just for the way they went about going out of their way to contact me this evening, but also for getting a very significant result at the ballot box, which does deserve recognition and credit. And I say to both Ashton and Corey Bernardi, along with leaders of other political parties elected to the Parliament tonight, that my government stands ready to work with each and every one of you for as long as it is in the interests of South Australians. But let me assure you,
they got that graphic up
it
there.
is
That quote.
in no way lost on me as I stand before this rather full room. That without doubt, I am fortunate enough to be able to lead one of the most disciplined, united political parties in the history of our federation. So I would like to thank all of the women and men in South Australian Labor, the candidates, the volunteers and the mighty trade union movement. The coordination of such an outfit and organisation is an immense task. So tonight I want to give a particular shout out to our campaign director. I first met him as a rather shy and quiet boy from Port Victoria, until he got a few bundies under his belt. And let me tell you something, you can take the boy out of Port Victoria, but you can't take the York Peninsula out of the boy. And
no idea what the hell that means.
All of that
Nobody knows what that means.
Determination throughout the course of the campaign to steer it home. Eamon Burke. Well done, Burke Mo. To my staff, working in any office in a political...
imagine voting for Labour. Fuck these people.
It's long hours, as all of
honestly, fuck them. They're the reason our country's gone to shit.
That's particularly true in the Premier's office. I've got an incredible team. Ably led by, without doubt, the hardest worker I have ever come across. And I can't thank John Bistrovic and the team within the Premier's office enough. For my parliamentary and cabinet colleagues who chose to put their faith in me almost 8 years ago to the day when we were in opposition, that was a big decision. And it has never been lost on me how grateful I am for the enduring support, the absolute loyalty and dedication that you have provided my leadership so we can focus on the task at hand. To each and every one of you, I thank you, but particularly I want to take this opportunity to thank a great man, a man with a heart of gold, a man who is Labor to his core, a man whose work ethic is only matched by his carpentry skills, And I'm, of course, talking about our leader in the upper house, the Deputy Premier of South Australia, Kyan Ma.
Looks like a fucking idiot.
I also do want to take the opportunity to give a shout out to our loyal Labor line. Our Labor
Been streaming for over 4 hours, nearly 4.5 hours.
By his wisdom. I've tried taming him every now and then, it doesn't work. But he fights for our great party every day, and I do want to take the chance to thank the longest serving member of our parliament, the father of the house, Tom Koutsantonis. The other person who I do want to give quick acknowledgement to, I think is well deserved, is our campaign spokesperson, who has done an outstanding job stepping up throughout the course of the campaign, and Blair Boyer. But my most important thanks, hopefully doesn't surprise anyone. I do want to thank the people that mean more than anything to me in the entire world, and that is, of course, my beautiful, ever patient family. Most of all, the most incredible woman I know.
His wife.
A woman full of kindness and warmth, intelligence and grace. And that's my beautiful wife, the love of my life, Annabelle Margaret Malinowski. She's most importantly, she's the incredible mother of our 4 children. This time, 4 years ago, we had 3 kids. Now we've got 4, and I can promise you there are no more.
Not good.
But to Sophie, Jack, Eliza, and little George, who's in his cot as we speak, I love you so much, guys. I'm so proud of all of you. So thank you so much. Beyond my eternal gratitude, I do have 2 reflections tonight. One for my colleagues and another for the people of our state. To my colleagues, although this is a historic result, although it is the best result our party has ever achieved, it's very important that no one confuses tonight's result as adulation. Instead, we should see it as only being an invitation to continue to work our guts out for the next 4 years, to make sure that the next 4 years are as busy as the last 4 years. If you're looking for satisfaction in the Parliamentary Labor team, it shouldn't come from tallying votes. It can only come from using the power invested in us to be used to advance the interests of our state and our people.
So many Indians in there. Fucking hell.
And when I say the people of our state, I mean each and every one of them, regardless of who they voted for at this election. Which brings me to
One Nation could win Naranga. That's important to keep watching.
I lined up today, as I've done at each election, at the Woodville Gardens polling booth in my electorate. It's home to one of the more diverse communities in our state. And
fuck me,
I got chatting to the gentleman in front of me, who I had met before, and he was Vietnamese. A man small in stature, but tough as nails. He was a boat person. He came out here from Vietnam, fleeing communism, looking for the same thing that my grandparents did. An opportunity to live in a peaceful country where he knew he could work hard, provide for his family, put a roof over his head, and then in turn give back. And as he was queuing up to vote today, he said to me, rather quietly, "I like elections." Thankfully, he had a Labor House vote card in his hand. But rather quietly, "I like elections."
Yeah.
Thankfully, he had a Labor How to Vote card in his hand. But it sort of struck me as being a clear signal of what patriotism can look like. It reminded me that patriotism in our country comes in a number of forms, all of them good. And I subsequently this afternoon, when I was thinking about tonight, I couldn't help but go back to a poem that was written by one of Australia's greatest authors, if not greatest writer, in Henry Lawson, who of course appeared on our $10 note. And he wrote a piece titled "The Duty of Australians." He wrote it just post our nation's federation, well over 100 years ago. "'Tis the duty of Australians in the bush and in the town to forever praise their country, but to run no other down. When a man or nation visits in the heyday of its pride, 'tis the duty of Australians to be kind but dignified. 'Tis our duty to the stranger, landed may be, but an hour to give all the information and assistance in our power.
Come on, mate.
To give audience to the new chum and to let the old chums wait, lest his memory be embittered by his first days in the state. 'Tis our duty when he's foreign and his English very young, to find out and take him somewhere where he'll hear his native tongue. To give him our last spare moment and our pleasure to defer. He'll be father of Australians as our foreign fathers were."
That doesn't mean import the entire fucking third world to Australia. That is not what that means.
Lawson was onto something that has remained true to this day in our island continent that we call home. And it's why Australians should be patriotic and can be proud of what our nation stands for, because it is distinct. Australians' version of patriotism is a little different to our Northern Hemisphere friends. We are famous for being just a little bit more laid back. That is to say, less brash and boastful and more dogged and determined. We can and we should.
Man, you're the fucking premier of some 2-bit state. Why the fuck are you talking about the deep philosophy behind what it means to be an Australian and Australian patriotism and, you know, stuff that's really above your pay grade?
Flag with pride, knowing that Aussie patriotism sometimes means sitting with a stranger and having a cuppa or a frothy and arguing about the footy, not our faith.
Oh, that's fucking retarded. Don't talk about actual issues like politics and religion and ethnicity and race. Distract yourselves with the footy.
It's been a hot summer in Australia, so maybe we should all look forward to the temperature coming down just a little bit. so that when we sing the national anthem with pride, we don't forget there is a second verse, which reminds us. It reminds us that when we all combine, we can achieve anything. When we work together, diversity has always been our greatest strength.
Oh, fuck me, Dad. Diversity is our greatest strength. Are you kidding me? Do you not know what happened in Bondi 3 months ago? Diversity is our greatest strength. That was diversity showing us what its greatest strength was. That was the strength of diversity making themselves apparent to Australia and the world. Diversity is the greatest strength. My ass.
And for South Australians, that matters. Because right now, in our state, it's all hands on deck. We've never had more opportunity in this state than what we have before us right now. And if we are going to unlock that opportunity to take a growing and expanding economy and turn it into improved living standards for everyone, then we've got to work together. If we're going to overcome the challenges that will be before us in order to seek and share that opportunity, we've got to work together. There is no way that this state comes to its full potential unless we work together. But if we get this right, if we focus on what unites us, a shared love of living in a peaceful, prosperous place, a state full of hard-working people that value care and compassion, then we can harness this moment with our newfound confidence as a state to look out rather than just in on ourselves, to create new wealth and prosperity by celebrating capital as well as labour. So that everyone has a seat at the table of opportunity.
But not everybody deserves a seat at the table of opportunity, whatever the hell that means.
So that we set our state up for future generations who can choose to call this state home with pride as much as we do here tonight. This is a great state in the most magnificent of countries. So let's be proud and patriotic in the Australian way and work and walk together to ensure that when we look back on this moment, we can honestly say, we did our bit, we made a difference, and we made sure that the journey of South Australia's march and momentum continued so that everyone benefited, regardless of where they live, regardless of where they come from, regardless of the circumstances they've endured, regardless of their background, just as long as they call South Australia home. Thank you very much.
It's fucking retarded. So sick of this universalist rhetoric that justifies the mass replacement of white people.
And that is the Premier Peter Malinauskas hugging his family, waving to the crowd after giving his victory speech.
I might check back and I want to see how Joe Favler reacted to the diversity because he's funny.
Buy Select can't save you money by finding equivalent cover for left.
Give him our last spare moment and our pleasure to defer. He'll be father of Australians as our foreign fathers were.
This is shit. Oh, it's not got up to that. Alright, how many people are watching the stream? I don't know. Alright. I might end it soon.
I think he's the best premier in the country.
So, One Nation has not won any seats, which is surprising. They might win a couple of seats as counting continues tomorrow. Not much counting left today. I don't think we'll see anything else today. Well, One Nation ahead of any seats? No, they're not. But I think One Nation will win a couple of seats. I'm honestly surprised that the Liberals performed as well as they did, winning 4 seats. There's not much for me to say. On Monday night, or maybe Monday night, I'm not sure what night, I want to react to the Drew Pavlou-Will Mitchell debate that was hosted by Sam Bamford on the Two Worlds Collide podcast. Not reacting to the whole debate, but reacting to just sound bites and pointing at, even if you disagree with what Will Mitchell said, how this still badly tarnishes the dissident right and anti-Israel politics in Australia. So if there are if nobody wants to say anything else today, and the live chat, I'm going to end the stream tonight. This is my first stream I've done in a while. This is my first new stream, my current setup. I want to stream almost every night pretty much for a couple of hours. I've been streaming for almost over 4.5 hours, and I really have to go to the toilet. Thank you all for watching. God bless you.